The Other Trail of Tears. The Removal of the Ohio Indians. Mary Stockwell. To my sister, Kathleen Stockwell. Contents. Cover page. Title page. Copyright page. Dedication. Contents. List of maps. Prologue, Many Trails of Tears. 1. Turning Back the Clock at Ghent. 2. Starting Over at Spring Wells. 3. Boundaries Long Gone. 4. A Race Against Time. 5. On the Edge of Eternity. 6. The Future Unravels. 7. The Exodus of the Seneca. 8. The Shawnee Exile. 9. The Passing of the Ottawa. 10. The Wyandotte Farewell. Epilogue, A Last Goodbye. Notes. Bibliography. Acknowledgements. Index. Prologue. Many Trails of Tears. Any professor of the history of the United States in the early 19th century has to say only 2 words to get a reaction from students. Those 2 words are Andrew Jackson. The response is usually swift and visceral, running something along the lines of, "We hate him." No amount of defending our 7th president as the hero of New Orleans, the champion of the common man, or the guardian of the people against the hydra of the Second Bank of the United States can silence his many critics in and out of the classroom. When asked to explain this all-pervasive dislike of President Jackson, the answer is always the same: the Trail of Tears. The story of the removal of the 5 civilized tribes as they were designated by historians in the late 19th century, most especially the Cherokee, who had a government based on a constitution, a written language with their own alphabet, and cotton plantations in northern Georgia, has seared itself into our collective imagination. So much was lost on the trail where tears were shed, along which the Cherokee and 4 other tribes were driven from their homes in the southeastern United States to the Indian Territory across the Mississippi River. Thousands of Cherokee, Choctaw, and Chickasaw died on the long trek to the present-day state of Oklahoma. Hundreds of American soldiers perished fighting the Creeks and Seminoles who refused to leave Alabama and Florida. But perhaps the greatest loss came to Jackson's own reputation. Even his best contemporary biographers have not been able to repair it completely. Robert Remini, Jackson's greatest defender in the late 20th century, concluded that the president had decided long before the passage of the Indian Removal Act in 1830 that the good of the nation and the tribes required their removal too. Not even the country's most resolute Chief Justice, John Marshall, could stop the process once Jackson had made up his mind that the Cherokee and the other southern tribes must be sent packing for their own good. For Jackson, there was no turning back from this basic point, and so there was never any regret. Remini described this best in Andrew Jackson and His Indian Wars, his final work on the life of President Jackson. To his dying day on June 8, 1845, Remini explained, Andrew Jackson genuinely believed that what he had accomplished rescued these people from inevitable annihilation. 3. More recently, John Meacham, in his Pulitzer Prize-winning work, American Lion, Andrew Jackson in the White House, 2008, explains that Jackson was neither a humanitarian nor a blind bigot when it came to Indian removal. Instead, he was practical. He knew the Indians were increasingly being crowded out by white settlers who demanded their land. Georgia, in fact, was on the brink of taking the Cherokees' land by force. Jackson weighed the situation and sided with the average American, who wanted property of his own. After stating that there was nothing heroic, right, or brave about this decision, Meacham added, "Not all great presidents were always good, and neither individuals nor nations are without evil. For yet there is something tragic in believing that if we explain why Andrew Jackson drove the Cherokee, Choctaw, Chickasaw, Creek, and Seminole west to Oklahoma in the early 19th century, we have explained Indian removal. The tragedy lies in the fact that the struggle between Jackson and the southern tribes was only one part of a wider story that reaches back across time to the closing months of the War of 1812, back through many states, most notably Ohio, and back into the lives of so many other tribes, including the Delaware, Seneca, Shawnee, Ottawa, and Wyandot. They, too, departed down many trails of tears sent west in a process that leaves a great deal of responsibility and blame to pass around among citizens of the United States and Indian nations alike, not just to Andrew Jackson. A closer look at what the major Ohio tribes passed through in the period leading up to their official removal sheds light into how complex that process truly was. While the conflict between Jackson and the Cherokee, as well as with the other southern tribes, reads like a mythic battle between good and evil, the struggle of Ohio's historic Indians to find a place for themselves in a rapidly changing world comes closer to the tragedies of Shakespeare. There is no black and white scenario of perfect characters on one side to root for, nor wholly evil characters on the other side to condemn. Instead, there is only the tale of the many individuals who tried to come to terms with the fast pace of change on America's western frontier. While they often disagreed with one another on how to proceed, they all attempted to move toward the best possible future. In the end, Ohio became a microcosm of how people with conflicting views and competing interests strove to find the surest way forward, even in the face of the relentless press of time. 1. Turning back the clock at Ghent. The Flemish capital of Ghent, founded as a trading post in Roman times, and thriving in recent years as a staging point for armies heading east to fight Napoleon, seemed a world away from the ancient forests and rolling prairies of the old Ohio country. But in the summer of 1814, its citizens were bound together in the same moment in time that brought ambassadors from Great Britain and the United States together in Flanders to end the war between their two nations. Viscount Robert Stewart, the British Foreign Secretary better known as Lord Castlereagh, had turned down overtures from the Russian Tsar, Alexander I, to hold the negotiations in St. Petersburg, and also from the Swedes to hold them in Gothenburg. He chose Ghent, instead, because the city was on the road he would be continually taking in the coming months to the Congress of Vienna, where the fate of Europe would be decided now that Napoleon had been exiled to Elba. Every time Castlereagh traveled through Ghent, he could pass on instructions to his three commissioners, who were negotiating peace with the Americans. He would make sure that Lord James Gambier, an admiral in the Royal Navy who had served in North America, William Adams, an expert on maritime law who would defend British rights on the high seas, and Henry Goulburn, a Tory member of Parliament and the Under-Secretary of War and the Colonies, would implement the most important requirement of the upcoming negotiations. They were to demand as a sine qua non of any treaty that an Indian nation be created south of the Great Lakes and north of the Ohio River. Here the many tribes that had allied themselves with the British during the War of 1812 would have a permanent homeland, which the Americans could neither conquer nor purchase. 1. Two of the 5 American commissioners, Albert Gallatin, the Secretary of the Treasury, and James Bayard, a Federalist congressman from New Jersey, were the first of their delegation to arrive in Ghent. Secretary of State James Monroe had chosen Gallatin because he was European by birth, having grown up in Switzerland, and because he now hailed from Pennsylvania, a state whose soldiers had fought bravely against the British in the American Revolution and the War of 1812. The Senate had resisted Gallatin's appointment, not wanting to lose the most knowledgeable Secretary of the Treasury since Alexander Hamilton, especially not in wartime, but in the end had relented. Congress had no objection to appointing Bayard since he would represent the Middle States, and who was still fondly remembered for breaking the tie in the House of Representatives that made Thomas Jefferson the president over Aaron Burr in 1801. Gallatin and Bayard had traveled together across the Atlantic on the Neptune from Newcastle on the Delaware coast to London, where they witnessed the wild celebrations over the fall of Napoleon. They saw hundreds of thousands of people crowd into Hyde Park to cheer for old King Louis XVIII on his way back to Paris, where he would reclaim the French throne for the Bourbons. Night after night, they watched fireworks light up the sky outside the window of their hotel on Albemarle Street, and each morning over breakfast they read the newspapers filled with attacks on the upstart Americans, who had dared to declare war on Great Britain in her most desperate hour. 3. Once safely in Ghent, Bayard and Gallatin sent dispatches back to Secretary Monroe reporting every rumor circulating about what the triumphant British were planning for their former colonies. They were going to teach the United States the painful lesson that war is not to be declared on Great Britain without impunity. Upwards of 25,000 soldiers might already be on their way to North America from Europe, where they were no longer needed. These were crack troops led by the best commanders who had served under the Duke of Wellington. This huge and disciplined army would occupy the state of New York and split the nation in two. The Royal Navy, now freed from its duty of blockading Europe, was probably at this moment sailing west to capture every American port on the Atlantic. New York City, Baltimore, and Norfolk would be reclaimed as part of the British Empire. Patrols would come up the Potomac River and burn down the capital city of Washington. American fishermen would be banned from the Grand Banks of Newfoundland, and the nation's commercial fleet would be wiped off the high seas. Still, amid all these frightening rumors, there was no mention of a plan to establish an Indian state in the western country. 4. Gallatin and Bayard were to serve alongside John Quincy Adams, who had been appointed lead negotiator at Ghent. Adams finally arrived from St. Petersburg, where he had served as the ambassador to Russia since 1809. There he witnessed similar celebrations for the victory over Napoleon, which had come at a terrible price for the Russian people. He spent long hours standing beside the family of Tsar Alexander I and listening to Te Deum sung in thanksgiving to God for delivering the Russian people from the hated dictator. 5 Anxious about the upcoming negotiations, Adams tried to calm himself by continuing his normal habit of rising before dawn and walking in the last dark moments of the night to observe the heavens. As the dawn grew brighter, he would have seen the stars disappear behind the three great towers at the center of Ghent. The blue-gray spire of the Church of St. Nicholas and the still higher tower of St. Bavo's Cathedral would have come clearly into view. But the city's belfry, rising nearly 300 feet, would have loomed the largest in the morning light. Here, the tolling of the bells had counted time and warned of danger for centuries. John Quincy Adams took all this in and returned to his quarters, where he recorded every observation he had made about Ghent, as well as the movements of the heavens above the town, in his diary. 6. But nothing could calm Adams's fear that his country would not long survive in a world ever more firmly in the control of Great Britain. Brilliant and lonely, he brooded that his fellow commissioners, who had all finally arrived in Ghent, were not as worried about the nation's future as he was. They whiled away their time smoking cigars and drinking bad wine. Adams was especially annoyed at Henry Clay, the former Speaker of the House of Representatives from Kentucky, who had resigned his position to help negotiate the peace. Clay usually went to bed after a long night of playing cards, while Adams headed out to ponder the stars. 7. Despite his apparent nonchalance, Clay was just as anxious about the coming negotiations as Adams. He wanted to end the war even more surely than Adams, for he knew from first-hand experience how the conflict had torn Americans apart. Clay had been the leader of the War Hawks, the young nationalists in the 12th Congress who had called for war against Great Britain to defend the nation's honor. They had gotten their way, only to see their fellow countrymen turn against each other once the war started. Monroe had appointed Clay to represent both the West and South, where support for the war remained high, along with Jonathan Russell, a former war hawk from Rhode Island, who was to represent New England, where the war was so hated that people spoke openly of secession. 8. None of the 5 American ambassadors had received any instructions on what to do if the British demanded an Indian nation on the western frontier. Instead, they had been told first and foremost to convince Great Britain to abandon the practice of impressing sailors on American ships. Monroe was clear about this in every set of formal notes he sent to his commissioners. This degrading practice must cease, our flag must protect the crew, he wrote in January 1814, or the United States cannot consider themselves an independent nation. Monroe confided that President James Madison might be willing to ban British citizens from working on American merchant ships. But the point that impressment was wrong must still be made. As Monroe explained, this was imperative, since a vast amount of treasure had already been expended to prove this point in the war. The commissioners were also to convince the British government to restore the wages that American sailors had lost while serving in the Royal Navy. 9. Demanding that Great Britain abandon impressment of sailors might make sense to Monroe, standing in the momentary safety of his nation's capital. But for the American commissioners to demand this in Ghent, as a condition of any peace treaty, seemed next to impossible, given the fact that Britain had just defeated Napoleon in large measure because of its navy. The crowds that lined the streets of capital cities throughout Europe for one victory parade after another cheered for the British soldiers and sailors who had saved them. Along with their commanding generals and admirals, they were the heroes of the moment. 10. William Crawford of Georgia, who had made a name for himself as a war hawk alongside Henry Clay and other Southerners, like John C. Calhoun of South Carolina, was now the ambassador to France. He witnessed the celebrations that gripped Paris when Arthur Wellesley, the Duke of Wellington, and his troops marched through the city. After seeing this, Crawford lost all hope that the American commissioners could win a concession from the British on impressment. "I believe they will insist upon the unqualified admission of their right to impress on board American vessels at sea," he wrote to Clay in June 1814. "This I trust will never be conceded. It would be better for the United States to return to our colonial relations with our mother country than to submit to this condition." Crawford was certain the negotiations about to begin in Ghent would break down over impressment, and then all Americans would hopefully unite, realizing that peace could only be obtained by the most vigorous prosecution of the war. 11. But Monroe would not back down. He believed the United States must win the day on impressment as a matter of principle. The fight was part of a wider struggle to define the rights of neutral nations in wartime, especially on the high seas. This was not an abstract issue for the United States, since Britain had impressed thousands of American sailors and taken hundreds of American ships during their war against France. Was the world to be a place governed by the demands, and more importantly, the navy of the most powerful nation on earth, or one governed by law based on the most humane and just principles applied to all nations? For Monroe, the honor, future, and very existence of the United States of America depended on answering yes to this question, even in the face of a Great Britain more powerful than during the American Revolution. 12. While he was most concerned about ending his nation's troubles along the eastern seaboard, Secretary Monroe added a few instructions on rectifying the damage done by the British in the West and South. He blamed Great Britain for the many Indian attacks on Americans, including defenseless women and children, along the frontier. British fur traders sold guns to the tribes, who then turned these weapons on settlers living on isolated farms. The gun trade only survived because the Royal Navy patrolled the Great Lakes. Monroe therefore told his commissioners to demand that Great Britain recall its traders from the West and its warships from the lakes. While he believed that real peace would only come once the British ceded Canada to the United States, he did not press his commissioners to ask for this in the negotiations. However, he did tell them to make sure Great Britain returned all slaves that had been taken during the war and sold in the West Indies. 13. With Monroe's instructions in mind, but with deep misgivings, the American commissioners headed for the Hotel de Pays Bas, where they had agreed to meet their British counterparts at 1 o'clock on the afternoon of August 8. At first they were pleasantly surprised at the friendly demeanor of the men who sat across the table from them. James Gambier had made a name for himself during the Napoleonic Wars by refusing to send fire ships against the French Navy at the Battle of Basque Roads in April 1809. He considered the practice of loading ships with explosives and launching them against an enemy fleet at anchor a horrible and anti-Christian mode of warfare. The Americans could only hope that he would be as merciful to them as he had been to the French. They were not disappointed at first. Gambier began the proceedings by admitting that his nation deeply regretted the war between their two countries. William, the Prince Regent, ruling on behalf of George III, who was still alive, but by all accounts quite mad, sincerely desired its termination. The admiral said he was as anxious as the prince and his government to end this terrible conflict and restore amicable relations with the United States. Surely the blessings of divine providence would rain down on both countries once this had happened. Admiralty lawyer Dr. William Adams added that he felt both the American government and the American people wanted to end this war that was so contrary to the interests of both nations. John Quincy Adams was so relieved when he heard this that he thought for a moment that he and Dr. Adams might be related. 14. But the mood in the room changed when Henry Goulburn took the floor. Although at 30 years of age, he was the youngest commissioner, the Americans quickly realized that he was the point man for the British. As Adams explained in a letter to Monroe, young Goulburn was the plenipotentiary most in the confidence of his government. 15 But what Adams and the rest of the American delegation did not understand was how deeply involved Goulburn had been in the prosecution of the war. As the Undersecretary of War and the Colonies, he had directed Britain's political and military leaders in North America throughout the conflict. From the perspective of the Colonial Office, the cause of the war was not impressment, but the relentless drive of the United States to conquer Canada. In fact, the primary goal of the British throughout the war had been to preserve Canada. They had achieved this in large measure by recruiting Indian warriors, who had already lost much of their land to the Americans, to fight with them. At the peace negotiations, the British were determined to win a treaty that would protect both Canada and the Indians from any further American aggression long into the future. 16. Goulburn took the matter of impressment off the table right from the start. He told the American commissioners that the question of the forcible seizure of mariners, who as native-born subjects owed their allegiance to the British Crown, would not be open to debate. Instead, he and his fellow negotiators had been instructed to forge a treaty that would embrace Great Britain's Indian allies. More specifically, they were told to demand that a permanent boundary be set between the tribes and the United States as a sine qua non to the conclusion of any treaty of amity and peace. Goulburn said his government believed this was the only way to achieve a lasting peace. There should be fixed a boundary for the Indians which should not be liable to be encroached upon, he explained. When Goulburn added that the border between Canada and the United States would have to be adjusted as part of the process, the implication was clear: the new Indian state, which would lie beyond the new boundary, would be part of a much larger Canada. The British, in fact, were so intent on strengthening Canada that they would no longer allow Americans to fish off the Grand Banks, nor dry their catch on the shores of Newfoundland. Even though they had agreed to this in the treaty that ended the American Revolution, they could offer no equivalent as an alternative at the moment. 17. The American commissioners were caught off guard by Goulburn's demands. John Quincy Adams repeated back what he thought he had heard him say, and then asked, "Then we will be allowed to discuss the issue of impressment?" "No," Goulburn replied. The British government did not consider the matter worthy of debate. His response only added to the confusion among the Americans. They had come ready to argue that the practice of impressment was immoral and must be abandoned. Instead, they were told that an Indian nation was about to be created somewhere in the western country belonging to the United States. But where exactly? No one dared to ask this question, even if they could have even formulated it at the time. They had received no instructions from Monroe nor from anyone else in Madison's administration on what to do if the British proposed the creation of an Indian state on American soil. The unflappable Adams looked at his fellow commissioners for help, and getting none, asked for a postponement of the negotiations until the following day. Goulburn, seeing the confusion, and realizing that the Americans had obviously received no instructions on the matter of an Indian homeland, said his government was not trying to win more territory for themselves or the tribes. This only confused the American commissioners further. How could this nation be created within the borders of the United States without taking away American territory? Unable to wrap their minds around so impossible a concept, they were at least able to agree to meet at 11 o'clock on the following morning at the lodgings of the British ambassadors in Ghent's old Carthusian monastery. 18. While all the commissioners were deeply shocked, John Quincy Adams was particularly so. The British seemed to have hurled him back through time to more than 30 years earlier, when his father, John Adams, had negotiated an end to the American Revolution. All the same issues were now staring him in the face, including his nation's western boundary, the Indians, and even the Atlantic fisheries. he was fighting for the survival of the United States all over again. How could the British not understand that the impressment of American sailors on the high seas had caused this war? The United States had been treated like a colony with its sovereignty ignored, and now its borders and thus its very existence were threatened. 19. Somewhere between the declaration of war in June 1812 and the start of formal peace negotiations in August 1814, Adams and the rest of the commissioners had forgotten that there was more to the conflict than stopping ships on the high seas and kidnapping sailors. The causes, as listed in President Madison's speech calling for an official declaration of war, included the impressment of American seamen and the orders in council, instructions from the Prime Minister's cabinet directing the Royal Navy to blockade Napoleon's European empire and seize any ship bound for the continent. But Madison had also listed the unrest of the savages on the western frontier, fomented by the British in Canada, as the third cause of the war. That unrest could be summarized in one word: Tecumseh. Inspired by the visions of his younger brother Lalaitheka, or the Loudmouth, the Shawnee warrior Tecumseh had pieced together the largest Indian confederation in history. Its main purpose was to push American settlers out of the western territories of the United States and leave the country to the Indians. Between 1805 and 1810, Tecumseh, traveling on foot, by canoe, and on horseback, had spoken to most of the tribes living in the old Ohio country, and even to a few tribes farther east. Charismatic and eloquent, he impressed everyone who heard him and swayed many people, especially younger chiefs and warriors, to join him. He told the Indians to think of themselves as one people, not as separate tribes. They must recognize that they held the land in common, therefore no chief could sell any more territory to the insatiable Americans, who would not be satisfied until they drove the Indians into the sea. As he built his confederation in secret, his brother, now calling himself Tenskwatawa, or the Open Door, and best known as the Prophet, preached openly to the crowds that flocked to hear him. He told them that the Great Spirit had shown him frightening visions in which two paths lay open before the tribes. One path led to perpetual happiness, but the other led to fiery damnation, where drunken Indians swallowed cups of molten lead for all eternity. The Great Spirit had assured him that if the Indians gave up the white man's ways, especially his whiskey, and returned to the customs of their forefathers, then he would protect them in this world as well as in the next. Tenskwatawa urged the tribes to follow him, first to his village at Greenville, Ohio, and later to Prophetstown on the Tippecanoe Creek in the Indiana Territory, promising that if they did all he asked, the Great Spirit would reward them with a permanent homeland, which the Americans could never take away. 20. How would the Shawnee brothers win the country promised by the Great Spirit? At times, Tecumseh said he would simply demand it from the Americans once he had united all the Indians under his leadership. But at other times, he spoke of a day when he would send a miraculous signal to his followers to strike the Americans one fatal blow. On that terrible day, he would stamp his foot on the ground, and all the earth would shake. His warriors would then know that now was the time to rise up and kill every American man, woman, and child living west of the Appalachians. Surely, he believed, the frightened Americans would flee back east across the mountains and give the country north of the Ohio River and west to the Mississippi back to the tribes as their own nation. If only he could stay hidden in the shadows, away from the prying eyes of territorial officials, and strike the Americans before they discovered his plans, then the dream of the Shawnee brothers for their people might be fulfilled. 21. Maybe if William Henry Harrison, longtime governor of the Indiana Territory, had been chosen to treat for his nation at Ghent, he could have explained all this to his fellow commissioners. Harrison had warned the Madison administration for years in weekly letters to the War Department that there was more to the Prophet than anyone suspected. He fretted constantly over the growing unrest swirling about Tenskwatawa. Harrison could not believe that a one-eyed Shawnee holy man, who wore a black patch over his sightless right eye and wrapped himself in a cloak of eagle feathers, was the true leader of the many Indians gathering at Greenville and who now lived along the Tippecanoe Creek. When he finally learned that the Prophet's older brother was the true Moses of the family, Harrison demanded that Tecumseh come to his capital at Vincennes. The two men met on the lawn before the governor's mansion in two dramatic encounters, one in August 1810, and the other in the following summer. At their first meeting, they nearly came to blows. Tecumseh declared that he had united all the tribes in a confederation and that he would soon demand a separate country for his people, always claiming his intentions toward the United States were entirely peaceful. Governor Harrison just as boldly declared that the moon would sooner fall to the earth than would the Americans give up their country to the Indians, and accused Tecumseh of listening to the British in Canada, who had undoubtedly plotted this whole scheme right from the start. Calling Harrison a liar, Tecumseh brandished a war club at him while the governor raised his sword to defend himself. Yet Harrison came to admire the Shawnee leader, even telling the War Department after their final meeting in July 1811 that Tecumseh was one of those uncommon geniuses who rise up to overturn the established order of things. If not for the United States, he might have been able to build an empire on the order of the Aztecs or the Incas. No difficulties deter him, Harrison explained. You see him today on the Wabash and in a short time you hear of him on the shores of Lake Erie or Michigan, or on the banks of the Mississippi, and wherever he goes, he makes an impression favorable to his purposes. 22 But as much as he admired him, Harrison was determined to break up Tecumseh's confederation before the daring chief had a chance to launch a fatal attack on American settlements along the western frontier. He got his chance in the late summer of 1811, when Tecumseh left on a trip to the south, where he hoped to win the Chickasaw, Choctaw, and Creek to his cause. Harrison took advantage of Tecumseh's absence to lead an army toward Prophetstown. 23. Tecumseh had left specific orders with his brother to disperse their followers if Harrison approached their capital on the Tippecanoe Creek. He could not take the chance that his men might fight and be defeated, which would ruin their confidence and send them fleeing back to their own country, thus making a surprise attack on the Americans impossible. But under pressure from the many young warriors who surrounded him, the prophet ignored his brother's instructions. He ordered an attack on Harrison and his men, who had camped on a small bluff about a mile away from Prophetstown. Tenskwatawa promised the warriors he would use his powers to make sure the bullets of the Americans would not harm them. He also remembered Harrison always rode a white horse, so he told them to kill every man riding one. But when the Indians attacked the American camp at dawn on the morning of November 7, 1811, Harrison could not find his usual mount in the confusion. He rode a dark horse throughout the battle and so saved his own life without knowing it. The prophet's magic did little good, either, as his young men fell to the American bullets. After several hours of fighting, the Indians fled the battlefield. Harrison headed for Prophetstown and burned it to the ground. He then marched his men back to Vincennes as quickly as he could. He was worried that Tecumseh might have returned from the south and could be waiting to ambush his army somewhere along the Wabash. 24. Tecumseh, however, was nowhere near the Indiana Territory. Instead, he was on his way to the Osage country across the Mississippi River, having completed his tour of the southern tribes. The Chickasaw and Choctaw had flatly rejected him, but he struck a chord among the Muskogee, or Creek, Indians. Speaking at their main town of Tuckawbatchee in October 1811, and painted black from head to toe, he called for the total destruction of the Americans. Burn their dwellings, destroy their stock, slay their wives and children, that the very breed may perish, Tecumseh proclaimed. War now. War always. War on the living. War on the dead. 25 Though only 30 warriors followed Tecumseh when he left for the Osage country, he had inspired many of the young men who remained behind to dream visions of their own. Prophets among the upper Creeks, who had resisted acculturation with the whites, now taught that the master of life was about to remake the world. The time was ripe for war, not yet against the Americans, but instead against the lower Creeks, who had forgotten their heritage. 26. Tecumseh would not reach the Tippecanoe Creek until February 1812. When he saw his village deserted and all his warriors fled back to their own towns, he called himself a ruined man. He searched for his younger brother among the remains of their burned-out capital. After the terrible and unexpected loss to Harrison the previous November, the prophet had barely escaped with his life. Winnebago warriors took him to their camp on Wildcat Creek, some 20 miles east of Prophetstown, where they beat him and left him tied to a post before returning to their villages along the northern Great Lakes. The prophet made his way back to the Tippecanoe Creek, where Shawnee and Wyandot stragglers kept him alive. When Tecumseh finally found him, he shook him so hard he nearly killed him. He told his brother to get out of his sight, for he never wanted to see him again. But he soon relented, and together the two brothers began the difficult task of rebuilding their confederation by calling their followers back to Prophetstown. 27 Tecumseh also sent a message to Harrison, asking him to arrange a visit with President Madison, but the governor refused, telling him there was no hope of restoring peace now. Fighting had already broken out between bands of Indians and settlers all along the frontier in Indiana and Illinois. Attacks on lives and property became so frequent that many settlers abandoned their farms and moved their families into hastily built block houses. Others huddled for protection in nearby towns, and some even withdrew to safety across the Ohio River. 28. No matter where they had taken refuge, Americans on the frontier agreed with Governor Harrison that the British in Canada were to be blamed for the Indian uprising. Surely they had directed Tecumseh in his dastardly plans, arming and supplying his followers who were now on the warpath. The turmoil on the frontier grew even worse in the early spring of 1812, when a comet lit up the night sky, and earthquakes centered at Cape Girardeau in the Missouri Territory shook the entire Mississippi River Valley. People from the Great Lakes to the Gulf of Mexico felt the ground tremble beneath them. Many Indians said this was the sign that Tecumseh had promised long ago to launch his war against the United States. With the official declaration of war at least 6 months away, the War of 1812 was already underway in the western country. With the frontier aflame in an Indian war, the war hawks in Congress made an even stronger case that the British were holding the United States in a stranglehold. To the east, on the Atlantic, they were destroying American commerce and national pride, while to the west, they were uprooting frontier settlements. The nation had no other choice but to declare war on Great Britain, even though it barely had an army or navy to defend itself. The war hawks argued that this was not an issue, since Great Britain was tied down in Europe fighting Napoleon, and could not afford to send troops against the Americans. In fact, the United States held the upper hand because, once war was declared, volunteer armies would rise up and conquer Canada, finally breaking the tie between Great Britain and the Indians that had led to the near tragedy of Tecumseh's Confederation. The loss of Canada would likewise be a profound blow to the British, since they needed the lumber, grain, and naval stores pouring out of their colony if they ever hoped to defeat Napoleon. 29. Everything had seemed so clear in the first half of 1812. Even former President Thomas Jefferson, who had avoided war with Great Britain at all costs, preferring instead to impose a self-inflicted embargo that crippled American commerce to an open conflict on the high seas, believed that the acquisition of Canada this year will be a mere matter of marching 30. But just 2 years later, the American negotiators at Ghent seemed to have forgotten that their nation's confident boast to take Canada in retaliation for British support for Tecumseh's Confederation had helped bring about the war. Maybe it was the sheer speed of the military disasters along the Canadian border in the opening months of the War of 1812 that made them forget. Instead of conquering Canada by simply marching into it, the Americans had come up against a small but powerful force of British regulars, Canadian militia, and hundreds of Indian warriors, led by Tecumseh, determined to defeat them. As Governor Harrison had suspected, the British had made contact with Tecumseh well before the start of the War of 1812. They met often with him as part of their attempt to rebuild the silver chain of friendship between their nation and the Indians. The chain had remained strong during the American Revolution and throughout the next decade. Canadian officials supported the many tribes living across the Great Lakes in their fight against the advance of the Americans across the Ohio River. They supplied them with arms and ammunition from their forts on American soil at Detroit, Oswego, Niagara, and Michilimackinac, which they had refused to surrender after the Revolution ended. But the chain had broken, seemingly past repair, after American Major General Anthony Wayne defeated the Indians at Fallen Timbers in 1794. The warriors fled from the battlefield a mile north down the Maumee River in northwestern Ohio to Fort Miamis, the new British post built just 4 months earlier. Expecting to be welcomed there, they were shocked when Major William Campbell, the commander of the post, fearing that General Wayne was right behind them, closed the gates in their faces. The warriors had no choice but to flee back into the surrounding woods. Tecumseh, then a 26-year-old warrior who had left his older brother Sawazeka dead on the battlefield, vowed never to forgive the British for their betrayal. 31. During the next 2 years, the bonds between Great Britain and the tribes were strained even further. In 1795 the Indians, knowing they could no longer count on the support of the British, signed the Treaty of Greenville with Wayne, which drew a line through the modern state of Ohio, allowing the Americans to settle south of it, while the Indians could still live to the north. With Jay's Treaty, which went into effect a year later, the British finally gave up their forts on American soil. Great Britain then concentrated on settling Upper Canada, now the province of Ontario, with American loyalists, Iroquois from New York, and immigrants from England, Ireland, and Scotland. Officials still gave presents to the Indians, who made annual pilgrimages to the new posts at Fort Malden on the Detroit River in Amherstburg, to Fort George on the Niagara frontier, and to Fort St. Joseph's near Mackinac. However, with the war against France underway on the continent of Europe and on the oceans of the world, the amount of gifts was greatly reduced. The few officials who remained in the Indian service were ordered to keep accurate records of how much they spent on the Indians each year. 32. But the situation changed dramatically in the summer of 1807, after the British frigate HMS Leopard sailed up the James River in Virginia and attacked an American ship, the frigate USS Chesapeake, impressing 4 sailors whom the Leopard's captain accused of being deserters, hanging one, and impressing the other 3 into the Royal Navy. Cries for war against Great Britain now rang out across the United States. Sir James Craig, the new Governor-General of Canada, decided the time was right to restore the chain of friendship between Great Britain and the Indians. Craig was certain that if war were declared, the Americans would cross over from Detroit and easily conquer Canada. The only hope for defending their colony was to recruit Indian warriors to protect its western border. In May 1808 he called a grand council with the tribes living across the Great Lakes at Fort Malden, hoping the Indians had forgotten Fallen Timbers and so would be willing to support Great Britain in the coming war. A special invitation went out to the prophet, who was well known beyond the borders of the United States. 33. Canadian officials, including the Lieutenant Governor, General Francis Gore, William Claus, Superintendent of Indian Affairs at Fort George, and Matthew Elliott, Fort Malden's Indian Superintendent, were surprised when Tecumseh, the prophet's older brother, arrived instead. They were deeply impressed with the Shawnee warrior's efforts to build an Indian confederation and win a homeland for his people. They promised to arm and supply his followers, hoping to hold them in check until the very moment that they were needed in an actual war. Tecumseh remained leery of the British, remembering the betrayal at Fallen Timbers, and hoping to defeat the Americans on his own. For their part, the British kept their promise and sent regular pack trains to Prophetstown. Even after the disaster at Tippecanoe, throughout the winter and spring of 1812, Indian agents at Fort Malden continued to supply Tecumseh and the prophet as they struggled to rebuild their confederation. Finally, in May 1812, when all hope seemed lost for Tecumseh, who was forced to defend his actions against angry chiefs at a council in Mississinawa in northeastern Indiana, a black wampum belt arrived from Fort Malden. Tecumseh immediately understood the belt's meaning. The British were letting him know that war with the United States was imminent. He must bring his followers to Canada and help defend it against an American invasion. 34. Tecumseh arrived in Fort Malden in June 1812, just as the United States declared war on Great Britain. There he met with Sir Isaac Brock, the Governor-General of Upper Canada, who had been planning the defense of his province for some time. He had already alerted Robert Dixon, the the most important British trader on the upper Mississippi, to be ready to send warriors to defend Canada's border on the Detroit River. He had alerted Captain Charles Roberts, the commander of Fort St. Joseph's, to take Michilimackinac once the war began. Tecumseh was so impressed with Brock that he said to his followers, "This is a man." Brock was just as impressed with Tecumseh. He wrote to Henry Goulburn at the Colonial Office and the Prime Minister, the Earl of Liverpool, urging them to secure a separate country as a reward for the Indians in any future peace negotiations. Sir George Prevost, Canada's current Governor-General, agreed with Brock and also wrote to Goulburn in support of an Indian state. 35. Now fighting openly alongside the British, Tecumseh and his supporters participated in attacks against the Americans all along the western frontier. Fort Michilimackinac fell to the British and Indians on July 17, 1812, just 1 month after the United States had declared war. Tecumseh and his warriors next helped the British turn back the American invasion of Upper Canada. An army, led by the old Revolutionary War Brigadier General William Hull, had crossed from Fort Detroit to Sandwich, Ontario. After facing heavy resistance on the way to Fort Malden, Hull and his 3,000 men had returned to the safety of Detroit. Tecumseh and his warriors followed him there, harassing his communication and supply lines in skirmishes at Brownstown and Megwiga, south of the fort. Returning to Fort Malden, Tecumseh mapped out the region around Detroit for General Brock on a piece of elm bark and recommended an immediate attack. Although the American forces outnumbered his own, Brock knew from letters captured by Tecumseh's men that Hull's troops had little faith in their commander, and that many were unwilling to fight for him. On the night of August 14, Tecumseh crossed the Detroit River from Canada with 600 warriors. They took up positions to the north and west of the fort, further disrupting Hull's communications. Brock arrived on the next morning and positioned his troops south of the fort. He sent word to Hull, calling for the immediate surrender of Detroit. Playing on the commander's fear of Tecumseh and his followers, he told Hull that he would not be able to control the savagery of the Indians once fighting broke out. He also let the Americans capture a false dispatch that claimed 5,000 warriors were on their way to Detroit from Michilimackinac. After bombarding the fort from Sandwich, and before either he or Tecumseh could strike the first blow, Hull surrendered Detroit without firing a shot. It was August 16, just 2 months since the United States had declared war. 36. President Madison could not have forgotten this terrible time. He had been so distraught after receiving news of the fall of Detroit that he was never quite the same man again. People who knew him said that he aged overnight. 37 Secretary of State Monroe could also not have forgotten these awful days, especially since he was the first person to whom the president turned for help. After the surrender of Detroit, Madison planned to commission Monroe as a major general and send him north with a volunteer army to prosecute the campaign against Upper Canada. Monroe accepted the Phantom Commission, proudly telling his friend Thomas Jefferson that he was raising an army to retake Detroit, and hopefully Canada as well. 38. But soon more terrible news came in from the west. Potawatomi warriors massacred Americans who were fleeing toward the Indiana Territory from Fort Dearborn, now Chicago. The attacks of Ottawa warriors on settlers fleeing from the Maumee River Valley were so brutal that Matthew Elliott, the Indian agent at Fort Malden, reprimanded them for their cruelty. Even the prophet, emboldened by his brother's victory at Detroit, joined in the fight against the Americans by directing Potawatomi bands to attack Fort Harrison at Terre Haute on the Wabash, and later at Fort Wayne on the headwaters of the Maumee. By September, Tecumseh and his followers, along with British soldiers under the command of Captain Adam Muir, were on their way from Detroit to lay siege to Fort Wayne. If the post fell, settlers throughout Indiana were convinced that Tecumseh and thousands of his warriors would attack Vincennes, probably by the next full moon. As the British and the Indians took control of much of the old Ohio country, the mirage of the United States easily taking Canada slipped away. 39. Having suffered one setback after another in the West, the Americans preferred to look out to the Atlantic, where in the deep waters of the Gray-Green Sea they could see their fight against impressment justly reflected. The American commissioners at Ghent would have to regroup if they were to convince their counterparts of the error of Great Britain's ways. The fight might be doomed from the start, however, since the British saw nothing that troubled them when they looked out toward the wide Atlantic, neither in August 1814, nor in June 1812, or all the way back to the terrible summer of 1789, when the nightmare of the French Revolution began. For 25 years, Great Britain's highest purpose as a nation had been to defeat France, first as a republic bent on tearing up the old order, and then as an empire propelled across Europe and the world's oceans by Napoleon's ambition. The British had staked their future, and in their opinion the future of the world, on the premise that France must be stopped. To accomplish this, they pieced together a continental alliance that raised armies to defeat Napoleon on the battlefield. They blockaded Europe and let nothing pass that might help the dictator succeed. To man the many ships needed for the blockade, they boarded merchant vessels on the high seas at will, and pressed into service anyone suspected of being born a subject of their king. The Royal Navy had employed this practice for more than 300 years. Press gangs regularly raided towns along the coast of the British Isles, or stopped merchant vessels, taking all the able-bodied men they needed to keep the navy afloat. Kidnapped sailors served for 12 years and were never allowed on shore during any of that time for fear of desertion. 40. If the outraged Americans had only waited a few more weeks in the summer of 1812, thought many of the British, then their outrage might have abated. Napoleon had started for Russia on June 18, the very day the United States declared war on Great Britain. 5 days later the Prime Minister's cabinet repealed the orders in council. This was the beginning of the end for the French dictator, and so the beginning of the end for the blockade and impressment. Why could the Americans not understand that their troubles were the troubles of the age? Some 40 years after the War of 1812 ended, an English author, writing in Toronto, Canada, prepared a history of the conflict from the British point of view. Basing his work on eyewitness accounts and primary sources, Gilbert Auchinleck best expressed the sentiments of his nation that still remained after the passage of so much time. Tyrants aiming at universal dominion cannot send their whirlwinds of men and steel over the earth without causing general suffering, and the United States suffered. With the breaking of the oppressor's rod, their sufferings would have ceased. The tide of French invasion once driven back, the ancient landmarks would have reappeared, the rights of nations, the renewal of commerce, everything in short worth contending for would have followed the fall of Bonaparte, since it was by his conquest and decrees alone that the order and true happiness of the world had been interrupted. The United States, by throwing themselves into the contest, only delayed that happy consummation. 41. Locked in their final struggle against Napoleon, the British considered the War of 1812 a battle for the North American continent rather than a fight for freedom on the high seas. They were determined to retain Canada against every American invasion. They had spent years rebuilding their relationship with the Indians to help defend it. In the process, they had met Tecumseh, the Shawnee warrior who came to them with plans of creating an Indian nation just beyond the borders of Upper Canada. When the war finally broke out, the British made Tecumseh's cause their own. Together they would turn back the Americans and establish an Indian state, somewhere in the old Ohio country, that would be a permanent buffer between the United States and Canada. Never again would the Americans dare to invade the territory of Great Britain or of the Indians. 42. This is what the British commissioners were fighting for at Ghent. In their eyes, the cause they championed was far more worthy than the American quest to abolish impressment. Still, there was a problem with their own demand for an Indian nation to be created within the borders of the United States. While all had gone well for Great Britain in the opening months of the war, with Detroit, Mackinac, and Dearborn falling quickly, the tide soon turned against them. In August 1812, Tecumseh and Captain Muir failed to take Fort Wayne. 2 months later Great Britain suffered an even more terrible loss when General Brock was killed at the Battle of Queenston Heights, on the Niagara frontier. His successor, Brigadier Henry Proctor, hated Tecumseh and considered his followers little more than wild animals, better suited for massacring innocent men than for fighting real soldiers in battle. He made no attempt to prevent the Indians from massacring prisoners, a practice that Tecumseh opposed. In January 1813, after the surrender of an American army along the River Raisin in present-day Monroe, Michigan, Proctor allowed the Indians to slaughter the captured soldiers. Proctor and Tecumseh tried to set aside their differences in order to defeat Major General William Henry Harrison, who had been given command of the Army of the Northwest. While Madison had hoped to appoint Monroe, he chose Harrison instead, after letters poured in from the West demanding that the hero of Tippecanoe lead the Americans against the British and the Indians. 43. As part of his nation's campaign to retake Detroit, and maybe still conquer Canada, Harrison built Fort Meigs on a bluff overlooking the Maumee River, not far from the battlefield at Fallen Timbers. The British and Indians under Proctor and Tecumseh failed to dislodge Harrison's army from the post after two assaults in May and July 1813. They failed again in their attack on Fort Stephenson, some 50 miles to the east in the following month, and in September 1813, when an American flotilla under Commodore Oliver Hazard Perry defeated a British fleet under Commander Robert Barclay at Sandusky Bay in the Battle of Lake Erie, the British and Indians abandoned Detroit and fled into Upper Canada toward Niagara. With Harrison's army now in hot pursuit, Tecumseh demanded that Proctor make a last stand against the Americans. Late on the afternoon of October 5, 1813, Tecumseh led his followers against Harrison's army at the Battle of the Thames River. The Americans remembered hearing him over the gunfire, shouting commands to his men. But then his voice fell silent, and no one knew for certain if he had been killed or fled with the British. Unable to find Tecumseh's body on the battlefield, and fearing that he might still be alive, Harrison retired to Detroit, leaving Upper Canada to the British, but ensuring that the United States held onto the Ohio country. Only later did he learn that Tecumseh was dead, gunned down by a musket ball to his heart. His closest followers had taken his body from the battlefield and buried him in a secret grave. 44. So much had already happened in the war between the British and the Indians on one side and the Americans on the other leading up to the negotiations at Ghent. So much was still at stake for both sides when the Americans arrived at the lodgings of the British ambassadors at 11 o'clock on the morning of August 9. Goulburn and his fellow negotiators, who had dominated the first session, came ready to fight for an Indian state. The Americans, who came determined to control the second session, planned to force the British to clarify the exact meaning of their government's sine qua non. Adams and Gallatin grilled Goulburn, hitting him with one question after another. Why were the British making such an issue out of the Indians on the western frontier? Surely the trouble between the Americans and the tribes would come to an end once the war was over. As Clay liked to say, the branch would fall from the tree once the trunk was toppled. A treaty had probably already been signed with Tecumseh's allies that established a border between the United States and the Indians. Goulburn answered that the British would never abandon their Indian allies, who were so much weaker than the Americans. Adams and Gallatin raised still more questions. What was the real purpose of this Indian state? Where exactly would this new state be located? Could the Indians sell this land? Goulburn answered that the Indians would be allowed to sell their land, but that no American would be allowed to buy it. He became so flustered and angry at the barrage of questions that he burst a blood vessel in his throat and was unable to speak for a week. 45. When the commissioners met again on August 19, Goulburn, under even more intense questioning from Adams and Gallatin, as well as from Bayard and Clay, about the purpose of the new Indian state, blurted out that it was meant to be a buffer between the United States and Canada. Never again would the Americans think of invading Canada and taking it away from the British. This new state had, in fact, been a war aim of the British right from the opening days of the war, when Brock and Prevost first recommended it to the Colonial Office. Goulburn himself had promised the tribes that the security of the Indian possessions would never be compromised at the negotiating table. 46. He now told the American commissioners that the southern border of the new Indian nation would be the old Greenville Treaty line, hammered out between General Wayne and the tribes a year after their defeat at Fallen Timbers. The line ran south from Lake Erie along the Cuyahoga River, crossed on a diagonal southwest to Laramie's Station and then ran northwest to Fort Recovery, and finally headed on another diagonal to the southwest toward the Ohio River. If this became the southern boundary of the Indian homeland, then the state of Ohio, along with the Indiana, Michigan, and Illinois territories, would be surrendered to the tribes. Since the Americans had invaded Canada, and not the other way around, Goulburn added that the lakes must be controlled by the British Navy, and since the British needed a road between Halifax and Quebec, they would also be taking the northern half of Maine. When the Americans protested, asking what would become of the more than 100,000 people already living north of the Ohio River, Goulburn at first said that maybe the border could be adjusted, but then flatly stated that they would have to move. 47. The arguing back and forth between the American and British commissioners went on throughout late August and early September. Each day the negotiators took turns meeting at the lodgings of the other delegation. On some days, they did not convene at all, but instead spent their time preparing written statements that messengers carried back and forth between them. The British had the advantage of sending letters to London asking for instructions on how to counter the Americans. Once, Lord Castlereagh even came in person, and admitted he too was baffled as to why the Americans refused to admit that their aggression toward the Indians and the subsequent invasion of Canada were the true causes of the War of 1812. The Americans wrote home as well, sending reports back to Washington, on the frigate USS John Adams. They could only wait and hope that answers would arrive from Monroe telling them that the war with the Indians had actually been settled just as they had asserted. While only silence came back to them from across the wide Atlantic, they were at least relieved that Bayard had a printed copy of all the laws and treaties of which America had ever been a part since colonial times. He had brought it with him on the bark USS Neptune, which was still anchored in Antwerp. The commissioners read through them and discovered that, in 1762, the French had tried to force the British to include the Indians in treaty negotiations to end the 7 Years' War. The British had been just as furious as the Americans were now, and refused to allow it. Their own review of the treaties convinced them that the United States of America had been the only nation that ever treated the Indians with respect, not simply taking land away from them as the European powers did, but meeting with their headmen and offering to buy the land from them, not just once, but in yearly payments or annuities of money, food, blankets, and guns. Even without specific instructions from Monroe, on September 9 they wrote to Gambier, Adams, and the hated Goulburn, informing them that, based on this evidence, both a separate Indian nation and British control of the Great Lakes were inadmissible. 48. While John Quincy Adams might have understood the Indian question less than the other commissioners, he grasped the implications of the sine qua non better than the rest. He knew that the British saw themselves as the ultimate victors in a worldwide struggle against their rule, their commerce, and their navy that had begun not at Washington in 1812, nor in Paris in 1789, but at Lexington and Concord in 1775, and that they were now dictating the terms of the peace. In Ghent and Vienna, they were staring down at maps and redrawing the borders of the world in their favor. The cries of the wildest war hawks that Great Britain did not consider the United States of America a real nation and therefore could take her sailors and her ships at will while arming the Indians against her on the western frontier suddenly came back with a terrible chill. But now those cries seemed a mere whimper against the frightening reality of a United States dismembered and handed back to, as Adams described them, the savages. Surely, he worried it would not end with the loss of 1/3 of the nation to the Indians. The British would also demand Maine, the southern shores of the St. Lawrence and the Great Lakes, and maybe even the Mississippi River, the Louisiana Territory, and all of the far western country out to the Columbia River. 49. Albert Gallatin came to share many of Adams's fears, and wrote home to Secretary Monroe that the situation at Ghent was far more dangerous than he originally guessed. He knew the British people were quite bitter toward the Americans. It was impossible not to know this since the newspapers were filled with angry editorials against the United States. While few letters were making it across the sea from America, British newspapers arrived on a regular schedule, and their attacks were increasingly vicious. They were filled with cartoons of the machinations of the sickly President Madison, who had replaced the Emperor Napoleon as the king of evil. There is no public feeling in the country stronger than that of indignation at the Americans, said the London Times. As we urged the principle, no peace with Bonaparte, so we must maintain the doctrine of, no peace with James Madison, 50. By the summer, the Times was calling not only for the protection of Canada but also for indemnities for damages incurred in the war, a review of the legality of the Louisiana Purchase, and punishment for American attacks on Florida. Our demands may be couched in a single word: submission. Gallatin had hoped that officials in the British High Command, who were obviously behind all this commotion, were only stirring up the people to stay in power. But now he feared that their goal was to acquire territory within the borders of the United States. They would not stop at taking land for their Indian allies at Ghent on paper, but were probably on their way across the Atlantic to take land away from the Americans by force. He hoped his letter explaining all this would beat the Royal Navy to America, because he thought they would not then attack the Atlantic coast, but would instead head first to the land they seemed to most desire, the Indian country in the western Great Lakes, before moving on to the real prize of New Orleans and control of the Mississippi River. 51. By late September, the American commissioners were overcome with the sickening fear that the real purpose of the British in demanding an Indian state at Ghent was merely to use it as a delaying tactic. The American government would put all its efforts into the peace negotiations and then be caught off guard when the Royal Navy, along with the army its ships carried, arrived off America's shores. This foreboding sense of doom was accurate, for plans had been underway since the exile of Napoleon in April 1814 to shift thousands of Wellington's veterans from the Peninsula Campaign to America. They had left from Bordeaux in May with at least 10,000 troops heading for Quebec and then Montreal for the invasion of New York by way of Lake Champlain. Governor-General Prevost had been told to take Detroit and restore the Michigan country to the Indians, and then occupy New York and hopefully most of New England, bringing them back into the empire as the colony of New Columbia. During the first week of the negotiations at Ghent, a squadron under Sir Alexander Cochrane had arrived in Chesapeake Bay. Cochrane's ships carried 1,000 soldiers under the command of Major General Robert Ross, who was ordered to take the nation's capital. Once they had finished off Washington, and hopefully Baltimore as well, the British under Cochrane and Ross were to rendezvous at Negril Bay in Jamaica and wait for another 4,000 reinforcements from England before heading straight for New Orleans. 52. Only Henry Clay thought the situation was not hopeless. At first, he had been just as angry as the other commissioners and even wanted to leave Ghent, but now he told his fellow Americans to be patient and wait. He was certain that the British would finish by receding from the ground they have taken. Perhaps because he was an expert card player and a gambler at heart, he knew that luck rarely holds out for long. The British had been lucky for some time, and therefore things were bound to change. Clay predicted that the British would back down from their demand for an Indian country. His fellow commissioners angrily asked him, why would they change their minds when they had called this demand the sine qua non of the negotiations? Events would go against them, he explained, for such was the nature of politics, and such was the way of the world. 53. As proof that he was right, he shared the news that had just arrived in a mail packet from America on September 29. His supporters had written their congratulations to him upon his re-election to Congress, and had included clippings from the National Intelligencer, Washington, which described the peace treaty recently concluded between the United States and the Indians on the western frontier. General William Henry Harrison, along with Lewis Cass, governor of the Michigan Territory, which was supposed to be handed back to the Indians, had met with chiefs from 7 major tribes in the old Ohio country at the exact spot where Anthony Wayne had signed the Treaty of Greenville in 1795. These were the very people that the British had been fighting for at the negotiating table at Ghent: the Delaware, Shawnee, Seneca, Ottawa, and Wyandot living in the state of Ohio along with Miami and Potawatomi living in the Indiana and Michigan territories. In the treaty, the tribes agreed to end all hostilities toward each other and the United States. They promised to send warriors to fight alongside the Americans if fighting with the British on the western frontier continued. In turn, the United States promised to return to the boundaries with the tribes that existed before the war began. All the tribes were now under the protection of the United States of America, and of no other power whatever. The greatest chiefs had agreed to the treaty, including Tarhi the Crane of the Wyandot, Captain Anderson of the Delaware, and Blackhoof of the Shawnee. For all practical purposes, the war between the United States and most of the Indians in Tecumseh's Confederation had been over since July 22, 1814, when the Second Treaty of Greenville was signed. Clay advised his fellow commissioners to pass this information on to the British. Surely they would then ask themselves, who would be a part of this new Indian nation that they were demanding so vociferously. 54. Not only had the Ohio tribes made peace with the Americans, but so had Tecumseh's allies among the Creeks. 9 months after Tecumseh gave his fiery speech in Tuckawbatchee, the Red Sticks warriors and prophets among the Upper Creeks named for the Red War clubs they carried attacked Lower Creek towns throughout Alabama. They were determined to tear up the white man's ways that had taken root there. At first they had no intention of attacking the Americans, at least not until Tecumseh had won more significant victories in the north. But after a militia company from Mississippi attacked a party of Red Sticks at Burnt Corn Creek in southwest Alabama in July 1813, the Upper Creek warriors retaliated by massacring nearly 250 Americans huddled for safety at nearby Fort Mims. The Creek War now widened to include the Americans fighting with the Lower Creeks and the Cherokee against the Red Sticks. Colonel Andrew Jackson, who commanded the militia of western Tennessee, became the hero of the day, leading his often mutinous men in one skirmish after another, culminating in his final victory over the Red Sticks at their main town of Coweta at Horseshoe Bend in March 1814.55. 2 months later, the British arrived along the coast of the Gulf of Mexico, hoping to recruit Creek warriors to fight with them against the United States. While they easily took Pensacola from the Spanish, they were stunned to learn that the Americans under Colonel Andrew Jackson had brutally defeated the Upper Creeks at the Battle of Horseshoe Bend. The Red Stick warriors who survived fled with their families to the safety of British forts, set up first at Apalachicola, and later at Prospect Bluff, where the British trained the Indians, along with runaway slaves, to help them defend Pensacola and capture the town of Mobile. But both campaigns failed, with the British losing Pensacola for a time to Jackson. They retreated to Prospect Bluff, where they could do nothing to stop Jackson and his government from taking 23 million acres away from the Creeks in the Treaty of Fort Jackson, negotiated in August 1814. The treaty punished the Lower Creeks, who had been allies of the Americans, equally with the Upper Creeks. When the chiefs of the Lower Creeks protested, Jackson said they were just as responsible for the war since they should have arrested Tecumseh the day he spoke at Tuckawbatchee. 56. Surprisingly, a major victory for Great Britain over the United States brought more bad news for Henry Goulburn and his fellow negotiators at Ghent. The first reports of the burning of Washington, D.C., arrived on the continent in early October. Major General Ross had entered the city at 8 o'clock on the evening of August 24, and after a sniper shot his horse out from under him, he torched the Capitol, the President's house, the Treasury buildings, the arsenal, and the soldiers' barracks, which had just been evacuated under the watchful eye of James Monroe once he had judged the situation as hopeless. Admiral Cochrane came ashore to oversee the destruction of the National Intelligencer presses, which had so severely criticized the Royal Navy. While the American commissioners were heartsick at hearing the news, and now understood why no answers had come back across the Atlantic from Monroe since August, the British commissioners, however, were ecstatic. Goulburn sent clippings from several London newspapers describing the destruction of the American capital to Henry Clay, along with a note that he might find them pleasant reading. The British High Command was equally delighted with the news, and celebrated the destruction of the American capital by firing the Tower of London's guns and ringing the bells of Westminster Abbey. But voices were soon raised throughout Europe against the attack on Washington. Even many of England's major newspapers condemned the attack as a barbarous act. London statesman wrote, "The Cossacks spared Paris, but we spared not the capital of America." Suddenly the British did not seem quite so high-minded and pure. They had been veritable gods who had saved Europe from Napoleon, but now they appeared as power-mad as he, burning a capital city when they clearly held the upper hand over its citizens. Suddenly it was the Americans who were the heroes. The commissioners were cheered and feted everywhere they went, while the British were ridiculed or ignored. Even more remarkably, many people wondered what was really going on in Vienna. Were the British there to build a better world, or to bully the nations into doing their bidding? Would the new Europe be better than the old? Had Napoleon, still alive on Elba and still capable of escaping and building an army, really been so terrible after all? 57. The British Army and Navy no longer seemed so invincible when even more bad news came across the Atlantic in early October. On September 1, Prevost, still Governor-General of Canada, had led 15,000 crack troops south across the Canadian border toward Plattsburgh, New York, on Lake Champlain. He was to take the town as the first step in setting up New Columbia, while Captain George Downey, commanding a British fleet from his flagship, HMS Confiance, would defeat the pitiful American Navy on the lake. But when the armies and navies met on September 11, nothing went as planned. An American flotilla, hastily built, manned by prisoners and runaway slaves, and under the command of 30-year-old Lieutenant Thomas Macdonough, smashed the British fleet, killing a quarter of the sailors, including Captain Downey, before the Royal Navy finally surrendered. On shore nearby, an American army of at most 5,000 militiamen under General Alexander Macomb, many of whom were sick or inexperienced, held off Prevost at Plattsburgh, taking such a terrible toll on his army that, after watching the defeat of Downey's fleet on Lake Champlain, he retreated back to Canada as his men deserted to the Americans by the hundreds. 2 days later, Admiral Cochrane's fleet sailed from the Chesapeake after losing Ross to a sniper's bullet and failing to take Fort McHenry outside Baltimore, even after a 24-hour bombardment. Like Francis Scott Key, who had watched the fight from the hold of a British ship where he had come to arrange a prisoner exchange, Cochrane and his men could see the giant American flag, sewn by the ladies of Baltimore, torn but still flying over the battered fort. How had this happened? The greatest army and navy in the world, so great that they had defeated Napoleon at last, and so bold that they had been sent to complete the job of dismembering the United States begun at Ghent, stood humiliated, a laughingstock in the eyes of Europe, and maybe even in the eyes of the still ambitious Napoleon on Elba. 58. Despite all the bad news, the British commissioners, taking directions straight from a defiant Lord Castlereagh, upped the ante in Ghent by demanding the Americans agree to let the Western country go as an Indian nation based on the ancient Roman principle of uti possidetis, or right of possession. It took the Americans, who by now were as tired of each other as they were of the fruitless negotiations, 3 days to write a joint response. Instead of saying the obvious, that the British could not demand land by right of possession, which they did not actually possess, they wrote that they had not been given instructions on this point, and therefore could not turn over territory without the authority to do so. Would the British play another hand? Would they bluff, or would they fold? Only the gambler Clay seemed to remain calm, and waited for the next move, which at that moment was being played behind the scenes. The British commissioners turned to Castlereagh, who in turn sought out the advice of the Duke of Wellington, now serving as the British ambassador to France. He had refused to lead the three-pronged attack currently underway in the United States, saying instead that he must stay in Europe to hold together the latest coalition against Napoleon. The Duke now grew impatient, as more and more pressure was placed on him to sail to America and dismember the United States, perhaps not on the grand scale planned since April, but still at least on behalf of an Indian state north of the Ohio River. Wellington had all of Europe at his feet, and he was not ready to leave the wealth, honors, and women coming his way for the wilds of North America. 59. The general bluntly told his own government what the Americans did not say: the British had won a few battles, but they had never truly been able to best the United States. In fact, they seemed incapable of winning decisively on the North American continent and had not taken any new territory, especially where they were now demanding an Indian nation. Therefore it was shameless to demand an Indian state based on the principle of uti possidetis. How could they so boldly demand territory on American soil that they had not won on the battlefield, especially now that Tecumseh, the mastermind of this new nation, was dead for more than a year? Even more important, Wellington could have added that many of Tecumseh's former allies had signed a treaty with his nemesis, William Henry Harrison, that recognized this same land as American territory. Since Andrew Jackson, who defeated the Red Sticks at Horseshoe Bend, had already negotiated a treaty with the Creeks to surrender their country, then for whom, exactly, were the British fighting? If they wanted to save Canada, then they needed to secure its southern border and, in the process, abandon their Indian allies. Wellington urged them to settle the American war quickly, since they might be fighting Napoleon before the year was out. 60. All of the American commissioners, except Henry Clay, were surprised in late November when the British sent a note stating that the creation of an Indian nation, which was to be a buffer between America and Canada, would no longer be a requirement for writing the peace. They were now willing to take the Americans up on their offer to return to status quo antebellum. The offer had come by way of a deeply shaken James Monroe, who had finally sent off instructions to his commissioners on October 4. It had been a terrible 6 weeks leading up to this decision for the Secretary of State. Monroe had escaped from Washington just as the British were marching into the city. He made it to the Rokeby plantation across the Potomac, where the president's wife, Dolly Madison, had also escaped. Together they watched the sky turn red in the east, knowing their capital was burning in the night. By October, Monroe had convinced Madison that the issues of impressment and neutral rights meant little, now that there was peace in Europe. Therefore the nation's commissioners, from whom he had heard not a single word since midsummer, should fight for the borders that existed before the war started. He had no idea, and would not learn for another week, that this was exactly what the American commissioners had been trying to do since August. 61. Negotiations on the precise wording of the Treaty of Ghent now began in earnest. All territorial holdings, with the exception of several islands off the coast of Maine that were still in dispute, would be just as they were before the war. Prisoners, property, artillery, slaves, and archives or records of any kind taken during the war would be returned. Both nations recognized that ships might be inadvertently taken by either side in the immediate future. Specific limits for such captures were laid out across time and space: 12 days off the American coast, 30 days in the northern Atlantic, 40 days in the Baltic, North, and Mediterranean seas, 60 days in the Atlantic below the equator, 90 days south of the equator elsewhere, and 120 days for all other parts of the world without exception. Future seizures that occurred within these limits would be forgiven as long as the ships and their crews were safely returned. Most of the balance of the treaty, including Articles 4, v. 6, 7, and 8, went into great detail on determining the exact border between Canada and the United States. The British were determined to secure Canada's southern boundary through these 5 articles. Future commissions would decide who owned the disputed islands off of Maine, how the control of each of the Great Lakes would be divided, where the northern boundaries of Maine and New York were located, and where the far western border between Canada and the United States near the Lake of the Woods actually ended. Article X described how both sides were opposed to the Atlantic slave trade, but made no provisions on how to stop it. The 11th and final article promised that both sides would approve the treaty, as written with no changes, in 4 months' time or even sooner. 62. Even though they were cutting their losses and saving Canada with a precise border stretching from the Atlantic to the northwestern corner of the Ohio country, the British could not completely abandon their Indian allies. They could not forget Tecumseh, the daring chief who had given his life in the end not to win a homeland for his people, but to preserve Canada. Even after his death, the British had still tried to win an Indian state north of the old Greenville Treaty line. But as the Duke of Wellington had so clearly pointed out, their many defeats on land and sea made setting the clock back to 1795 impossible. Still, they must find a way to end the bloodshed on the western frontier that had plagued the continent for centuries. If the United States and the Indians could somehow go back to the world that existed before Tippecanoe happened, then maybe the old hatreds and fears on both sides could be forgotten. The three British commissioners, on behalf of their government, packed all their nation's hopes for a better future into Article 9. It called for an end to hostilities between the United States and Great Britain on the one hand and the Indians on the other. All sides would return to the world that existed sometime during 1811. The section that applied to the United States read as follows. The United States of America engage to put an end immediately after the ratification of the present treaty to hostilities with all the tribes or nations of Indians with whom they may be at war at the time of such ratification, and forthwith to restore to such tribes or nations respectively all the possessions, rights, and privileges which they may have enjoyed or been entitled to in 1811 previous to such hostilities. 63. On the afternoon of Christmas Eve 1814, the commissioners had agreed to sign the final peace treaty in the monastery where Gambier, Adams, and Goulburn had stayed since August. The three British commissioners regretted that they had failed to accomplish all they had hoped for their nation at Ghent, yet they and their government leaders took some comfort in the fact that Canada remained in the Empire. It was also too late to recall the fleet carrying General Sir Edward Pakenham and 8,000 troops toward New Orleans right at this moment. Maybe there would still be a chance to redraw the map of North America once the city was taken. They greeted the 5 American commissioners who arrived at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and after reviewing the document for nearly 2 hours, all were ready to sign the treaty by 6 that evening. The Americans were relieved that the United States of America remained intact, but how their nation's troubles with the Indians could be over by going back in time to 1811 seemed at the moment beyond any of them to comprehend. Clay had explained it best in a letter to Ambassador Crawford by saying that the British meant to take everyone back just prior to the Battle of Tippecanoe. Now all they could do was hope, and perhaps even send up a silent prayer on this evening filled with prayers and the sound of church bells tolling throughout the city that this was even possible. 64. In the end, it would be up to at least 2 of the commissioners in the room, along with several other American leaders across the Atlantic, to transform the Treaty of Ghent from a piece of paper into a living reality on the western frontier. James Madison and future presidents James Monroe and John Quincy Adams would bear the major responsibility for implementing Article 9, but former war hawks Henry Clay, as the Secretary of State, and William Crawford and John C. Calhoun, each serving as the Secretary of War, would also play a part, and so would William Henry Harrison, along with territorial officials and Indian agents at work across the western frontier. They had all participated in a war, and now in a peace that the British had first attempted, and who then demanded the dismembering of the United States on behalf of the Indians. Andrew Jackson, who at this moment was waiting behind the barricade between the Mississippi River and the cypress swamp that slaves from the surrounding plantations had just completed outside New Orleans to hold off Pakenham's army, and so prevent the loss of the Mississippi and the far west beyond it, would also be called upon to turn back the clock to before Tippecanoe. Whether it would be possible for these men to forget what had happened remained a mystery for the future to decide. But once decided, it would affect the lives of the many tribes currently living in the state of Ohio, the Delaware, Shawnee, Seneca, Ottawa, and Wyandot, and those living farther to the north and west in the old Ohio country, the Miami, Potawatomi, Kickapoo, Sac and Fox, Menominee, Chippewa, and Winnebago, who for 3 months in 1814 had a country of their own. 65. 2. Starting over at Spring Wells. The opening weeks of 1815 passed with a sad and unbearable slowness for James Madison. He had moved to the Octagon House with his wife, Dolly, after the British set fire to the President's mansion just months before in September 1814, and could do little more than watch and wait for the post rider to come up the road from the Potomac with the mail from New Orleans. Secretary of State James Monroe had set up a chain of express riders linking major cities to the capital in the darkest days of the British invasion of the Chesapeake. But for some unknown reason, from January to February, as day dragged into night and night gave way to day, there was still no sign of a rider bringing word of what had happened in New Orleans. Point 1 Had the British broken through Jackson's line of militia waiting behind the barricade outside the city? Were they even now heading up the Mississippi to take St. Louis and all of Louisiana to the west and beyond? Or had they sailed away victorious from Lake Pontchartrain toward the Caribbean, where at this very moment they were rendezvousing with more ships and soldiers fresh from victories on the battlefields of Europe? For Madison, the future of his presidency, and perhaps the very future of the United States, was riding on the answers to these questions. James Monroe was in even more terrible shape than the president whom he served. He had collapsed from exhaustion after holding the government together almost single-handedly after the burning of Washington. Friends who met him were surprised to see how haggard he looked and how much weight he had lost. Point 2 No amount of rest could turn him into the man he once was, and now he could not rest as he waited as anxiously as President Madison to hear what had happened at New Orleans and, even more important, what had happened at Ghent. Had the British walked away from the negotiating table, leaving the Americans humiliated and the negotiations abandoned? Was the dismemberment of the United States a done deal on paper, and now only awaiting a perfect execution by Britain's top generals? Or was it just the fabled Ohio country that would be lost to the Indians? Monroe had already made contingency plans to handle every future catastrophe. First, he planned to do what his administration had failed to do in the 3 previous years of fighting. He would force greater support for a professional military through a reluctant Congress. By the opening of February 1815, he had won the right to incorporate state troops into the regular army, doubled the land bounty for enlisted men, and even gotten the right to recruit minors. Point 3 At last there would be an army strong enough to hold off the British tide once it broke over America's shores. Then he would rally a people finally united in the understanding that if they did not stand and fight, their nation would surely disappear from the face of the earth. Both men were stunned when the post rider from New Orleans finally arrived in Washington on Saturday, February 4, with news that General Pakenham lay dead in the trap that Jackson had set for him along the Rodriguez Canal. Early on the morning of January 8, 1815, more than 8,000 British soldiers had come in wave after wave toward Jackson's men, who fired back at them from the barricade. Pakenham and his troops, 3/4 of whom were veterans of Wellington's Peninsula Campaign, were cut down by musket and artillery fire in the early morning light that filtered through the smoke and fog. 700 redcoats died alongside their commander. Another 1,400 were wounded, and 500 more were captured. Jackson had lost only 7 men killed and 6 others wounded. He could neither explain nor comprehend why the British had marched so willingly to their deaths. He could only conclude that the unerring hand of Providence shielded my man. For news of the victory swept through Washington, and by evening the city was ablaze with torchlight parades. Every town on the eastern seaboard exploded in celebrations when news of Jackson's victory made its way to them. Only the Secretary of State seemed unable to join in the festivities. Monroe remained convinced that the British still threatened from Detroit, along the Lakes Erie and Ontario, along the St. Lawrence, and Lake Champlain, and from Maine to the Mississippi through the whole extent of the coast. He could not forget the news he had received months before that upwards of 15,000 redcoats had set sail from Ireland. Reports had just come in from Georgia about an attack on Cumberland Island and the sacking of St. Mary's. The state's legislature had sent a desperate plea to Madison begging for help. 5 Was this the beginning of a larger invasion by the Royal Navy massing in the Atlantic? Even if he had known where the British fleet was at this moment, Monroe would not be satisfied until he learned what had happened at Ghent. He did not have long to wait. Exactly 1 week after news of Jackson's victory arrived in Washington, the British war sloop Favorite landed in New York City. On board was Anthony St. John Baker, a representative of His Majesty King George III, carrying the official copy of the Treaty of Ghent that the Prince Regent had signed on behalf of his ailing father. The Favorite's captain had meant to put in along the Potomac, but storms off the Virginia Capes had forced his ship north. New York was still recovering from the unexpected news of the victory at New Orleans when word arrived that a peace treaty had been signed. The celebrations in the city started up again, and the joy spread northward to Boston, where church bells rang, schools closed, and people took to the streets in parade after parade. St. John Baker hired a coach in New York and took the post road south through Philadelphia and Baltimore to Washington as fast as his horses could carry him. At Baltimore, he overtook members of the Hartford Convention, who were on their way to the nation's capital to threaten Madison with the secession of New England if he did not conclude the war immediately. Even with the stunning news of peace, they continued on in the wake of St. John Baker, but neither Madison nor Monroe would receive them once they arrived. 6. Little did St. John Baker know, as he raced south toward Washington, that word of the Treaty of Ghent had already arrived in the capital. Christopher Hughes, Henry Clay's secretary, had sailed from Belgium on a schooner called the Transit, which had made it through the storms off the Chesapeake Bay and had arrived in Annapolis on Tuesday, February 14. Hughes hurried to the Octagon House with a copy of the treaty in hand to let the President and his Secretary of State know that a peace had been concluded. Not an inch ceded or lost were the first details of the negotiations at Ghent that spread through the city. Bonfires were lit, and people paraded through the streets once again. 7 On the next morning, Madison delivered the treaty to Congress, then, in the midst of debates on how to finance the enormous cost of the war, urged them to act quickly. I have received from the American Commissioners a treaty of peace and amity between His Britannic Majesty and the United States of America, signed by those commissioners and by the commissioners of His Britannic Majesty at Ghent on the December 24, 1814. The termination of hostilities depends upon the time of the ratification of both parties. I lose no time, therefore, in submitting the treaty to the Senate for their advice and approbation. 8. On Thursday, February 16, the Senate approved the Treaty of Ghent by a vote of 35-0. St. John Baker finally made it to the outskirts of Washington on the following evening, and could not understand why boisterous Americans ran into the road and cheered on his carriage as he hurried through the city toward the Octagon House. He finally understood when he handed the official copy of the treaty, signed and sealed, to the Secretary of State, who in turn delivered it to the President. It was 11 o'clock on Friday evening, February 17, 1815.9. The War of 1812, which had nearly dismembered the United States, was over. President Madison declared the war officially at an end on the following day when he sent a message to the House and Senate describing in the simplest terms possible how relieved and grateful he was for the peace. He looked back to the desperate hour when the Congress had declared war on Great Britain. How right the many Americans were who had dreaded this war, Madison now admitted, for the cost in lives and property proved to be high. He sympathized with the Congress as it struggled to pay the enormous debts built up during the war. Still, he acknowledged that much good had come from the conflict, for a conscious patriotism had swept over the land. Suddenly the United States of America, founded on the abstract principles of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, had become an emotional experience for its citizens as well. While Madison was truly humbled by the near defeat of his country, he confessed that his heart, too, swelled with pride at the memory of the many gallant young men who came forward to serve in battle after battle on land and sea. Looking ahead to the future, the President reminded the Congress that the war had taught the nation just how dangerous the world truly was. Even if the peace promised by the Treaty of Ghent proved true, the United States would still need a strong navy and a standing army in the future to protect it. Madison, sounding like he once did long before when he was a friend and ally of Alexander Hamilton, urged the Congress to continue its support for America's developing industry. Although not a deeply religious man himself, he looked forward to an era of peace and prosperity for his young nation that had been saved at the last minute by the very hand of Providence. 10. In the next few weeks, Madison and his Secretary of State scoured the Treaty of Ghent to make sure that every article was clearly understood and properly implemented. They were most amazed at how the American negotiators had been able to convince the British to give up the sine qua non of the Indian state north of the Ohio River. Letters finally arrived from John Quincy Adams and Albert Gallatin, explaining that it was the Duke of Wellington, not their diplomatic skills, that had saved the day. Their letters also spoke of their lingering doubts about the Treaty of Ghent. Neither Adams nor Gallatin was as satisfied with the document as were Madison and Monroe. Adams may have preserved the West, first won by his father in 1783, but he was disappointed in himself for failing to secure the right of Americans to fish off the Grand Banks of Newfoundland. Gallatin disliked Article 9 and dismissed it as nominal at best. He complained to Monroe that he and the other commissioners had no choice but to accept the clause or walk away from the negotiating table. He advised the administration to consider the article merely provisional. Henry Clay agreed, and complained to anyone who would listen how miserable the treaty was. It was madness, he argued, to think that the war in the western country could somehow be forgotten, and that the Americans and Indians could go back to the world before Tippecanoe. 11. Neither Madison nor Monroe could understand why Adams, Gallatin, and Clay were so dead set against the treaty. For them, the peace achieved at Ghent was nothing short of a miracle. They took quite seriously the requirement to turn back the clock before Tippecanoe and planned to implement Article 9 with all deliberate speed. Like two men who had faced certain execution, but who were pardoned on the way to the gallows, they embraced the article as their salvation. They had come close to losing the vast Ohio country claimed since the days when James I gave Virginia all the land west and northwest of the colony in its colonial charter. Even now, with Tecumseh's death in 1813 and the Second Treaty of Greenville signed a year later, fighting with the Indians still continued along the upper Mississippi. By fully implementing Article 9 of the Treaty of Ghent, Madison and Monroe could finally bring peace to the western frontier. They would break the tie between the British and the Indians, forever sealing a permanent friendship with the tribes and opening the long-coveted land to settlement. Within a month of the treaty's approval, Madison appointed William Clark, governor of the Missouri Territory, as the lead negotiator to implement Article 9 of the Treaty of Ghent with the many far western tribes. Ninian Edwards, governor of the Illinois Territory, and Augusta Choteau, a wealthy fur trader from St. Louis, would assist him. 12 Clark had spent much of the last 10 years in Missouri since returning from his famous exploration of the far west with Meriwether Lewis. He had been the superintendent of Indian affairs for all the tribes in Louisiana before the War of 1812, and the governor of the territory since 1813. He had set up a fur trading business with the influential Choteau family and Manuel Lisa, a larger-than-life Spanish entrepreneur, and thus he knew most of the tribes north of St. Louis and west up the Missouri to the Rocky Mountains. They called him the Great Red Chief for the color of his hair, and respected him as someone who seemed to understand them. But that had not kept the tribes from joining the British during the War of 1812. In fact, most of them were still at war in varying degrees with the United States. 13. By Clark's latest count, 37 tribes from the western Great Lakes to the Rockies had gone on the warpath against the Americans. Some, like the Sac and Fox, the Winnebago, and the Menominee, were close allies of Tecumseh. Many of their chiefs had been with the Shawnee leader from the Confederation's beginning. They had traveled with him throughout the country recruiting followers. They were at his side from the fall of Detroit to the moment he died fighting his old nemesis, William Henry Harrison, along the Thames River. Although their leader was gone, they refused to give up the fight to win a country of their own. Clark believed they would never agree to sell more of their lands for a pittance. Nor would they stop their attacks on frontier settlements. Every American, especially farmers with their wives and many children who took over the land with their barns and fences and who dreamed of a better life, was an enemy to be dealt with mercilessly. Their determination, along with support from British traders who came down the Red River from Lake Winnipeg in western Canada, inspired most of the tribes on the upper Mississippi to keep up the fight against the 17 Fires. Doubting that any treaty could ever truly bring peace, Governor Clark duly sent out 37 speeches, one each to the respective tribes still at war with the United States. He and Governor Edwards had already told the tribes in the Missouri and Illinois territories that the war was over, but this had not stopped the bloodshed along their respective frontiers. Horrible tales of murders of whole families on isolated farms filtered into St. Louis and Kaskaskia. British Captain Andrew Bulger, who had captured and then commanded Prairie du Chien, the American post on the Mississippi upriver from St. Louis, openly bragged that his warriors had brought him more scalps in the last 6 weeks than during the entire war. When he got official word of the Treaty of Ghent, Bulger abandoned his post, but not before he distributed his remaining stores to the Indians, promised more supplies from Mackinac, which he claimed his government would never surrender, and burned Prairie du Chien to the ground. When word came back to St. Louis that Indians along the Rock River had murdered the messenger sent to invite them to the council, Clark could not find anyone else who was willing to carry more invitations deep into the Indian country. Finally, a militia captain named George Kennerly volunteered to go into the dangerous territory north of the ruins of Prairie du Chien and along the Missouri to seek out the Mandan, Sioux, Teton, Mahas, Kansas, and all the rest. Clark gave him an armed gunboat, which finally convinced other men to go with him. 14. It seemed madness to Governor Clark to start peace negotiations in the midst of war. He wrote to James Monroe, who had been acting as Secretary of War since the burning of Washington, recommending that the Grand Council, with the far western tribes, be delayed until the warriors who had committed mayhem on the frontier were brought to justice. Stories of Indian cruelty were told throughout the far west, and every immigrant from back east heard the same tales when they arrived. The settlers, old and new, remembered the names of all the men gunned down at their plows, the mothers scalped as they did their humble chores, and the children murdered, with their brains dashed out against rocks or tree stumps. Some of them were even thrown into boiling vats of maple sugar. 15 One need not look far in St. Louis to find dazed orphans, survivors of these horrible massacres, wandering the streets. How could the people of Missouri and Illinois turn back the clock to before Tippecanoe, when the war unleashed by Tecumseh and his followers still threatened their lives each day? Monroe and Madison did not see it this way. As terrible as the fighting had been, and still was, along the far western frontier, all must be forgiven and forgotten if Article 9 of the Treaty of Ghent was to be implemented. In fact, the president was more concerned about sending gifts to the warring tribes than bringing murderers to justice. He ordered Monroe to purchase $20,000 worth of goods to be distributed to all the chiefs and headmen at the Grand Council. He gave specific instructions that these gifts must be as high in quality as any British goods offered to the tribes. They must be distributed in such a way that Indians friendly to the United States did not think they were being slighted in favor of hostile tribes. Clark was told to let all the Indians know that the presents were only the beginning of more goods to come from forts and trading posts, which the government was planning to build from Chicago, down the Illinois River, and then west along the Missouri to the Rockies. Madison also wanted to rectify the damage that Captain Zebulon Pike had done some 10 years previously while exploring the upper Mississippi. Pike had stripped the chiefs and warriors he met along the way of the silver medals given to them by the British. Madison knew that the Indians cherished these objects and wore them with pride. Tecumseh himself always wore a medal with an image of King George III around his neck. The president made sure that new medals were struck and given to the chiefs, with the largest going to Indians who had lost theirs to Captain Pike. 16. A flood of goods arrived at Clark's trading house in St. Louis in early June. Monroe had personally selected the items himself from a store in Georgetown. He sent boatloads of blankets, cotton cloth, and calico, handkerchiefs, ribbons, frock coats and flags, garters, paint, tobacco, wampum, needles, and pipes, along with rifles and powder. Clark decided to hold preliminary discussions in a special council house, built near his trading post in St. Louis, before moving 6 miles north to the French village of Portage-de-Sioux for the formal signing of the treaties. 17 Thousands of Indians from 11 major tribes living on the prairies and plains of the Mississippi River Valley were soon on their way to Missouri to negotiate treaties and receive the many gifts that their great chief, President James Madison, had bought for them. Timothy Flint, a minister from Massachusetts who was traveling through the West, chronicled his observations of the council in his memoir, Recollections of the Last 10 Years. He described the breathtaking sight of so many tribes gathered with their families along the Mississippi. Tribes as far-ranging as the Omaha, Teton, and Osage to the west, who set up their tents of tanned buffalo robes, and the Potawatomi and Piankashaw from the east, who came in their beautiful canoes of white birch bark, arrived to negotiate treaties of peace and friendship that would make it seem like the War of 1812 had never happened. Clark was relieved when so many Indians, by some counts as high as 6,000, set up camp in the flower-filled meadows near Portage de Sioux. He was even more relieved, however, when Madison ordered the governors of Tennessee, Kentucky, Georgia, and the Mississippi and Indiana territories to send militias straight away to St. Louis upon Clark's request if anything went wrong. 18. Still with grave doubts about whether any treaty could turn back the clock to 1811, Clark opened the council on July 6, with Edwards and Chouteau at his side. He explained repeatedly that peace alone, not any more land cessions, was the sole purpose of the negotiations. The war between Great Britain and the 17 Fires was over. The English king and the great chief Madison had signed a treaty promising that the British, Americans, and Indians would forget the wars of the past and live in peace forever. Chiefs of tribes living farthest to the west, who had come down from the foothills of the Rockies with Manuel Lisa, seemed willing to listen to him, but tribes along the Mississippi River and farther east in the old Ohio country remained openly hostile. The Winnebago, Kickapoo, and Sac and Fox sent only one minor chief, who had no authority to sign treaties for his people, but who claimed that he could at least speak for them. He was an angry young Kickapoo who warned Clark that never again would any tribe sell land to the Americans. Even more defiantly, he claimed that they would never give up the land they had already signed away in treaties. The millions of acres that Clark in Missouri, Edwards in Illinois, and Harrison back in Indiana had taken from them could never be surveyed, and so would never be settled. 19. Clark soon found that none of his complaints to the administration about insolent young chiefs or the continuing Indian attacks along the frontier could deter Madison, his Secretary of State, James Monroe, or his new Secretary of War, William Crawford, from proceeding with the implementation of Article 9 of the Treaty of Ghent. Pushed on by their prodding, Clark was able to report back to the War Department that by September he had some success. He and his fellow commissioners had been able to conclude treaties with the Yankton, Teton, and Mahas to the west, the Sioux of the Lakes and the Sioux of the River of St. Peters to the north, the Big and Little Osage to the south, and even the Piankashaw to the east. The Iowa, Kansas, Fox, and Kickapoo had been reluctant to negotiate, but in the end they had signed treaties, too. Clark wrote that the Sac might be willing to come in and treat later in the fall. Every treaty the Indians signed at Portage de Sioux was exactly the same, with only the names of the tribes changing in each. First, every injury or hostile act on all sides was mutually forgiven and forgot. Then peace as it had existed in 1811 was declared, with the implication that somehow it would be everlasting. All prisoners were to be released and exchanged at Fort Clark, on the Illinois River. Whether Indians had taken Americans, the victims usually being women and children or members of other tribes, it no longer mattered. They were duty-bound to return them to their respective nations. All previous treaties, including the ones that promised the surrender of land to the Americans, were to be honored. 20. As the many tribes that had pitched their teepees and wigwams disappeared from the meadows around Portage de Sioux, Governor Clark could not help but wonder how long the phantom peace would last. He had seen so much fighting since he had come west from Virginia as a boy, following in the wake of his older brother George Rogers Clark. He had served as a lieutenant in Wayne's army with another young Virginian, William Henry Harrison, and fought with him at Fallen Timbers. He agreed that promises of lasting peace had been made at Greenville, but he also understood how hard it was to keep the peace with so many Americans coming west. The tide of people heading to the farthest frontier would only escalate now that the War of 1812 was over. Even as the Indians broke camp in Missouri, government surveyors were already moving into the Illinois Territory to open the country for settlement. The collision of peoples along the western frontier brought new problems each day. As Clark reported to the administration, the Piankashaw were extremely anxious to exchange their land in Illinois for land in Missouri. They wanted to sell some acres back east to buy horses and plows, so that they would become successful farmers once they were safely across the Mississippi. In contrast, their neighbors, the Potawatomi, refused to move from land that the Sac and Fox had sold out from under them to the Americans. They would soon return to their winter hunting grounds nearby, and in the spring would come back to the rich black soil along the rivers of Illinois to plant corn and raise their families. Still, tribes farther west, like the Iowa, who were just coming into contact with the Americans, were begging Clark to buy as much land from them as he wanted. They were impressed with the money and goods doled out in annuities, and for the moment did not fear the towns and farms that came with them, but the Shawnee and Delaware knew all too well what happened when the Indians made deals with the Americans. No treaty line held them back, and no amount of surrendered territory satisfied them. Members of these two tribes had come to Missouri some 30 years earlier to escape the flood tide of Americans who were just starting to cross the Ohio River at the close of the Revolution. Now, in the country around Cape Girardeau granted to them by the Spanish, they found themselves threatened by Americans once again. Settlers stole their horses, broke into their homes while they were away hunting, and farmed Indian land that did not belong to them. Some of the Cherokee who had come west to Arkansas were just as desperate to escape the Americans. They begged Clark to plot out a certain tract of country for them somewhere in Missouri. He must then prevent the settlers from overrunning their land and so save the tribe from disappearing. 21. How the many treaties signed at Portage de Sioux would bring peace and stability to a frontier where conditions were ever-changing was a question that haunted Clark's fellow commissioner and business partner, Auguste Choteau. He had seen the change firsthand, having experienced it from the days when he was a 16-year-old boy traveling up the Mississippi River from New Orleans with his family to found the city of St. Louis. Now at 60 he was the wealthiest and perhaps the wisest man in Missouri. He had amassed a fortune in the Indian trade, and lived in a fine house with a wide, columned porch overlooking the Mississippi. He knew the tribes better than any white man in St. Louis, even better than Governor Clark, and counted many half-breed sons and daughters among the Osage as his children. But even he had to admit that he did not understand the Indians completely. Knowing who all the tribes were and where they lived in relation to one another was something he had never been able to determine in 40 years of trading with them. Now he watched the Americans making treaties of peace and lasting friendship with these restless people, whom he believed would never give up their traditional homelands or current hunting grounds without a fight. There were additional concerns that Choteau would have wanted to express to the Americans, who seemed confident that they could resolve all the problems on the western frontier. For one thing, the brutal violence within and between the tribes could never be ended by signing treaties of peace and friendship with them. Whiskey, so plentiful on the frontier, may have made this violence worse, but it had not created it. One need only look at the downfall of the great Illinois to understand this. A century before the Choteau family had founded St. Louis, the tribe had dominated the boundless prairie country on both sides of the upper Mississippi. But wars with other Indian nations, and among its own many bands, had reduced the tribe to a mere handful of drunken men and starving women and children. By 1815, there were fewer than 70 Illinois left, many of whom could be seen across the Mississippi wandering the streets of St. Genevieve like ghosts. 22. While Clark and Choteau may have thought no one in Washington was listening to them, the administration clearly understood from the many messages sent to the War Department that there was trouble on the frontier, especially back east among Tecumseh's closest allies. Both Madison and Monroe originally thought that Clark's treaties would be enough to meet the requirements of Article 9 of the Treaty of Ghent. But by late spring of 1815, even before any of the far western tribes had started for Portage de Sioux, they had commissioned General William Henry Harrison, now the hero of the Thames, as well as Tippecanoe, along with Major General Duncan MacArthur, who had served in the War of 1812, and Indian agent John Graham to meet with all the tribes in the state of Ohio and the Indiana and Michigan territories. In the summer of 1814, Harrison had already concluded a treaty with many of these Indians at Greenville on the same spot where Anthony Wayne had negotiated the original treaty in 1795.23, but now in order to fulfill the promises made at Ghent, he was to call back all the tribes who had made peace with the United States, along with the many chiefs still allied with Great Britain. He was to tell them that every previous treaty, including the first and second at Greenville, would be reconfirmed, but no new land cessions would be sought at this time. The leaders of the predominant tribes, including the Wyandot, Shawnee, Ottawa, Delaware, and Seneca, were asked to come to Detroit in the last week of August in 1815. Even more important, Tecumseh's brother, the Prophet, was invited to the negotiations, and while he was not a chief and therefore could not sign any treaty, his presence was crucial for the success of the negotiations. 24. Harrison was a cautious man who had learned in more than a dozen years of negotiating with the Indians of the Ohio country, the greatest one being Tecumseh, that winning approval for more treaties would be difficult if not impossible. He knew that the chiefs and warriors who had followed Tecumseh up until the moment of his death considered the Americans insatiable liars. Their hatred toward the United States ran so deep that Harrison often traveled with an Indian bodyguard. A young Seneca named the Beaver had saved him before the War of 1812 by killing a Shawnee warrior who planned to assassinate him. Another Seneca warrior, Captain Tommy, slept outside his tent in the final campaign of the War of 1812 to keep him safe. 25. Harrison decided his greatest protection in the upcoming negotiations would be to have the most trusted leader of the most respected tribe at his side. That man was Tarhi, the Crane of the Wyandot. While the name Tarhi meant dog in his own language, the French had called him the Crane because of his great height and slender legs. He was the head chief of the Wyandot, a remnant of the once great Huron nation, who lived along the Sandusky River in northern Ohio. The other Indians called his people the Grandfathers for the wisdom they had gained in their long fight against the Six Nations. This struggle had driven them from Canada to the Ohio country just south of Lake Erie by the 1740s, making them one of the first historic tribes to settle there. Tarhi kept the sacred wampum that recorded the history of the Wyandot, along with every treaty signed by their chiefs. 26. Instead of heading directly to Detroit, where the council was to be held, General Harrison told his fellow commissioners to meet him at Tarhi's village, near the upper Sandusky River. 27. He had gone there to invite the great chief to the council personally. The two men had first met in battle more than 20 years earlier at Fallen Timbers. Harrison, then a 21-year-old aide to General Anthony Wayne, fought against hundreds of warriors, one of whom was Tarhi. The Crane, then 52, had already seen much fighting at the side of chiefs like Pontiac, Cornstalk, and Little Turtle. But for Tarhi the battle against Wayne in August 1794 was more terrible than any other. He watched in horror as most of the Wyandot chiefs, 12 in all, fell around him in the tall grass near the rapids of the Maumee River. With his right elbow shattered in the fight, he finally fled the battlefield. Later, with the women and children of his tribe hungry after the long winter, he headed for Greenville to make peace. There he spoke passionately in defense of his people to Wayne and his young lieutenant, Harrison, but in the end, he made his mark on the first of many treaties that he would sign with the Americans on behalf of the Wyandot. 28. Like other chiefs who had fought the Americans only to be finally defeated, Tarhi never went to war against the United States again. He returned to his village, called Cranetown, in the Sandusky River Valley with his wife, Sally, an American woman who had been captured as a child in Virginia by horse thieves and then traded first to the Cherokee and then to the Wyandot. He was happy to marry his oldest daughter, Myra, or White Crane, the child of a French woman who had been taken by the Indians as a little girl, to Isaac Zane, a member of the legendary family of American frontiersmen, who was kidnapped by the Wyandot on the frontier when he was 9. He was proud to be known as a friend of the whites, a fact that 10 years after Greenville put him in direct opposition to Tecumseh and the Prophet. The two brothers first targeted the outspoken Wyandot chief Leatherlips, who openly condemned their confederation, by accusing him of witchcraft and ordering his execution. They planned to do the same to Tarhi, but their defeat at Tippecanoe saved his life. Tarhi survived the rise and fall of the Shawnee brothers, living on annuities that came to his tribe from selling land to the Americans and still living free with his people behind what remained of the Greenville Treaty Line in northwest Ohio. 29. When the War of 1812 broke out, although some Wyandot chiefs, like Walk in the Water, went straight to Tecumseh's side, Tarhi was able to keep most of his people loyal to the Americans. It was then that General Harrison, now the commander of the Army of the Northwest, first came looking for the Crane. He found him at Franklinton, just north of Columbus, where he asked the renowned chief to help him in the final struggle against Tecumseh and the British. Although he was then 71, Tarhi agreed to join Harrison. He and his black servant Jonathan Pointer, a slave from Virginia who had been captured as a boy, fought alongside him at the Battle of the Thames. Now nearly 2 years later, the aged Crane mounted his horse and once again followed his old friend north to Springwells, a Potawatomi village on the outskirts of Detroit, where the council was to be held. 30. Harrison was disappointed upon arriving at Springwells to see that many tribal leaders, including the prophet, were missing. The council was set to open during the last week of August, and thousands of Indians had already gathered there with their families. They demanded food and whiskey from Harrison and also told him that the prophet and many other Indians were across the river at Fort Malden, supposedly at this very moment in a council with officials of the British Indian Department who were likewise fulfilling the requirements of Article 9 of the Treaty of Ghent. Unable to contain his contempt for the British, built up over a lifetime of misery at their hands from his boyhood on the James River during the American Revolution to the long fight against Tecumseh on the far frontiers of his nation, Harrison exchanged a few pointed notes with the British commander at Malden, telling him to send the Indians back across the Detroit River for the required council. He got a curt reply from Major Edward Barrack, who informed him that he had no control or authority whatever over Indians, they being considered as a free and independent people, consequently, at liberty to act for themselves. Tarhi intervened to keep the peace by sending his nephew to Amherstburg with a personal invitation for his fellow chiefs to come and treat with the American commissioners. 31. The council finally opened at Springwells on August 25, with Harrison still fretting that the prophet had not yet appeared but praising the man at his side, Tarhi the Crane, as an archangel. He gave the floor over to the old chief so that he might perform the ancient ceremonies and do everything necessary to remove all difficulties and impediments to their sitting around the council fire. After Harrison took his seat, the Crane rose and thanked everyone who had come to Springwells, as well as all the Indians who were still across the river talking to the British. He looked about the council and spoke first to the Wyandot, Delaware, Seneca, and Shawnee who had remained loyal to the Americans during the War of 1812. He noticed how their eyes were brimming with tears. He then turned to the few Wyandot chiefs present who had broken with the Americans and fought alongside Tecumseh. He knew that they were even more broken in spirit than the Indians who had sided with the 17 Fires. Not only had they lost many of their young men, but now their women and children were starving. Something must be done, or they would perish once winter was upon them. Taking woven strings of white wampum in his hand, Tarhi touched the eyes of all those present in the circle around him so that they might see clearly again. Then putting down the wampum, he took a white feather and touched their ears so that they might hear the truth, and let it sink deep into their hearts. Picking up the white wampum again, he now touched it to their throats, one by one, to wipe away the bitter taste of defeat and so allow them to speak truthfully and kindly to one another. Then he passed among the downcast Indian leaders a last time, touching their hearts with the white wampum, so that the meaning of this counsel might sink into friend and foe alike. 32. After Tarhi had touched his fellow chiefs in the present moment, he turned to their bitter memories of the past. These, too, must be healed. He knew the pain of remembering the devastation of the war. So many men had died in battle, and just as terribly so many villages had been torched, so many fields of corn set aflame, and so many families torn apart. The bones of countless warriors lay scattered and unburied. Though no one said it, some must have wondered, perhaps even Harrison, where Tecumseh lay buried. 33 To erase these memories, Tarhi knelt and patted the ground in front of him, as if he were collecting all the scattered bones and burying them. He took another piece of white wampum and used it to smooth over the same ground while saying that he was covering up the bones with a white board, so that they would be safe forever. One bunch of wampum was to clear the eyes, unstop the ears, cleanse the throat, and amend the heart, another to collect the bones, to bury them, to smooth the graves, and to secure by a board, which the sun could not harm, nor the rain moisten. 34. Once Tarhi had completed the ancient ceremonies, Harrison was able to light the council fire that would remain burning until the treaty was signed. But since the day was late, he decided to end the council for the night and resume on the morning of August 31st. On that morning, Harrison could not help but notice how beautiful this late summer day truly was. He noticed, too, amidst the wonder of this day, how anxious the Indian women were for peace. He could only hope that their men were just as eager to achieve it. Harrison then apologized to everyone for forgetting an important part of the opening ceremonies. He had not swept out the council house. So before beginning the long speech he had prepared, he asked Tarhi to take a broom and sweep out all the evil. When everything was finally complete, Harrison began his talk that would last on and off for several days. He started at the moment in time from which he believed all relations between the United States and the Indians must be measured, the first Treaty of Greenville. He had never forgotten this pivotal event of his youth. Harrison had come to Ohio as an 18-year-old boy who had run away from his family's plans for him to become a doctor, and chose instead the life of soldiering, a dream he had wanted for as long as he could remember. He carried memories of the day he arrived at Fort Washington in November 1791, just 2 days after the Ohio tribes decimated the army of Arthur St. Clair. 3 years later he fought alongside General Wayne at Fallen Timbers, and then waited with him throughout the long winter back at Fort Greenville for the Indians to come in and negotiate a treaty. For Harrison, the pledge of lasting friendship made in the Treaty of Greenville between the United States and the Indians was sacred. The hatchet, the terrible symbol of war on the frontier, had been taken out of everyone's hands and buried deep in the ground. Then the great chief Wayne had planted a tree over the buried hatchet, and the tree grew strong and tall for nearly a decade. But then something went terribly awry. Harrison could not bring himself to speak the name of Tecumseh, but would instead only say that a kind of madness swept through the young men of the tribes. They tore up the tree, took up the hatchet, and launched a war along the frontier. That war was soon swallowed up in an even greater war between the United States and Great Britain, a war that was finally over, and so the war between the United States and the Indians must now be over. If anyone at the council expected him to say that the British had been victorious, and that an Indian state was about to be created in the western country, they were disappointed. The United States had won many battles at Baltimore, Plattsburgh, and New Orleans and had retained all of its territory and boundaries. But if anyone expected him to say he had come to buy more land from the Indians, as he had done many times when he was governor of the Indiana Territory, then they were wrong, too. Harrison said he was here only to explain all that had happened in the War of 1812, and to win a new treaty of peace and friendship with every tribe present. He spared none of the details about the long conflict going back some 25 years, which had brought England, the United States, and France into open conflict, first on the high seas and later on the North American continent. Some, like Tarhi the Crane, still had memories of fighting with the French against the British more than 60 years earlier, and Harrison explained how another war had broken out again between France and England. The United States, so young and hopeful, wanted only to trade with the world and so remain at peace with everyone. Yet she had been dragged into this war, which grew more terrible, when a leader named Napoleon took over France and vowed to attack any ship trading with England. The British countered by attacking any ship bound for France. Soon America was caught in the crossfire. The British boarded her ships and kidnapped her sailors until finally she could bear it no longer. She declared war on Great Britain. This was the war that many Indian warriors, misled by their own madness, had joined, and this was the war that was finally over. Napoleon had been defeated, the English were victorious, and now King Louis XVIII was back on the throne of France. Harrison told the chiefs that for a time Napoleon had come back to reclaim his crown in France, but that 9 kings, led by the English king, had met him in a great battle at Waterloo. By all accounts, Napoleon had lost this battle, at least that is what Harrison was hearing from the British. But whether Napoleon had fallen a second time or was again in power did not matter, for a treaty had been signed between England and the 17 Fires. This treaty said that all must be forgiven and forgotten between the Americans, the British, and the Indians. That was why the United States, symbolized by an eagle holding arrows for war in its left talon and an olive branch for peace in its right, was reaching out to the tribes. For Harrison, the peace offered was not a new one, but was the same peace that General Wayne hammered out in his treaty at Fort Greenville. 35. The council recessed for a few days in the hope that Indian leaders still hostile to the United States would finally arrive. On the morning of September 4, Harrison was relieved to see the prophet sitting with Tarhi and the other chiefs. His presence meant that whatever dreams the Shawnee holy man still held out for an Indian homeland somewhere in the western country were over, probably dashed in his meeting with the British at Fort Malden. Harrison had not seen Tenskwatawa since the night before the Battle of Tippecanoe, when he promised that his warriors would disperse, even as they planned to attack the American camp on the following morning. When he rose to speak, the prophet never mentioned that fatal dawn, nor spoke of how his actions on that day had ruined the dreams of his brother. Instead, he mocked Harrison's long speech by making the witty comment that removing the hatchets from the hands of the Indian would make it impossible for the old women to chop enough wood to build wigwams for their people. Yet, he had to agree with Harrison that the war was over, since he had just learned the same from the British. This was good, he proclaimed, for too many had died, too many were widows, and too many were still suffering. Now there must be peace, and all would go back to the way things were before that morning in November 1811, when he told his young men to crawl a mile on their bellies to the American camp, kill Harrison on his white horse, and launch the war on the western frontier that his brother had long planned. The prophet seemed to recognize at last that not just men, women, and children, not just whole clans and villages, but the hope of an Indian nation lay dead and buried under the crane's wampum. The prophet ended his speech by saying that, while he was not a chief and so could not sign any treaty, he had to admit that Tarhi and the other leaders present had done their best in the negotiations with Harrison. Let us adhere to our chiefs and thank them for what they have done for us. Although we are warriors, let us attend to our women and children, and cast behind the implements of war, and never look at them again. 36. On the following morning, when the council began again, Harrison was disappointed that the prophet had gone back across the river to Canada. But the chiefs said not to fret, since the prophet had promised he would not oppose the treaty, and to let President Madison know this. The prophet's departure had no ill effect on the council. By September 6, 1815, Tarhi the Crane and 90 other chiefs were ready to sign the Treaty of Springwells. Harrison and the other commissioners spent the day explaining the main points of the treaty to the tribes. First, all tribes that had been openly hostile to the United States, including the Chippewa, Ottawa, and Potawatomi, were given peace by the United States and brought back under its protection. All their possessions, rights, and privileges were restored to them exactly as they had been in 1811. The tribes that had remained loyal to the Americans during the entire war, specifically most of the Wyandot, Seneca, Delaware, and Shawnee, as well as hostile ones like the Miami, who had made peace at Greenville in 1814, were also brought back under the protection of the United States, and so were any other tribes that had continued to oppose the Americans after 1814. All the chiefs, headmen, and warriors would return to their pre-war status and regain the property they held in 1811. Harrison added a final article, to which the tribes and chiefs readily agreed. Renew and confirm the Treaty of Greenville, made in the year 1795, and all subsequent treaties to which they were, respectively, parties, and the same are hereby again ratified and confirmed in as full a manner as if they were inserted in this treaty. 37. On the following day, interpreters read the treaty in the language of each tribe present. Then on the morning of September 8, 1815, Tarhi and the other chiefs made their marks on the Treaty of Springwells. Some made an X near their names, while others drew simple outlines of the totems of their clans. By signing the treaty, they promised to return to the way things were before Tecumseh's dreams were shattered at Tippecanoe, and the whole world plunged into war. Harrison forwarded the official treaty to Washington and gave a copy to the Crane, who carried it back to his village in Ohio, where he would maintain it, side by side, with copies of the Greenville treaties and the sacred wampum. If Harrison or the other commissioners had any doubts about the treaty, they did not mention them in the records of the council sent to Madison and Monroe. 38. The President and Secretary of State were relieved when the Treaty of Springwells arrived in the capital at almost the exact same moment that the numerous treaties signed at Portage de Sioux were also delivered. They proudly affixed the seal of the United States to each treaty and then signed their names. How different the world looked to both men in just 1 year. 12 months before, they were waiting amid the ruins of their burned-out capital for news of Ghent and New Orleans. Now Madison was able to tell the opening session of the 14th Congress that Americans could at last awake from the long nightmare of a world at war, which had haunted the nation since its founding under the Constitution. In conformity with the articles in the Treaty of Ghent relating to the Indians, as well as with a view to the tranquility of our western and northwestern frontiers, he explained, measures were taken to establish an immediate peace with the several tribes who had been engaged in hostilities against the United States. Article 9 had been fulfilled, and peace now reigned with the Indians, just as it did with the British. Even when Napoleon had broken free from his imprisonment on Elba in February 1814, and ruled France for 100 days until his crushing defeat at Waterloo in the following June, Madison reminded Congress that the British had not seized one American ship, nor did they impress one American sailor. 39. Still, if either Madison or Monroe had taken the time to read through the papers sent to them by William Henry Harrison, they might have seen that not everyone on the western frontier was as convinced as they were that peace would reign forever. A Potawatomi chief, whose name was not recorded, had addressed the council at Springwells in its closing moments. He noticed how the Americans always began and ended their meetings by acknowledging the Great Spirit, so he would thank him, too, for returning the world to the peace made long ago at Greenville. Then the chief asked everyone to pause and reflect if that truly was such a perfect moment to return to in time. He did not want to tear up the graves or disturb the ashes of the chiefs who had signed the treaty with General Wayne. But he must pause and reflect on what his ancestors had set in motion at Greenville. They had agreed to give up land that the Master of the Universe had intended for the Indians. In return, they received yearly payments from the Americans, but these annuities had been determined in a less enlightened time, and were not enough for the tribes to live on. If only he could actually go back to Greenville, he would then ask the chiefs to pause and reflect on the impact that signing this treaty would have on their own people. What would become of their children, still so innocent in their cradles, if the land that God had given to the Indians, and so their very birthright, was taken away from them? All the joy over peace in the past restored in the present could not answer this terrible question that would haunt the tribes throughout the coming years as the world raced all about them into the future. 40. 3. Boundaries long gone. If the British had hoped to restore peace between the Americans and the Indians by turning back the clock to 1811, then they had accomplished their goal. But if by Article 9 of the Treaty of Ghent they had still hoped to shore up the boundary between the United States and the Indian country, thus creating a permanent homeland for the tribes behind it, then they had miscalculated. The line between the Americans and the Indians had given way long before 1811. By the time that the War of 1812 had broken out, numerous treaties had already been signed, which moved the tribes onto smaller and smaller pieces of ground. For the Indians in the state of Ohio, especially, the boundary line between the Americans and themselves had become an encroaching circle, or better yet, an encroaching square, given the requirements of the Land Ordinance of 1785. The law divided the West into 6-mile, by 6-mile square blocks called townships, which in turn were subdivided into 36 1-mile by 1-mile square sections of 640 acres each. The removal of the Ohio tribes onto township reserves was well underway before the ink dried on the Treaty of Ghent, or before General Andrew Jackson, the hero of New Orleans, had given much thought to running for the White House. The fact that the boundary line promised at Greenville had been slowly disappearing for nearly a decade was something that William Henry Harrison could admit neither to himself, nor to the many chiefs who had gathered at Springwells. In his mind, the Treaty of Greenville was a sacred point in time when the Indians had promised Anthony Wayne that they would never go to war against the United States again. But he refused to recognize that it was also a point in space, a line on a map that mirrored the natural ridge across the state of Ohio from Fort Lawrence in the east to Loramie's Station in the west. North of the boundary all the rivers emptied into Lake Erie, while south of it they flowed down to the Ohio. When Harrison pushed the clock back past 1811 and all the way to 1795, he meant to restore peace on the frontier forever, but not to restore the boundary that kept the Americans on one side and the Indians on the other. 1. Perhaps Harrison could only recognize Greenville as a moment in time, and not a point in space, because he had played a part in dissolving that same boundary. His treaties at Groose Eland in 1803, Vincennes in 1805, and finally Fort Wayne in 1809 had opened the Indian country past the western end of the Greenville Treaty line to settlement. His actions had helped Tecumseh and the Prophet make a case to the tribes that the Americans, so insatiable in their demands for Indian land, would never remain behind the boundary set at Greenville. But Harrison always maintained that the treaties he negotiated were merciful. He was not like other frontier Americans, who would only be satisfied when every Indian was slaughtered. These violent and unprincipled men, as Harrison described them to the Secretary of War in the summer of 1815, would not rest until we fall upon them and murder them all. In contrast, throughout his long career as a territorial official, he had faithfully executed the humane policy first set by President George Washington. The government recognized the tribes as the rightful owners of the land, and then convinced them to give up their claims to it in exchange for annuities, which Harrison defined as their only resource against want and misery. No better response could have been given to such an approach than did Tecumseh, who told Harrison at their first meeting in Vincennes in 1810, "Brother, when you speak to me of annuities I look at the land and pity the women and children. I want the present boundary line to continue." 3. Harrison's old friend Tarhi the Crane had played an equally important part in dissolving the Greenville Treaty line at its eastern end. Like Tecumseh, he had once believed that no man owned the land and so none could sell it out from under another. "It belongs in common to us all," he had proclaimed to Anthony Wayne at Greenville in the summer of 1795. "No earthly being has an exclusive right to it," he argued. "The Great Spirit above is the true and only owner of the soil, and he has given us an equal right to it." For still, he had been the first of many chiefs to sign the treaty, making an X and then drawing a tiny porcupine, the symbol of his clan, next to it. Perhaps at that moment he truly believed that the boundary line would hold and that he could keep his people safe behind it from the surveyors, who carefully plotted out their 6-mile by 6-mile square townships, and from farmers, who came fast behind them to fill up the carved-out country. The $1,000 in yearly goods that Tarhi's tribe would receive might keep his people well stocked with items that they had come to depend on since European traders first arrived in North America, not only guns and ammunition, but cloth, needles, buttons, coats, pots and pans, and all the other luxuries that had become necessities to every Indian family on the frontier. 5. Tarhi had gambled that signing the Treaty of Greenville would keep his people safe at least for a time. But in the end, it had only protected the Wyandot for 10 years. By the summer of 1805, so many people from New England had poured across the eastern edge of the boundary into a place called the Western Reserve that American officials came looking for more land to buy from the Indians, promising more goods in return. On July 4, 1805, at Fort Industry, which sat on a bluff overlooking the Maumee River where modern-day Toledo, Ohio, now stands, Tarhe again made his X on a treaty that allowed the eastern end of the Greenville line to give way. It would now move west from the Cuyahoga River, 120 miles inland from the Pennsylvania border to be exact, thus opening up 500,000 acres of land to surveyors and settlers. In exchange, Tarhe and his Wyandot, along with the Shawnee, Delaware, Muncie, and Seneca, would receive another $1,000 in goods each year at Detroit $8.25 paid by the American government and $175 paid by the Connecticut Western Reserve Land Company. The Ottawa, Potawatomi, and Chippewa would each receive a lump sum payment of $4,000, plus another $12,000 distributed in 6 annual payments. 6. The chiefs who signed the treaty with Tarhe the Crane, like Walk in the Water and Leather Lips of his own tribe, Blue Jacket and Black Hoof of the Shawnee, and Tontogani the Dog of the Ottawa, could take some comfort in the fact that they would still be allowed to hunt and fish on the ceded land as long as it remained the property of the United States. This was important because the annuities promised at Greenville and now at Fort Industry, were not enough to buy the many manufactured goods on which the tribes depended. If the chiefs wanted to keep the supply of goods coming from government-run factories or trading posts, first established by President Washington throughout the Indian country, and continued by President Thomas Jefferson, with more detailed regulations, then their people would have to deliver the requisite amount of furs necessary to buy them. 7. The records of these factories that lie buried to this day in the National Archives in Washington, D.C., give a clear portrait of the bind in which the chiefs were trapped. Government officials kept precise calculations of how many skins it would take to buy the goods that the Indians needed. For example, if a chief delivered 30 deer, 27 raccoons, 81 muskrats, 3 fox, and 4 minks totaling $66.34, he could buy the following goods worth exactly $66.34 for his people. But if Tarhe and the 31 other chiefs who signed the Treaty of Fort Industry thought the new boundary would hold and so keep their people safe behind it for years to come, they were wrong. Just 2 years later, American negotiators were back demanding more land. President Jefferson, the master of maps and western rivers, decided his people living in the Western Reserve must be connected to his people in Detroit. To do this, the Greenville Treaty line would have to be bent out of shape and made to twist back down the Maumee River Valley to the mouth of the Auglaize, and then go due north for more than 100 miles until it met the latitude line running west, from the point where the St. Clair River emptied into Lake Huron. 9. This strangely misshapen boundary would still leave the Wyandot free to roam behind it, along with the Shawnee, Seneca, and Delaware, but the Ottawa, who had lived along the Maumee since the time of their great chief Pontiac, would see the boundary between themselves and the United States disappear. They would be made to live on the tiniest pieces of ground they had ever known within the lines that government surveyors drew around them. 10. The treaty to accomplish all of this was negotiated at Detroit in 1807 by William Hull, then governor of the Michigan Territory, who 5 years later would be disgraced by surrendering Fort Detroit to Brock and Tecumseh. Hull had to send out 3 formal invitations before the tribes agreed to the council. The last invitation came directly from President Jefferson, who assured the Indians they had nothing to fear, and should expect only continued friendship with the Americans. 11. In the final treaty, the Ottawa agreed to give up their remaining territory in northwest Ohio, as well as their lands south of Detroit, in exchange for $3,300 a year in money, goods, farm equipment, and livestock, along with another $2,400 in annuities. The government would allow the Ottawa to stay in the Maumee River Valley, but only if they moved to reservations. These reserves were measured out as full or partial townships, drawn in accordance with the Land Ordinance of 1785. If the lines around the reserves could not be plotted out as perfect squares, then the treaty specifically stated that they could be drawn as parallelograms. The chiefs of the major bands of the Ottawa would be granted these reserves on behalf of their people. The first was a 4-mile square tract near Maumee Bay, where the villages of Chiefs Meshkmau and Waga stood. Farther upriver Chief Tontogani received an exact township reserve just south of present-day Waterville, near Roche de Boeuf, a huge outcropping of limestone in the Maumee that the French had named for its buffalo shape. While many Ottawa already lived there, Chief Tontogani would move across the river a few miles south and establish his village on the creek that still bears his name. The tribe was also granted a 3-mile square reserve at a place called Presque Isle, near the site of the Battle of Fallen Timbers, but it could never be plotted out since it was within the 12-mile reserve set aside for the United States by Anthony Wayne in the Treaty of Greenville. In its place, the Ottawa would eventually receive a 3-mile square reserve at Wolf Rapids on the Maumee, upriver from the one at Roche de Boeuf. The government promised to send a blacksmith to live among the Ottawa to repair their guns and other tools. While Tarhi was not present at the negotiations, Walk in the Water, along with Skahomet, or Joe, and Ianayotha, or Black Chief, did sign the treaty, securing the same payments and annuities for the Wyandot. Several chiefs of the Ottawa's kindred tribes, the Potawatomi and the Chippewa, did the same. 12. Despite the restrictions imposed on them by the Treaty of Detroit, the Ottawa may have signed in the hope that they would still be able to continue their tribal life without too much interference from the relentless advance of the Americans. For them, the Greenville Treaty line might be gone, or better yet, might have collapsed around them in township lines, but the Great Black Swamp remained a natural boundary between the tribe and the westward push of the settlers. Stretching 120 miles from Lake Erie up the Maumee and then reaching back 40 miles inland to the east and southeast, the tangled mass of towering trees and impassable wetlands would hopefully keep the surveyors and farmers back across the barrier. 13 If the Americans stayed put or went around the swamp to Michigan or Indiana, then the Ottawa might be protected for generations to come. During the spring and summer months, the women of the tribe would have plenty of acres in the rich bottomland of their tribal reserves on the Maumee and Auglaize to grow corn, beans, and squash. There would be plenty of fishing at Maumee Bay and along the 9 miles of rapids that ran from Tontogoni's village south of Roche de Boeuf and back down the river to just below the site of the battlefield at Fallen Timbers. Even within the confines of the treaty, the Ottawa would be allowed to leave their reserves during the winter months to hunt in the surrendered territory, as long as the land remained the property of the United States. They could wander east to the Sandusky River and west to present-day Fulton and Henry counties, where they could take deer, bears, raccoons, and even lynx and fox, which were still plentiful, and bring them into the government trading posts at Piqua, Fort Wayne, or Detroit. They could exchange the fur for manufactured goods with the Americans, just as their ancestors had once traded with the English, and before that with the French. On their return trip to their reserves in late winter and early spring, they could camp by the many streams where the sugar maples grew, and there they would make syrup for their families. Once back home, they could in turn trade their own goods with the few hardy pioneers who dared to make a go of farms and towns on the edges of the Black Swamp. Not only furs but also moccasins, baskets, hickory nuts, honey, wild berries, and plums were the top sellers. Toys made by Ottawa women were popular items for sale to children on the Ohio frontier. At an appointed time every year, the Ottawa bands would receive their promised annuities. For a little while, at least, it may have seemed as if they, too, had turned back the clock to the best of all possible worlds. 14. But keeping up the rhythms of farming, hunting, and trading, in the face of the advancing Americans, was becoming increasingly difficult for the Ottawa and the other tribes to maintain. Although Tarhi never signed another treaty giving away land after Fort Industry, most of the other chiefs continued to do so. They made their marks and drew their totems under the relentless pressure to maintain a boundary between their people and the Americans. By signing, they promised to stay put on increasingly smaller lots of ground, even as they knew the hunt for fur must continue over wider and wider areas. As farmers leveled the forests and turned over the prairies, animals disappeared. Many were killed off as predators dangerous to livestock, while the rest headed west into the remaining wilderness. Only by leaving their dwindling country and roaming on lands still owned by the United States could the tribes take enough fur to trade for the goods they needed at the government-run factories. How they would be able to continue hunting once all the government land was sold to settlers was a problem that only the future could determine. Still, no matter what the tribes surrendered to keep the peace promised from Greenville to Detroit, the Americans always demanded more. 1 year after bending the Greenville Treaty line out of shape at Detroit, Governor William Hull was back at Brownstown in the Michigan Territory, just across the Detroit River from Fort Malden, asking for more Indian land. This time he said his people needed the land to build a road that would connect the new settlements at the foot of the rapids of the Maumee River to the western edge of the Connecticut Reserve. The road would be 120 feet wide and would include a 1-mile strip on either side, where Americans would be allowed to settle. A second road, 120 feet wide, would be necessary from Lower Sandusky, formerly an old Indian village called Junquendendahor, or Place of Peace, and running south through Wyandot country to the remnant of the Greenville Treaty line. The Americans would use this road to transport lumber and other supplies needed to repair the Western Reserve Road and build bridges along the way. The 15 Wyandot, Shawnee, Ottawa, Potawatomi, and Chippewa chiefs who signed the treaty, among them Walk in the Water, Black Hoof, and Tontogani, received nothing in return for signing the treaty, except for the guarantee that their people would still be allowed to hunt and fish along the surrendered roadways. 15. Tarhe, who did not sign the treaty at Brownstown, was stunned at how quickly the Americans overran his people's land once promises were made to allow roads through Wyandot territory. In May 1810, he dictated a distraught petition to Ohio Governor Samuel Huntington, asking his help in getting surveyors and settlers out of what remained of Indian country. Much like his friend William Henry Harrison, he looked back to the Greenville Treaty as the starting point for understanding the relationship between the Americans and the Indians. He remembered how General Wayne had told the tribes that his own people were very greedy. If any of them came onto Indian land, trying to survey it and so take it away from them illegally, the chiefs were to tell government officials, who would in turn drive the Americans away. What Wayne had warned about was now happening, so Tarhe asked Governor Huntington to control his people. "We would wish you to send out 2 papers with orders upon them for those people not to encroach upon us," he explained. "One for your children at this place and one for your children at Scioto to show and convince the people that it is contrary to law to meddle, settle or survey land over the line." Tarhe added that he would have come to see Huntington in person if not for rumors of smallpox running rampant in the southern part of the state. "Father, we your children salute you with our compliments, and may the Great Spirit bless and assist our father and we his children that we may live together in peace," were the last words of the petition, under which Tarhe made his mark along with 8 other Wyandot chiefs. 16. But the clash never ended, and the Americans never stopped coming onto the land left to the tribes from Greenville to Brownstown until Tecumseh and the Prophet rose up to stop them. Their confederation tore the Ohio tribes apart, with the Ottawa joining the Shawnee brothers, and for a time breaking free from their tiny reserves, while most of the Wyandot, Delaware, Seneca, and even the Shawnee remained true to their promises of peace with the Americans. All the chiefs were soon caught in the crossfire, as the Shawnee brothers ordered the deaths of every leader who opposed them. Walk in the Water escaped by joining the cause, Leather Lips died with a hatchet buried in the back of his head, and Tarhe was spared at the last minute in the aftermath of Tippecanoe. Yet, whether they joined Tecumseh or opposed him, they were all soon swept up in the Indian War along the western front of the War of 1812. The conflict decimated tribes on both sides. Villages, with their orderly rows of wigwams, were torn apart, horses and livestock were stolen, and women and children went hungry as their fields of corn and beans went up in flames. 17 In the end, the war brought only ruin for Tecumseh, who was shot down in the meadow alongside the Thames River. He had preserved Canada for the British, who had in turn abandoned the Indians at the negotiating table. In the end, they had little to offer their allies except Article 9 of the Treaty of Ghent. The Americans had promised peace once more, a second time at Greenville and then at Portage de Sioux and Spring Wells, and so seemed to say that all would go back to the way it once was behind the remnant of the Greenville Treaty line that had survived the terrible war. If only the progress of the world and people across time and space could have been stopped at this moment, then maybe the tribes could have returned to a good life in what remained of their country behind the old Indian boundary. But nothing stops in history, especially along America's western frontier in the early 19th century. Following the end of the War of 1812, settlement that had slowed to a trickle before the war, and was pent up as if behind a dam during the war, suddenly burst into Ohio. So many people, in fact, came to Ohio in 1815, immediately after the Treaty of Ghent was ratified, that the year was nicknamed the Great Migration. Settlers seemed to arrive overnight by the tens of thousands from New England, the mid-Atlantic states, and the Upper South. Much of the soil in New England was depleted after centuries of use. Many places that had been burned by the British in the American Revolution and the War of 1812 had never recovered. Land prices in New Jersey, eastern Pennsylvania, and New York were out of reach for most Americans. Desperate people were willing to walk west over the Appalachians toward the promised land of Ohio. Any hardship was worth it for the chance at a better life. Southerners came, too, white and black, running from soil worn out by tobacco and from a world ruled by plantation owners, who worked the best land with the most slaves. Even more would come down the National Road, an extension of the old Cumberland Road that would stretch from Baltimore to Wheeling, West Virginia, on the Ohio River by 1818. With the War of 1812 over and peace with England restored, settlers also came from the British Isles. Morris Birkbeck, a wealthy English farmer who was on his way to open up a settlement for his fellow countrymen on the prairies of southern Illinois, left a vivid account of the Great Migration in his Notes on a Journey in America. So many people were on the roads in Pennsylvania heading west to Ohio that they seemed crowded night and day. Birkbeck explained, "We have now fairly turned our backs on the old world, and find ourselves in the very stream of emigration. Old America seems to be breaking up, and moving westward. We are seldom out of sight, as we travel on this grand track, towards the Ohio, of family groups behind and before us, some with a view to a particular spot, close to a brother perhaps, or a friend, who has gone before, and reported well of the country. Many like ourselves, when they arrive in the wilderness, will find no lodge prepared for them. 18. The growth of the population of the state of Ohio between the ending of the War of 1812 and the decade of the 1820s was truly astounding. In 1800, there were 42,000 people living in the Ohio Territory. This was far more than the requisite number of 5,000 freemen needed for Ohio to move to the second stage of territorial government under the provisions of the Northwest Ordinance. A territorial legislature could now be elected, which in turn sent William Henry Harrison to the House of Representatives. Harrison contributed to the race for Ohio and beyond by introducing a land law named after him that allowed people to buy farms on credit. By 1803, Ohio had 60,000 people, the number needed for a territory to petition the Congress for statehood. In that same year, Ohio entered the Union as the 17th state. By 1826, the population had reached over 800,000, with most of that growth occurring in the 10 years since the War of 1812 ended. Benjamin Drake, who later authored the first biography of Tecumseh, exclaimed in his History of Cincinnati in 1826, "This increase in a single state is perhaps without a parallel in the history of this or any other country." Although the population growth in other states during the same period was not quite as dramatic as in Ohio, immigration to the west was great enough to incorporate several states into the Union. Indiana became a state in 1816, while Illinois would follow in 1818.19. The responsibility for ensuring the orderly settlement of the West during the aftermath of the Great Migration fell on the shoulders of James Monroe. Elected president in 1816, he would not forget the last terrible days of the War of 1812, or the promise of Article 9 of the Treaty of Ghent. He considered himself duty-bound to formulate an Indian policy that would keep the peace among all competing parties on the frontier. The policy he established, with the help of his Secretary of War, John C. Calhoun, had two major elements. The first one called for negotiating additional treaties and land cessions with the eastern tribes, just as every president had done before him. The Indian nations would be asked to sign away hundreds of thousands of acres to the United States in exchange for lump sum payments and annuities. The surrendered land would then be surveyed and sold to American citizens and recent immigrants who were coming west in record numbers. But more clearly than any previous president, Monroe would make certain that most tribes would be allowed to stay on reserves plotted out within that same territory. There was some precedent for this in treaties with the Iroquois, especially the Seneca, who in 1797 had given up their land in western New York and Pennsylvania in exchange for $100,000 in stock in the Bank of the United States and 11 small reserves drawn around Seneca villages. A few of these reserves were more than 40 square miles in size, but most were only 1 or 2 square miles. The settlement of the Ottawa on their tiny reserves in the Maumee River Valley was yet another precedent. 20. The second aspect of Monroe's Indian policy led him to request money from Congress to help the tribes survive and even thrive on their new reserves. His administration was flooded with reports from territorial governors and Indian agents detailing the state into which many tribes had fallen. Drunkenness was common everywhere, especially in tribal villages that adjoined frontier settlements. Debt was another problem, as Indians purchased manufactured goods on credit, which they needed for the long months between payments of their annuities. Chiefs were often desperate to sell more land to the government in order to pay off their debts to the traders and to buy even more goods. Violence and thievery against Indians were also major problems, with the perpetrators rarely punished. 21. Lewis Cass, governor of the Michigan Territory, was one of the most trusted advisors to both the Madison and Monroe administrations on the state of the Indian nations living north of the Ohio River. As he once explained to Madison's Secretary of War, William Crawford, "I have frequently conversed with them about their situation and prospects and have found them deeply sensible of their forlorn condition, and anxiously desirous of meliorating it. I doubt whether the eye of humanity in a survey of the world could discover a race of men more helpless and wretched." He had seen Indian men go from being frightening warriors on the Ohio and Michigan frontier during the War of 1812 to becoming pitiful drunkards, who were taken advantage of by all parties just a few years later. He believed that the United States must do everything in its power to treat the Indians with respect. Cass now expressed this same belief to Monroe's Secretary of War, John C. Calhoun. "The time has come when we should be known to the Indians by every humane and benevolent exertion. They should be protected in all their just rights, and secured from their own improvidences, as well as from the avarices of the whites." 22. Fearing the continuing decline and possible extinction of the Indians, Monroe asked Congress to appropriate money for missionaries to go among the tribes to civilize them. This was a continuation, but with more regular funding, of a policy first proposed by Henry Knox when he was Washington's Secretary of War. Knox believed that Christian missionaries, living among the Indians as friends and fathers, could fully effect the civilization of the tribes. The men would learn to plow fields and raise crops and livestock, while the women would work solely within the home. Eventually this would lead to the assimilation of the two peoples. President Jefferson also championed the policy of civilizing the Indians. Even as he directed his territorial governors to purchase millions of acres of land from the tribes, he urged them to show the Indians how to give up the ways of the warrior and hunter and instead settle down as year-round farmers. 23. Following in the footsteps of Knox and Jefferson, Monroe won passage of the Civilization Fund Act in 1819, which allocated $10,000 a year to help the Indians make this transition. At first, his administration sent the money primarily to religious groups working with tribes west of the Mississippi River, like the Osage and newly arrived bands of the Cherokee, but funds amounting on average to a few $100s a year were soon distributed to missionaries working with the tribes in many eastern states, including Ohio. 24. Monroe got a first-hand look at the West during his triumphant tour of the northern states in 1817. He knew how the War of 1812 had divided the country, and vowed to travel to every region of the nation, binding up the wounds of the war that had seen the capital city burnt and his own health shattered. He arrived in Detroit in the late summer of 1817 and was surprised to see that the Michigan Territory was poised for settlement. He had traveled there in 1795, and found little more than a howling wilderness that would never be settled. But now, arriving from Buffalo on his lake steamer, he was met at the Detroit River's docks by the leading citizens of the town. Crowds of people marched alongside him through the streets in candlelit parades, and later joined him for parties and dances at the governor's house. Everyone, most especially Cass, seemed anxious to get the surveyors out into the country, south and west of his capital city, to open up even more towns, more farms, and more trade. Monroe sailed back to Sandusky Bay, the site where just 4 years before, Oliver Hazard Perry had won his stunning victory over the British, and then took the road, laid out by the Treaty of Brownstown, that ran through Wyandot territory to the Indian boundary along the old Greenville Treaty Line. 25. The northwest corner of the state of Ohio was one of the first sites where President Monroe's twofold Indian policy would be implemented. In the 10 years since the Ottawa had moved to their reserves along the Maumee, northwestern Ohio had remained relatively free of American settlement. Wolves and bears were still plentiful, especially around the mouth of the Sandusky River on Lake Erie. The land was fertile along the rivers, but the climate was wet and humid in the summers. The few settlers who came into the Black Swamp along the Maumee were met by floods, mosquitoes, and fevers. But even with these problems, two small towns, Maumee and Perrysburg, on opposite sides of the rapids just below Fort Meigs, which was the War of 1812 fort built by General Harrison in 1813, had already been plotted out. There travelers from the Western Reserve to the east and Detroit to the north were welcomed for business. The area had tremendous potential for farming if the swamps could be drained. Transportation would also be an important industry once more roads and even canals were built, since the region sat at the crossroads of many east-west and north-south routes in the nation. With the rest of the state filling up, the logical alternative for ambitious farmers would inevitably lead them along the rivers and into the forests and prairies of northwest Ohio. As fall approached in 1817, officials in Monroe's War Department decided that the time was right to negotiate with the Indians for the surrender of northwest Ohio, especially since they had heard rumors of Tarhee's death for the past year. Tarhee had not signed any treaty giving up more land to the Americans since making his mark on the one at Fort Industry in 1805. If the most respected chief of the Ohio tribes was truly gone, then younger leaders might be willing to sell their remaining territory, especially if they could be convinced that the trickle of settlers heading into their country would soon become a flood. If the government could guarantee their protection on smaller reserves and make good on promises of more annuities, then maybe they could persuade the other tribes to do what the Ottawa had done in 1807. The Wyandot, Shawnee, and Seneca, along with a handful of Delaware, might willingly move to smaller reserves, while the Miami, who lived primarily in the vicinity of Fort Wayne in Indiana, might also be convinced to give up their claims to land along the western border of Ohio. With this in mind, Monroe directed Governor Cass and Duncan MacArthur, now a land speculator and rising politician in Ohio, to call the tribes together at the foot of the Maumee Rapids in September 1817. The two men had last served together in the final charge against Tecumseh at the Battle of the Thames. Now under the shadow of Fort Meigs, they must convince the Wyandot, Shawnee, Seneca, and Delaware to do what the Ottawa had done 10 years before. The tribes must surrender their remaining land in northwest Ohio and agree to live on small reserves in exchange for more annuities. The Greenville Treaty Line would disappear completely, and the tribes would now live circumscribed within the township lines drawn by the Americans. They would also be encouraged to take ownership of individual pieces of property. Officials in the War Department specifically told Cass to give every head of a household on the new tribal reserves a life estate of one section, or 640 acres, which could be bequeathed to family members. Similar instructions were sent to Andrew Jackson, who was negotiating a comparable treaty with the Cherokee. 26. Back in Ohio, John Johnston, the Indian agent stationed at Piqua, was given the task of calling more than 7,000 Indians to the treaty negotiations along the Maumee in the late summer of 1817. In Recollections of 60 Years, his memoir of life on the Ohio frontier, Johnston recalled how the Indians were deeply troubled that this treaty would be different than all previous ones. This time they would not have their friend Harrison with them to perform the ancient ceremonies and light the council fire. He had been elected to the House of Representatives the year before and was far away in the nation's capital. 27 So the tribes asked Johnston, a friend of Harrison since he was little more than a boy himself working as a wagon master in Wayne's army, to get them tobacco and white muslin for their priests to make the necessary sacrifice before the start of the council. Johnston never remembered the Indians preparing so fervently before treaty negotiations, but they were insistent, telling him that the Great Spirit would not aid them if this sacrifice did not take place. Although Cass and MacArthur balked at the delay, and refused to purchase the tobacco and white muslin, Johnston got them for the tribes. The great sacrifice finally took place, and with more than a dozen translators for all the Indians present, the negotiations, which would take 6 weeks, were finally underway. 28. The trepidation of the tribes was understandable. The boundary line between the Indians who remained in Ohio and the United States was about to give way and be replaced by township lines drawn in accordance with the Land Ordinance of 1785. The Indians would be removed from a life that, despite the ties to government annuities and manufactured goods, was in many respects still free. The tribes could go where they pleased behind the boundary line, maintaining their customs as they saw fit. But now the encroaching squares, which only the Ottawa had known, would be felt by all the tribes. The treaty at the foot of the rapids would mark the halfway point between the first treaty at Greenville and the final removal of the tribes across the Mississippi. By signing it, the tribes gave up any hope of turning the clock back to a world in which they were truly independent. 29. Given the high stakes of the negotiations, the council was anything but peaceful. At one point, Chief Meshkmau, who had lived on his reserve near Maumee Bay since signing the Treaty of Detroit in 1807, accused the Americans of cheating the Indians and using all kinds of trickery and duplicity to get what they wanted. He became so angry that he went up to Governor Cass and struck him with his fist. Cass launched the greatest insult possible against a proud Indian warrior. "Put a petticoat on this woman and take her away," he shouted. 30 But even greater resistance came from the Wyandot chief, between the logs. A young man of only 37, he was known among his people for his eloquence and his brilliant memory, and so was chosen to speak for the entire tribe. He refused to sign any treaty that forced the Wyandot to give up hundreds of thousands of acres in exchange for their imprisonment on a township or two. Both Cass and MacArthur were at a loss on how to respond to the defiant chief until the Ottawa made a counter-proposal. Already trapped on 3 small reserves for the last decade, they demanded that every Ohio tribe meet a similar fate. Along with the Potawatomi and Chippewa, the Ottawa threatened to sell Northwest Ohio out from under the Wyandot and the other tribes, pocketing all of the annuities for themselves. Cass quickly responded that he would take the deal. Faced with the total loss of their country, the Wyandot agreed to sign the treaty, but between the logs warned that he would head to Washington immediately after the council was concluded, with or without the approval of the commissioners, and speak of this injustice directly to Monroe. 31. In the treaty, which was finally signed on September 29, 1817, the Wyandot, Shawnee, Seneca, and Delaware surrendered their claims to all of their remaining land in Northwest Ohio in exchange for annuity payments of several $1,000s per tribe to be paid in hard currency. More money would be paid to tribes who had improved their land in some way. Specific reserves were laid out under the control of the major chiefs of each tribe by patent or deed and by fee simple, which meant they could be passed on to their successors. 9 Wyandot chiefs, led by the new headman, D. Unquad, or half-king, received a 12-mile square reserve equal to 4 townships, soon known as the Grand Reserve, with the village of Upper Sandusky at its center, along with another 1-mile square plot for their tribe's use in a cranberry swamp near Broken Sword Creek, the exact location of which the chiefs would decide later. As in every treaty with the Ohio tribes going back to Wayne's Treaty at Greenville, the tribes would still be allowed to hunt on the surrendered land as long as it belonged to the United States. The Indians were also guaranteed the right to make sugar from maple trees on government land if they committed no unnecessary waste upon the trees. Of the 144 sections laid out on the Grand Reserve, each a 1-mile square block made up of 640 acres, 2 sections apiece would go to D'Unquoit and his 6 counselors between the logs, Warpole, Mononqueur, John Hicks, George Punch, and Matthews. Since several of the Wyandot counselors had just converted to the Methodist faith, 3 sections of land would be set aside for a missionary and a school. 3 sections would also support a blacksmith, who would work for the tribe. The remaining land, about 80,000 acres, was to be subdivided among the 176 Wyandot men and women listed by name in the schedule attached to the treaty. The people who received the allotments, one of whom was the widow of Tarhi the Crane, would be allowed to pass the property on to their descendants with the permission of the President of the United States. The Wyandot also made sure that they took care of the Americans who had been living with them since they were captured on the frontier when young. The list was a long one and included men and women, some of whom were fully white and others who were mixed bloods. Elizabeth Fowlks had been taken on the Pennsylvania frontier when she was only 9. Later she married another prisoner named James Whitaker, who had been kidnapped in his early 20s in Western Virginia. After the Wyandot set them free following their marriage, they decided to remain with the Indians. They set up a trading post and farm on the west side of the river at Lower Sandusky. Elizabeth Whitaker, now a widow with 6 children to support, was famous for her devotion to the Wyandot and the Americans. She once nursed William Henry Harrison back to health during the War of 1812, and warned the soldiers at Fort Stevenson on the Sandusky River when Proctor and Tecumseh were about to attack. The Wyandot made sure that Mrs. Whitaker got 2 sections of land, drawn carefully around her family's farm and trading post. Some 20 other heads of households, including a daughter of the Shawnee chief Blue Jacket, the Wyandot chief Cherokee Boy, and Peter Manor, or Yellow Hair, the adopted son of the Ottawa chief Tontogani, each received 1 or 2 sections of land that legally defined the property on which they currently lived. The Seneca were granted 30,000 acres on the eastern side of the Sandusky River, which was to be subdivided among 83 individuals listed in the treaty. A group of Shawnee chiefs, led by Blackhoof, got a 10-mile square grant, with the council house at Wapakoneta at its center. Another group received an adjacent 25-square-mile tract at Hog Creek. Both were granted by patent and fee simple, which would pass to the successors of the original chiefs named in the treaty. Another group of Shawnee and Seneca chiefs, led by the Shawnee Colonel Lewis, received a 48-square-mile tract, equal to 1.5 townships, at Lewiston, in between the sources of the Miami and Scioto rivers. The Delaware agreed to give up several small tracts in the state, including a piece of ground in western Ohio, where many of the tribe had fled from Indiana during the War of 1812, in exchange for a 3-mile square, or quarter township tract, around Captain Pipe's village just south of Upper Sandusky. Each of these reserves was to be subdivided for the use of the dozens of heads of households listed by name in a schedule attached to the document. None of these tracts would be subject to tax. The treaty also resolved several long-standing issues for the Ohio tribes. Any Indians who had remained loyal to the United States in the War of 1812, and who had seen their villages or other property destroyed, would be paid for the loss. In the end, this amounted to a few $100s per tribe. The Ottawas claimed to a tract along the eastern shore of the Maumee that measured 34 miles square, laid out in a parallelogram around Chief McCarty's village, was affirmed. Many Ottawas still lived on their reserves near Maumee Bay, and also at Roche de Boeuf and Wolf Rapids, which had been granted to them by the Treaty of Detroit in 1807. But still more had settled farther south in the Auglaize River Valley and in its tributaries. The treaty at the foot of the rapids granted these Ottawa the use, but not the ownership, of a 3-mile square reserve around Aquanox's village on the Maumee at the mouth of the Auglaize, and a 5-mile square reserve at Lower or Old Tawa Town on the Blanchard River, also known as Blanchard's Fork. Several of the Ottawa, along with members of their brother tribes, the Potawatomi and Chippewa, were Catholic. During the treaty negotiations at the foot of the rapids, they asked that land be given to a parish in Michigan, where a Catholic college would be built to educate their children. The request was granted. Finally, all the tribes agreed that taverns, inns, and ferries could be operated on their land where needed. 32. The negotiations were particularly humiliating for the Wyandot. They clearly understood the shift that occurred with this treaty. As the grandfathers of the other Ohio tribes, and with Between the Logs as their spokesman, the Wyandot were keenly aware of the history of their people as the keepers of the wampum and all the treaties signed by the Ohio tribes. John Johnston recalled the pain they now experienced, having to give up their land and move to smaller townships. He wrote the following about the final decision of the Wyandot to sign the treaty along the Maumee Rapids: the attachment of the Wyandot was ardent for their native country. The night they agreed to give it up, many chiefs shed tears. He long remembered a related incident that occurred a few years later when the Wyandot chief Cherokee Boy came to him in great distress. Cherokee Boy had lived among the Wyandot since being taken from his tribe in Georgia when he was just 4. He was now a chief of the Wolf clan of the Wyandot. His family was buried on land now owned by a white man in Sandusky country, who was preparing to clear the ground and plow over his dead relatives. Johnston wrote to the farmer asking if the dead could remain undisturbed until the upcoming winter, when Cherokee Boy could remove them to a safer burial ground. The farmer agreed. 33. Even the Ottawa, who had bullied the other tribes into signing away their land at the foot of the rapids, were distraught over their actions, knowing the Indians had renounced their proud warrior past once and for all. Perhaps this was why they brought an aged woman named Kentucky-A-Gun to the treaty negotiations along the Maumee River. She was the niece, and most probably the third and last wife, of the great chief Pontiac, having married him shortly before his death when she was little more than a child. As the mother of Otussa, the last of Pontiac's sons, she was greatly respected among her people. But even with this deep respect, the Ottawa chiefs had to drag her forward against her will at the closing of the council and force her to sign the treaty. She finally shrugged off the young men who held her fast and, with a defiant look at the crowd, made her X alongside the name Pontiac. 34. In contrast, Governor Cass was overjoyed at the acquisition of so much strategic and valuable territory made possible by the treaty signed at the foot of the Maumee Rapids. "We may in fact consider this purchase," he exclaimed, "as the greatest connecting link which binds together our northwestern frontier." He described the significance of the treaty in a letter to President Monroe, saying, "This is by far the most valuable cession which has been made to the United States at any one time since the Treaty of Greenville." 35. Monroe was just as convinced that the treaty at the foot of the rapids proved the benefits of his twofold Indian policy for his nation. In his first message to Congress, given when he returned to Washington in December 1817, he explained that by further purchases of Indian land, we shall be enabled to extend our settlements from the uninhabited parts of the state of Ohio along Lake Erie into Michigan Territory, and to connect our settlements by a state of degrees through the state of Indiana and the Illinois Territory to that of Missouri. 36. There were also benefits for the tribes, as Monroe explained to Congress early in 1818, when he announced that the Ohio Indians were now officially individual property owners. Hundreds of them had been granted their own tracts of land within the wider reserve set aside for their people. Surely this would ensure their transition to civilization and with it, their salvation when the American tide swept over them. 37. Convinced he had helped craft a humane Indian policy, Secretary of War Calhoun was surprised when Between the Logs arrived at his office in the nation's capital. He told the chief and the Indians who accompanied him that he had not been informed of their trip from any agent out west. Between the logs answered, "We got up and came ourselves. We believed the great road was free for us." He explained to Calhoun that the treaty signed at the foot of the rapids was unfair and demanded a new one. The eloquent Wyandotte went on to make his case before Congress and even directly to President Monroe. He said his people feared they had signed away rights to all their land, that they would be permitted to live on their remaining land only temporarily, since the Americans would one day take this away from them, too. The Wyandotte wanted more land set aside for their tribe, along with more annuities. Between the logs convinced the government to call for new treaty negotiations set for September 1818 in St. Mary's in western Ohio. 38. The promise of a new treaty provided some relief to Between the Logs and his fellow chiefs, but could not allay the awful feeling that the tribes had made a terrible mistake by signing away so much of their land at the foot of the rapids. The shock of what they had done, along with the sheer weight of the change that would come upon them now that they must move to smaller pieces of territory within their once vast holdings, became even more frightening in light of the death of the Tarhi the Crane. 39 His passing seemed like a door closing forever on a past that the tribes could never get back. A future might be coming in which the encroaching squares of the township lines that now surrounded them would increasingly inch closer until they swallowed them up entirely. The tribes would simply disappear in the flood tide of the Americans. Tarhi, more than any other chief, was a tie to their past. After signing the Treaty of Springwells, he had returned to his favorite village, Cranetown, about 4.5 miles northeast of Upper Sandusky. There he lived peacefully in a small cabin with his wife, Sally, and his black servant, Jonathan Pointer. The lay of the land around his cabin told the story of a world that was fast disappearing for the Wyandotte and the other Ohio tribes. An orchard of apple trees, probably planted by John Chapman, better known as Johnny Appleseed, grew nearby. Just south of the cabin, clear signs remained of the old gauntlet ground, where prisoners once ran for their lives, and more often to their deaths, at the center of the village. When Tarhi died, sometime late in 1816, he was buried about a half-mile southeast of his cabin, on land that would eventually be purchased by an American settler named John Smith. 40. After the death of Tarhi the Crane, the Wyandotte's principal village moved back to Upper Sandusky, at the center of the tribe's 12-mile by 12-mile square reserve. This town, located on the Great Trail halfway between Pittsburgh and Detroit, had long been an important site on the western frontier. During the last days of the American Revolution, Colonel William Crawford had led his army against Upper Sandusky in the late spring of 1782. A few miles northeast of the town, Crawford met a horrible death at the hands of his Indian captors. Now the most respected chiefs of the tribes of the old Ohio country gathered there in the autumn of 1818 to mourn Tarhi's passing. The great Iroquois chief Red Jacket came all the way from New York to honor his memory. John Johnston, who had helped to negotiate the treaty that removed the Wyandotte to this spot, long remembered the council that occurred near the spring just north of the town. He watched as the headmen and the aged sat facing each other on 2 rows of benches that ran down the center of the bark council house. They bent their heads low and moaned in successive waves that started at one end of the seated figures and then moved down the other. These waves of moaning came every few minutes and lasted for hours. Johnston had never seen anything like it, and was told that this honor was only given upon the passing of a very great man. When the men had finished their moanoi, the council got underway. Johnston was surprised at the animosity between the Delaware, Seneca, Shawnee, Ottawa, and Wyandotte. For a time, Johnston even feared for his life. As he later explained in his memoir, "I had attended many councils, treaties, and gatherings of the Indians, but never in my life did I witness such an outpouring of native oratory and eloquence, of severe rebuke, taunting national and personal reproaches. Each tribe blamed the other tribes present for selling land to the Americans. The harangues started when Red Jacket accused the Shawnee of surrendering the most land, even though they were the last tribe to settle in Ohio. In fact, because they came so late, Red Jacket said they had no right to sell anything. Then Black Hoof, the aged Shawnee chief, rose from his place and blamed the Seneca, Red Jacket's own tribe, and the Wyandot for selling even more land. The insults reached a fever pitch when one chief, who had been handed a wampum belt as a symbol of peace, refused to touch it. Instead, he picked up a stick and used it to pass the wampum on to the next man. The angry chiefs broke up the council for the night. On the following morning, Black Hoof took the lead in restoring the peace, saying they had all acted like children. The wampum was passed around the council, with every chief taking it by the hand before passing it on. They then admitted they had all sold land to the Americans, and must now accept the consequences. 41. Although calm was restored, the awareness that much had changed forever remained. Tarhi the Crane's death and the council at the foot of the rapids truly marked the passing of one era and the beginning of another, the outcome of which no one could foretell. Now that their people were removed to small reserves in Ohio, the chiefs knew that much in their traditional way of life would have to change. If there was any turning back the clock, then maybe it was to the time when Washington's Secretary of War, Henry Knox, and later President Jefferson, first recommended that the Indians live exactly like the Americans. Black Hoof of the Shawnee knew this would require changes, but he had already lived through so many with his people. Known among them as Catahekasa, he remembered growing up somewhere in the South, probably in Florida, where he bathed in salt water as a boy. He recalled how his people believed they had come to America from across a great sea. Every year they held a ceremony thanking the Great Spirit for their safe journey. But once the last treaties were signed that removed all the tribes onto smaller reserves, they never performed the ceremony again, perhaps fearing that the protection they had long enjoyed from the Great Spirit had disappeared. Black Hoof, like so many other chiefs in Ohio, was wary that moving onto smaller pieces of ground, and promising that Indian warriors would farm and raise livestock, might still not be enough to satisfy the Americans. Perhaps someday they would remove the Shawnee and the other tribes from these same reserves. He did not want to leave Ohio, but would go wherever his tribe wanted. Echoing the sentiments of Tecumseh, whom he had once bitterly opposed, Black Hoof put the dilemma his people faced this way to Johnston. "We will go anywhere you please, if you will afterwards let us alone, but we know from past experience, you will keep driving us until we reach the sea on the other side of the Rocky Mountains, and then we must jump off." 42. 4. A race against time. When treaty negotiations opened at St. Mary's in the late summer of 1818, between the Logs and the other chiefs who had guided the Wyandot since the death of Tarhi the Crane, along with several Seneca leaders who had traveled with them to Washington, could be proud of the fact that they had convinced the American government to rectify the injustices in the treaty signed at the foot of the rapids of the Maumee River. They had met with President James Monroe and his Secretary of War, John C. Calhoun, and had even addressed members of the Senate's Committee on Public Lands in December 1817. Between the Logs had explained to everyone he met in the nation's capital that a 12-mile by 12-mile square piece of ground, 4 townships to be exact, was simply not enough for the remaining 1,000 Wyandot to live on. Wyandot men would now have to plant crops and raise livestock to feed their families, and continue to hunt to help pay for manufactured goods, but the reserve granted to the tribe in the recent treaty did not provide enough land. With households averaging 6 people, the estimated allotment of 480 acres per family was too small a tract on which to survive. The Seneca grant was also insufficient and needed to be redrawn to include land south of their current reserve, where the tribe had already established working farms. 1 Neither the Wyandot nor the Seneca opposed the great changes that had come upon their tribes since the end of the War of 1812. Both were more than willing to settle down, as the white man was so fond of saying, to a civilized life. Both understood better than anyone else that they were in a race to support themselves exactly as the white man had before the tide of American settlement made it to the edges of their reserves. But they also knew that they would be off to a terrible start and would never be able to win the race if the treaty that removed them to these reserves was so unfair. Calhoun listened to the eloquent complaints of Between the Logs, as well as to the recommendations made by the Senate Committee on Public Lands, and ordered Lewis Cass and Duncan MacArthur to go back to a Grand Council in western Ohio and set things right between the tribes and the United States. The Committee on Public Lands had specifically reported that the Wyandot should be recognized for their willingness to give up the lion's share of the remaining Indian lands in Ohio. Specifically, of the nearly 3,700,000 acres ceded to the United States at the foot of the rapids in 1817, 3,360,000 had once belonged to the Wyandot. Thus it seemed only fitting that if the government were now willing to cede land back to the Indians, most of it should go to the same tribe. Senators on the Public Lands Committee were equally concerned about what would become of the individual land patents that had been granted by fee simple to various Indians in the schedule attached to the original treaty. While they agreed that this was a good idea since the tribes would be learning the value of privately owning land, the senators feared that their own people would take advantage of this clause in the treaty. They would literally overrun the Indian reserves and buy land right out from under the individuals named in the document. Before anyone knew what was happening, every reserve would be broken up and handed over to the white man. Fearing this, the committee recommended amending the 1817 treaty with language that made it clear that an Indian could only give or sell land on an Ohio reserve to another Indian with the approval of the President of the United States. 2. While the Wyandot and Seneca chiefs had won much in Washington, it must have been disconcerting for them to see so many other tribes from Ohio, and even from farther west, gathered at St. Mary's when they arrived there in September 1818. The Ottawa, along with the Shawnee who had also agreed to move to smaller reserves as a result of the treaty at the foot of the rapids, were present, but so were the Miami, Potawatomi, and we, who still lived on hundreds of thousands of acres along the Wabash River and its tributaries in Indiana. The Delaware, who now lived mainly along the White River in Indiana, had also arrived in St. Mary's. As Between the Logs and his fellow chiefs prepared to negotiate a treaty that would include their own recommendations and those of the Senate, they wondered what more the Americans were planning to ask of the many Indians that had come to council. Would the removal of the Ohio tribes to tiny pieces of ground, hopefully to increase soon by an extra 100,000 acres, be enough to satisfy the Americans? Or would they demand even more land from tribes living farther west? What could be done to hold back a people so driven to take every last acre for themselves? If nothing could be done, then what was the point of working so hard to give up their traditions in order to become respectable property owners just like the Americans? In the face of such questions, and with the press of settlers all around them, the chiefs of the Wyandot and Seneca agreed to a special supplementary treaty, signed on September 17, 1818, that modified the treaty at the foot of the rapids. The American government promised that the newly marked out township reserves would belong to the Indians and to their heirs forever. Governor Cass, the lead negotiator for the United States, agreed that the individual Indians named in the previous year's treaty could only transfer their lands to their chosen heirs with the President's approval. The Wyandot Reserve at Upper Sandusky was increased by an extra 55,680 acres, or 87 sections, with the new acreage laid out south of the section already granted to Cherokee Boy. Members of the tribe living in villages at Solomonstown and Blanchard's Fork would receive 16,000 acres, or 25 sections measured in a perfect square. This land would be known as the Big Spring Reserve, since it sat at the headwaters of the Blanchard River. The tribe would also receive an extra $500 a year in annuity payments. The Seneca would receive 10,000 more acres, or nearly 16 sections laid out directly south of their current reserve on the Sandusky River. The tribe would also see a $500 increase in their annuities. 3. Between the Logs and his fellow Wyandot chiefs D. Unquad, Warpole, John Hicks, George Punch, Matthews, Scoutamus, Quoqua, and Cherokee Boy along with 8 leaders of the Seneca, had won thousands of acres and hundreds of dollars for their respective peoples. And still they were not satisfied with winning concessions for their tribes alone, but had also demanded more land and money for other Indians in Ohio whose chiefs had joined them in signing the supplemental treaty. The Shawnee Reserve at Wapakoneta was increased by an additional 12,800 acres, or 20 sections, while the Shawnee and Seneca at Lewistown received an extra 8,960 acres, or 14 sections. The 48 square mile reserve at Lewistown would be divided by an east-west line running through its middle, with the Shawnee living to the south and the Seneca to the north. Annuities went up by $1,000 for the Shawnee and Seneca of Lewistown and by $1,500 for the Ottawa Point 4. Still, the chiefs were not completely successful in controlling the negotiations at St. Mary's. The American government had returned over 100,000 acres to the tribes, but not without demanding something from the Indians. Just 3 days after winning concessions in the supplementary treaty to the one previously written at the foot of the rapids, between the logs and 7 other Wyandot leaders signed away their rights to the tribe's traditional council grounds at Brownstown and Magwiga. In exchange for giving up this land, now Trenton, Michigan, the Wyandot received all or part of 7 sections of Township 4, just south of the Huron River in the Michigan Territory. 5. It was ironic that the government demanded the Brownstown site, where in 1812 between the logs, at only 32, had spoken forcefully against Tecumseh and in support of the Americans. He had spent a year living with Tenskwatawa before coming to the conclusion that the Shawnee holy man was a fraud, just as he had earlier concluded that the Seneca prophet Handsome Lake could not be trusted. 6. The young chief, who had been named the official speaker for the Wyandot nation because of his amazing memory, recited a speech on behalf of the aged Tarhi, who could not attend the council. He urged the tribes to see the danger in Tecumseh's plans and to recognize the sheer madness of trying to stop the Americans by yet another war. Why would you devote yourselves, your women, and your children to destruction? Let me tell you, if you should defeat the American army this time, you have not done. Another will come on, and if you defeat that, still another will appear that you cannot withstand, one that will come like the waves of the great water, and overwhelm you, and sweep you from the face of the earth. 7. But whether they opposed Tecumseh, like most of the Wyandot, or supported him, like many of the Miami, Potawatomi, and it did not seem to matter. Either way, the tribes met the same fate, removal to small reserves laid out in accordance with the official township lines of the Land Ordinance of 1785. In a separate treaty signed at St. Mary's in early October 1818, the once great Miami, who had struck terror in the hearts of American soldiers and settlers for generations, relinquished millions of acres in Indiana, approximately a third of the state, and land on the western edge of Ohio in exchange for all or parts of 7 townships. 23 sections were set aside for specific individuals named in the treaty, including Richardville, the tribe's current headman. For their lands, the Miami received an extra $15,000 in annuities, along with a sawmill and a grist mill. Furthermore, the government promised to hire a blacksmith and a gunsmith for the Miami and send 160 barrels of salt to the tribe each year. The Potawatomi also signed a treaty ceding their remaining lands south of the Wabash in exchange for a 7-mile by 7-mile square reserve on Raccoon Creek near the mouth of the Wabash and $1,500 more in yearly payments to the tribe. The agreed to surrender their claims to land in Indiana for annuities totaling $3,000, to be paid in silver coins. For $4,000 a year, also payable in silver coins, the Delaware agreed to give up all of their remaining territory in Indiana. 8. While the chiefs who had signed the many treaties of St. Mary's could now take their people home down the ancient traces to what remained of their once vast holdings in the old Ohio country, there could be no going back to the way things were before the Americans' arrival. Perhaps in a few weeks, after they had harvested their corn and celebrated the festivals for their dead, they could go off on their winter hunt. Even if government surveyors came quickly into their country, a season or 2 might pass before settlers actually opened up farms and towns on the surrendered land. The men could lead their families, one by one, into the surrounding forests to chase the last few bear and other animals that still remained. They could harvest enough pelts to buy the manufactured goods that their annuities would not afford. Maybe for another spring, they could go back to their villages, where the women and girls would plant the corn, beans, and squash again, and for just a moment everything would be the same as it had been for generations. 9. But the old cycle could not go on much longer, since the chiefs had promised, by signing the treaties at St. Mary's, and before this at the foot of the rapids of the Maumee, that they would give up their old ways of hunting from fall to winter, and of farming from spring to summer. The X, or totem, that each chief made alongside his name was a pledge that the men of his tribe would become tillers of the soil. They would do what Washington, Knox, and Jefferson had once asked of them before Tecumseh and the Prophet led their revolt, before the British recruited and abandoned the tribes, and before the Americans came west, not by the hundreds or thousands, but by the hundreds of thousands. They would turn away from the path of the warrior and hunter and follow the course of American civilization, which demanded the private ownership of land. How they would have enough money to buy the things they needed, once they gave up hunting completely, was not something that anyone at the moment could comprehend. Although much had been lost at the foot of the rapids, still much remained. With the Wyandot at 1,000, the best estimates of the local Indian agents placed the number of Shawnee at 800 and the Seneca at 400. There were a few hundred Ottawa and at least 45 Delaware. 10 While their numbers were small in comparison to Ohio's population of nearly 500,000, the tribes had managed to hang on to over 300,000 acres. Their small township reserves had all been laid out in good country. The Shawnee, and the Seneca who lived with them, remained in the rolling prairie country, where many of their ancient Hologothas, or principal towns, once stood. The land was well irrigated with many streams. The Auglaize ran through it, and here, too, were the headwaters of the St. Mary's, the Great Miami, and the Scioto. The soil in the bottomlands of the many rivers and streams was deep and black. Similarly, the Ottawa were still in the valley of the Maumee, where their greatest chief, Pontiac, had once lived. Their villages stood alongside the river's rapids, which were stocked with fish and lined with elm trees. The soil was sandy but still good for raising corn and other crops. The Wyandot held the country they had known since the days when they had fled from Canada, with the Iroquois close behind. The sites of their villages were the same as they had been for nearly 100 years. They had kept their cranberry bog, surrounded by willows, and had continued to maintain the stands of sugar maples that they loved so well. Finally, they could take some comfort in the fact that their villages still lined the old trace from Pittsburgh to the Maumee Valley, and then north along the lake to Detroit. The Seneca and the Delaware, who lived north and south of the Wyandot, had kept their land in the rich soil of the Sandusky River Valley. 11. But while their reserves were in good country, much would have to change if the tribes were to hold onto them. They might still be able to retain their identity as a people, but only if they transformed their customs enough to be acceptable to the Americans who were heading their way. They could probably hold onto their language, their law, their government, their ancient tales, and maybe even their religion, but the way that they managed their property and worked among themselves would have to change. Their tribal lands, where fields were once tilled in common, must now give way to family farms with fences all around them, to keep the cattle, hogs, and horses safe. The warrior life, which had ended for some at Greenville and the rest at Springwells, was gone forever. Now the men must truly become breadwinners, like the whites who were coming closer to them each day. They would need to chop down trees and open up enough acres to grow corn, wheat, and hay for their families and their livestock. While they could receive aid at the government-run sawmills and grist mills, they must build cabins for their families and barns for their crops and animals. At least for a while, the men and boys would still be able to go on winter hunts for furs to trade for manufactured goods, but this would be a side occupation compared to their true vocation as farmers, carpenters, and even mechanics. As the men took on these new chores, the women would leave the fields and become homemakers. They would no longer farm, build wigwams, or transport goods, but would now spend their days in the cabins built by their husbands and sons. There they would prepare the food that the men raised and sew clothes from the goods that their husbands purchased. Even the children would have to change. Instead of following their fathers and mothers into the woods or fields, they would have to attend school and learn to read and write English and do arithmetic, thus learning record keeping among other things, like other American pioneers. Rather than learning from their parents and grandparents, they would instead have to learn from the white man's books. A new cycle would replace the old, as the boys grew up to be farmers and the girls grew up to be housewives. If they wanted to survive and remain in this beautiful country long ago named Ohio, then the tribes reasoned that they would have to do what the government had been recommending for a generation. They must become just like the farm families whom they had fought for so long on the western frontier. Hopefully, once the Americans arrived at the edges of the Indian reserves, and marked out their farms and towns, they would respect the hard work of the tribes and agree to live in peace with them. To agree to make such a great change so quickly, however, was a gamble. There was no guarantee that once the tribes had succeeded in transforming themselves, the Americans would honor their promises and remember that they had demanded such a change as the price for peaceful coexistence. The transformation would also be challenging because it must take place under the daunting pressure of another demand, first raised around a council fire at St. Mary's. Even as the chiefs of the Ohio tribes negotiated for more land in order for their people to succeed as farmers, Governor Cass had suggested that maybe they would be better off leaving the state for good. Instead of trying to live like the white man, perhaps they should head west across the Mississippi River, and there carry on their ancient ways as if nothing had ever happened. This, in fact, was the only way for the Indians to survive. The Delaware took Cass up on his offer, promising in the treaty they signed at St. Mary's to leave for a new home in the West sometime within the next 3 years. In contrast, the leaders of the Wyandot, Seneca, Shawnee, and Ottawa were stunned that Cass, a man most of them respected as a friend, would propose such a terrible idea, which they rejected completely. 12. For the chiefs of the Ohio tribes who had signed the supplemental treaty at St. Mary's, such a proposition meant banishment, not survival. They had taken the chance that the Americans would hold to the bargain, which was offered to them by earlier presidents, and which was proposed again by James Monroe. The Shawnee especially remembered visiting President Jefferson in 1802, before Tecumseh and the Prophet launched the war that tore the western tribes apart. They still cherished a golden chain he had given them. "I send you by your beloved chiefs, a chain," he had said in a letter written to them on his behalf by his Secretary of War, Henry Dearborn. "It is made of gold, which will never rust, and I pray the Great Spirit to assist us in keeping the chain of our friendship, of which this gold chain is meant as an emblem, bright for a long succession of ages." 13. If they were to survive on their township reserves in Ohio, then the tribe would hold onto the golden chain, and take as much help in the present as possible. The Shawnee, in fact, had already asked for help from the Quakers. They had known the Quakers since the time of William Penn. Older members of the tribe, like Black Hoof, who had been born in the 1730s or perhaps even earlier, remembered how much their parents and grandparents respected Penn. There was something about this man that was different from the other white people who were arriving by ship daily from Europe. He seemed to want the same things that all the others wanted, land and furs especially, but when asking for these things, he honored the wishes of the Indians who already inhabited the colony he was about to establish in Pennsylvania. In April 1682, several Shawnee chiefs and their people were among the hundreds, perhaps even thousands, of Indians who met the young Englishmen under the great elm tree at the tribal council ground where Philadelphia now stands. They remembered how their people came armed to the teeth, but William Penn came without weapons. He wore no crown, scepter, mace, sword, halberd, nor any insignia of office, only a sky-blue sash made of purest silk tied around his coat, the outfit of a common soldier. He carried no sword or gun, but instead came in the company of his fellow Christians, whom he called his friends. 14. The Shawnee had a way of sizing up a man's character when they met him for the first time, which determined their future relationship. An ancient Shawnee king named Wapata was the first chief to negotiate a treaty with Penn on behalf of his people. He judged him to be a good and decent fellow, as well as the other members of the Society of Friends, or the Quakers, as their enemies called them. The treaty signed between the Shawnee and the Quakers promised eternal peace and friendship between the Indians and the Christians. Both peoples pledged to deal fairly with each other. They would leave the doors of their homes open to white and red alike, and would never rob, harm, or in any way slander their brethren. From this time forward, whenever Penn wanted Shawnee and other tribes' land, he would buy it outright with gifts, always making sure he kept a neutral middle ground between the Indians and his settlers. The goods that Penn offered in exchange for the pelts and skins of beaver, deer, buffalo, bear, and other animals were of the highest quality, and never included rum, wine, or whiskey. Just like Thomas Jefferson would later pledge, Penn offered the symbol of a golden chain, which would never rust or decay, as a sign of the love and harmony between the tribes and the Quakers. The chain would last while creeks and rivers run, and while the sun, moon, and stars endure. The Shawnee, for their part, held onto a copy of the treaty that Wapata had signed with their friend William Penn for years to come. 15. The ties between the Shawnee and Penn's colony did not last, but instead disintegrated shortly after he departed for England in 1701, never to return. After several bloody skirmishes with local settlers, the tribe left Pennsylvania for good, heading first to the Carolinas and then even farther south to Florida, where Blackhoof remembered swimming in the ocean as a boy. 16. The Shawnee next made their way back up through the Appalachians, heading into Kentucky, and finally crossed north of the Ohio River, just as the Great War was about to break out between France and England in 1754. While the tribe lost touch with the Quakers, the Society of Friends remained concerned about the Shawnee and the other Indians, and even maintained detailed records of late 18th century tribal history and movement on the North American continent. 17. As they kept a watchful eye on the Indians from a distance, the Quakers became increasingly concerned about the rising bloodshed between the settlers, with their voracious appetite for land, and the Indians, with their ruthless attacks on frontier outposts. The violence seemed to grow worse after the American Revolution ended. The Quakers were especially troubled by the fighting between the Ohio tribes and the American armies sent to their country in the early 1790s. In 1794, the annual meeting of Friends, held in Philadelphia, set up a committee to try and stop the continuing war between the Indians and the United States. They made recommendations for peace to President Washington, which were in turn sent to General Anthony Wayne. At the opening of the treaty negotiations at Greenville in August 1795, Wayne read a letter from the Philadelphia Quakers, in which they offered to come west at their own expense and help the Shawnee and their brother tribes. Wayne assured the Indians that the Quakers, whom he had known growing up in Pennsylvania, were good people. Take their gifts, advised Wayne, and any other help they might offer to make the transition to a more civilized life a smooth one. 18. In 1802, he went to Washington with several Shawnee and Delaware chiefs to see President Jefferson, and Blackhoof stopped in Philadelphia to meet with members of the Society of Friends. He was pleasantly surprised that the descendants of William Penn's original followers were as kind to the Indians as their ancestors had been. They loaded down the chiefs with money and gifts, along with promises that they would come to Ohio and teach modern farming techniques to the Shawnee. Upon learning of this, the Miami chief Little Turtle sent word to the Quakers that he needed their help, too, in civilizing his people. By 1806, the Quakers were regularly purchasing plows and farm equipment for several western tribes, but most especially for the Shawnee. In that year alone, they sent goods valued at more than 11,000 pounds sterling to the tribe. 1 year later, Blackhoof returned to the nation's capital seeking additional help for his people, especially in learning better ways to farm. Jefferson's administration authorized William Kirk, a Quaker originally from Baltimore, to set up a mission and a model farm at Blackhoof's village of Wapakoneta. Already working successfully with the Miami near Fort Wayne, he went immediately with several followers to Ohio, and by spring of 1808 helped the Shawnee put more than 500 acres under cultivation. They grew traditional crops, such as corn, beans, and squash, as well as planted new ones like cabbages, turnips, and potatoes. Many Shawnee continued to grow food on communal farms, while others followed the American example and fenced off individual plots to raise crops for their families. The Quakers also taught the Shawnee animal husbandry and how to build sturdy cabins with windows and chimneys. A grateful Blackhoof wrote a letter to Jefferson thanking him for sending the Quakers. "They are a good people," the chief explained, "and concerned for our welfare and have done a great deal for us in instructing our young men in a good way and how to use the tools we see in the hands of our white brothers." 19. Sadly for the Shawnee, the government dismissed Kirk from his position after hearing rumors about his bad behavior. Despite the Shawnees' defense of Kirk as a good man, the Quakers shut down their mission at Wapakoneta in 1809. No Quakers came to help Blackhoof's people during the War of 1812, but once the conflict ended, they returned to work among the Shawnee on their own and not at the government's request. They raised funds to build a dam across the Auglaize River. Then they erected a grist mill, for grinding corn and wheat, and sawmill, and sent a superintendent and his family west to teach the Shawnee their operation. Sometimes Quaker pioneers who were heading to the southwestern part of the state, or who were passing through Ohio on their way to Indiana or Illinois, stayed for a time among the Shawnee to help them at the mills. They showed the men how to use teams of horses and oxen to work their farms. They made boards and smaller pieces of wood at the sawmill on the Auglaize, also teaching the men how to build houses and barns, stake up fences, and even make furniture. The Quakers showed the Shawnee women how much easier it was to grind corn at a grist mill, where a large stone used the power of the river's falling water to crush the grain, rather than doing this by hand. 20. In 1819, the year after the many treaties were signed at St. Mary's, a Quaker woman living in Cork, Ireland, sent 36 iron ploughs, valued at over £16,000 sterling, to the Shawnee at Wapakoneta. Settlers in the region reported that the Shawnee were slowly learning how to use them, even though the Quakers did much of the work at first. Before long, the Shawnee men were in the fields raising acres of corn, beans, and pumpkins. The Quakers were proud to say that the tribe was more and more devoted to a settled life, especially the raising of livestock. The Shawnee had upwards of 125 head of horned cattle and 200 hogs. They also regularly used their annuities to buy more cows and calves. 21. In the same year that the ploughs arrived from Ireland, a Quaker family by the name of Harvey came to Wapakoneta. Isaac Harvey, the father of the clan, took over running the mills for the tribe, while his son Henry helped his parents in their work with the Shawnee, and later wrote the first history of the tribe. The Harvey family clearly understood the trying position that the Shawnee were in after signing the treaty at the foot of the rapids, and then the supplemental treaty at St. Mary's. Calling the tribe the most kind-hearted people they had ever met, the Quaker missionaries openly sympathized with the plight of the Shawnee. Once, they had roamed free, thought young Henry Harvey, and were the lords of the forest. Anywhere they settled was their home, and they feared no man nor owed allegiance to any earthly power. Then the Americans came, first as colonists of Great Britain and later as citizens of the United States, with their endless demand for more and more land, which in turn led to one war after another. Not even the great Tecumseh, with all his eloquence, was able to stop them. The Shawnee were now facing the dilemma of having to become exactly like the enemy they had fought for so long if they were to survive. This would be a difficult challenge for any tribe, but for a people as proud and sensitive as the Shawnee, it was a severe trial indeed. Although he and his parents worked to help the Shawnee make the transition to the ways of their oppressors, Henry Harvey could not help think that to exchange an Indian life for the life of a white man, is nothing short of a thorough, radical change out and out. 22. Despite the trials of making such a transition, the Shawnee could count on the Harvey family to urge them not to lose heart. They were most discouraged when they looked ahead and feared that despite their best efforts, the government would take back their land. Young Henry often heard the complaint that if they improved their lands the whites would want it, and persuade the government to drive them off. The Harvey family, along with other missionary Quakers who came to help the Shawnee on their Ohio reserves, promised that the United States would not be so intolerably hard. They were certain after the solemn pledges so often made and repeated, that if they would improve their lands and be at peace, that they never should be asked for their land. 23. The Harvey family could make this confident pledge because, after working with the tribe for a few years, they believed that the Shawnee were well on their way to becoming a success story on the Ohio frontier. Their homes were well built, their barns well stocked, and their fences offered sturdy protection for crops and livestock. The Quakers, however, believed there was one area in which they had failed the Shawnee, and that was in religion. They were unable to make any converts among them. John Johnston, who was the Indian agent of the tribe for many years, often said that no tribe hated the white man's religion as much as the Shawnee. 24 While they respected the Quakers, as well as the Shakers, believing that both denominations actually practiced what they preached, the tribe mocked the rest of the Christians whom they had met while living on the western frontier. They dismissed them as hypocrites. Tecumseh best expressed his tribe's contempt for Christianity when he reminded William Henry Harrison, in their first meeting in Vincennes in the summer of 1810, that the whites had waited for centuries for their Savior, only to have then murdered him. "How can we have confidence in the white people?" he asked Harrison. "When Jesus Christ came upon the earth, you killed and nailed him on a cross." He added sarcastically, "You thought he was dead, but you were mistaken." Tecumseh seemed to imply that just as Jesus's followers failed to anticipate the resurrection, the white man failed to foresee that the Indians would rise again under his leadership. 25. Even after the Quakers had proved that there were good Christians among the whites, the Shawnee remained bitterly opposed to the faith. God had given Christianity to the whites, they often explained to John Johnston, just as he had given the Indians their faith in the Great Spirit, the Good Grandmother, the Thunderbirds, and all the other divine forces in the natural order. To them, the Shawnee faith was one of joyful prayer to their Creator, practiced through song and dance. They would keep their religion and their own festivals, like the Green Corn Dance in summer, the Festival of the Dead in autumn, and other celebrations, and had no need of the white man's God or his downcast rituals. 26 Because of their contempt for Christianity, the Shawnee resisted every attempt to establish a school on their reserves, where their children would be taught to read, write, calculate, think, and, most terrible, pray like a white man. When the Shawnee finally relented and let the Quakers build a school, they were allowed to teach manual arts like husbandry and carpentry, and reading and writing, but not religion. 27. Much like the experience of the Shawnee with the Quakers, the Ottawa, who had returned from St. Mary's to their reserves along the Maumee River, received help from the Presbyterian Church. The only difference was that the Presbyterians came to help the Ottawa, without their being asked. They, too, headed west, believing that if they could teach the Ottawa the civilized arts of husbandry and homemaking, then the tribe would be able to live on their remaining reserves at peace with the whites who surrounded them. In 1808, the Virginia Synod of the Presbyterian Church sent missionaries, led by Reverend Joseph Badger, to minister to the Indians of northwest Ohio and southeastern Michigan. Badger and his fellow Presbyterians were stunned at the condition to which the Ottawa living along the Maumee had fallen. Many were constantly drunk, they had no domesticated animals, with the exception of a few emaciated dogs, they begged for food, and when not given enough, they stole all they could get their hands on. The missionaries did not fault the Ottawa for their behavior, but instead blamed their condition on the fact that they had met the worst possible white men on the frontier. Even though he had won few souls to Christ, Reverend Badger recommended that a mission be established in the Maumee River Valley for the purpose of converting the Indians, most of whom were Ottawa, to the Christian faith. He decided his energy was better spent ministering to the Indians along the Sandusky River. He also later served as the chaplain of Major General William Henry Harrison's army during the War of 1812. There was no further missionary activity to the Ottawa until October 1822, when a small company of Presbyterian missionaries made their way in a schooner across Lake Erie from New York to the Maumee River Valley. Led by Reverend Isaac Van Tassel and his bride, Lucia, the daughter of Joseph Badger, the missionaries had been sent west by the Presbyterian Mission Society in Pittsburgh. 29 The society followed Reverend Badger's recommendation and purchased 687 acres of land near Chief Tontogone's village, about 12 miles upriver from Fort Meigs, for establishing an Indian mission. It was to this site that the Van Tassels, along with Reverend Samuel Tate, his wife and son, Reverend Alvin Coe and his wife, and two maiden ladies who had come west to teach the Indians, Miss Sabina Stevens and Miss Hannah Riggs, were heading in the fall of 1822. The waters of Lake Erie were so rough that Lucia Van Tassel remembered years later how she laid in her berth praying that He who stills the deep would bring them safely to their work. After running into storms off Maumee Bay, the schooner capsized, but the missionaries swam to shore with no loss of life. Van Tassel told his followers to stay behind and recover from their ordeal. He and Mr. Barnes, another missionary who had joined them, would go ahead to the mission site called Ebenezer, at the mouth of Tontogone Creek. 30. Reverend Van Tassel and his assistant, Mr. Barnes, found the land purchased for the mission in an excellent location on the east side of the Maumee. It sat high on a bluff overlooking a bend in the river. Chief Tontogone's village was just to the south along the creek bearing his name. There was another Ottawa village, named Nawash, on a nearby river island, and still another directly across from the mission on the opposite shore, called Kinjoano's Town. 31 Van Tassel and Barnes worked clearing the ground and built a large log cabin that measured 60 by 16 feet. The rest of Van Tassel's party, which now included a farmer and his wife, a carpenter and a blacksmith, arrived a few days later and worked on the rest of the mission. They quickly constructed the main building, a clapboard house that stood 2 stories high and measured 30 by 80 feet. A large annex, some 20 by 100 feet, was attached behind it. The missionaries also dug a well and even planted an apple orchard. 32. On November 26, 1822, just 1 month after coming into Ottawa country, the Maumee Indian Mission officially opened. At first many parents refused to send their children to the school. The Van Tassels understood that this reluctance came from the mistreatment that the Indians had received at the hands of the white man. Some local whiskey traders, worried that the teetotaling Presbyterians might interfere with their business, even paid mothers and fathers to keep their children away from the school, but soon several parents brought their reluctant scholars to the mission. The Van Tassels reported that the first class had 32 children, including 17 Ottawa, 10 Wyandot, 3 Shawnee, 1 Chippewa, and 1 Munsee. The students were expected to attend class 6 hours a day from Monday through Saturday. On Sunday, they were expected to attend services that consisted of hymn singing, scripture reading, and listening to at least 2 sermons. They learned reading, writing, and the basics of the Christian faith, along with farming for the boys and homemaking for the girls. Additionally, missionaries taught the children how to graft fruit trees, and grow mulberry trees as a way to start the manufacture of silk. Students also helped out on the farm that the missionaries opened up on an island in the Maumee. 33. Sometimes the children of settlers whose families had just arrived in the Maumee Valley joined the scholars at the mission. One such boy, Dresden Howard, arrived from New York with his family at the same time that the Van Tassels headed west to open their school. His grandfather, Thomas Howard, a veteran of the Continental Army, bought land a few miles upstream from the mission, near Wolf Rapids, now Grand Rapids, Ohio. The Howards built their house on the east side of the river, facing another Ottawa camp on the opposite shore. Their Tontogone's adopted son, Peter Manor, or Yellow Hair, who had been granted a section of land in the treaty at the foot of the rapids, operated a sawmill for the local Indians and the growing number of settlers. Here, too, was an important council ground for the Ottawa, situated under a huge white elm tree that stood on the west side of the river, and measuring 5 feet across and rising 50 feet before its branches began. Young Howard remembered what a quiet place it was to sit under the council elm and listen to the rapids running over the river's rocky bottom. The Indians had truly chosen the perfect place for their councils. 34. Much like Henry Harvey, who probably sympathized more with the Shawnee's dilemma than did his parents, Dresden Howard understood more clearly the Ottawa's painful transition than did his own family. He considered life along the Maumee River in the 1820s nothing short of heaven on earth. He made friends among the Indian children and ran wild with them in the woods and fields like a turkey or a partridge. In the summer, they fished in the river, or hunted small animals and birds with bow and arrow. Then in the fall, they headed through the woods, stealing shellbark hickory nuts from the bears and raccoons. Winter was the best season, especially when the snow lay deep on the ground. The Indian boys made sleds out of elm bark measuring about 1 foot wide and 3 or 4 feet long. Tying pieces of string to the front of their sleds, they would stand and wait for as many other boys and girls as could fit on the strips of bark to pile on behind them. When Dresden Howard was an older man, and had become a respected farmer and even a state representative, he could still remember the joy and terror of racing down an embankment toward the river on an Indian sled over the bright snow that was as smooth as glass. You can imagine that it was almost death to shut us away from all these pastimes, Howard later wrote, and to be shut up in a schoolroom, where long prayers were said morning and evening, and not a smile or whisper allowed. 35. If it was nearly impossible for a frontier child like Dresden Howard to sit in the mission school week after week, then it was even more unbearable for an Indian boy or girl. Many came and left after only a few days. Their parents were never able to coax them back, and many fled into the woods at the mere suggestion of their possible return. Howard empathized with these children and wanted to join them. He hated the mission school so much that he planned to run away and hide in an Ottawa village, but then he thought better of it, remembering that the Indians were simply too honest and would have to tell his parents where their son had gone. Yet, as he grew older, he came to understand the mission's purpose. The traditional Indian way of life was passing away. Although not all Ottawa understood the change coming into their country, certainly not as well as the Shawnee, some of the children's parents who brought their children to the school did, and realized that new skills, like farming and carpentry for the boys and weaving and sewing for the girls, would be needed, since the old ways inevitably gave way to the new. 36. The Ottawa came to love Reverend Van Tassel, his wife Lucia, and the other missionaries who lived among them for their kindness and generosity. They were especially fond of Reverend Coe and called him Tender Heart. The missionaries looked optimistically at the progress that the Ottawa were making towards civilization. Unlike his young pupil Dresden Howard, Isaac Van Tassel saw the Indians as quite willing and even anxious to adapt to the ways of the white man. While they generally seemed to resist lessons in the Christian faith, they were very interested in learning how to read in their own language. After another minister, named Sidney Brewster, arrived from Geauga County in 1824 to help out at the mission, Isaac and Lucia Van Tassel had more time to master the Ottawa language, which they rightly identified as a dialect of Chippewa. The couple became so fluent that they were able to translate the Our Father, the Ten Commandments, several hymns, and spelling lessons into Ottawa. They had them printed in Hudson, Ohio, for use at their mission school. Brewster's help also gave Reverend Van Tassel more time to travel to other Ottawa reserves in the Maumee River Valley. He was able to open a school at one of them, and even won some converts to the faith. 37. There was another area where the Van Tassels and their mission family were justly proud of helping the tribe. They were able to convince many of the Ottawa chiefs to develop a plan for ending the whiskey trade on their reserves. The missionaries often complained to their governing board that the Indians were surrounded by fraudulent, corrupting white men and so enslaved by habits of intemperance. After 3 years of working diligently with the Ottawa, Van Tassel was overjoyed when the chiefs finally called a council to address the problem of drunkenness among their people. They agreed to ban whiskey and other spirits from their reserves, and enforced their decision by appointing several young men to destroy any liquor brought onto their land, either by a white man or an Indian. By 1828, Reverend Van Tassel could happily report to the Presbyterian Mission Synod in Pittsburgh that when the Ottawa had given up drink, they were better engaged in the civilization process, planting more acres of corn and building sturdier houses, and some even joining the Presbyterian Church. 38. Benjamin Stickney, the Indian agent who served the Ottawa during the early 1820s, reported similar progress among the tribe to the American government. He observed that the Ottawa had many domestic animals, including hogs, cattle, and chickens, which they took with them on their winter hunts. While learning how to farm with iron plows, they asked Stickney, in the spring of 1824, to buy several of them. They were extremely careful with their annuity payments, monitoring them down to the last cent, and kept a watchful eye on the exact sections of land they owned in the Maumee River Valley. The Ottawa were equally protective of the rights of the whites who lived among them. For example, they demanded that Peter Manor be given clear title to the land that had been awarded to him in the treaty at the foot of the rapids. Manor did not want to lose his mill or his farm because he did not have a proper deed. The Ottawa also asked Stickney to find a blacksmith to repair their guns and farm equipment and to shoe their horses. 39. Agent Stickney did his best to obtain everything the Ottawa needed as they made the transition to a new way of life. He was impressed with their history, especially their language, and like the Van Tassels, he did his best to master it. As the Ottawa tried to work their reserves, just like the American farmers did, Stickney was most amazed that they were still able to keep up many of their ancient customs, most especially their dances. He watched as they built walled enclosures for these dances, most of which took place in the summer, and he was convinced that the many Indian mounds throughout Ohio had once been enclosures for similar dancing grounds. "I have seen 1,000 persons," he wrote to Governor Lewis Cass in 1824, "in motion at once performing the circuit of the dance, in single file between these walls." Having resigned themselves to life on their reserves in Ohio, which totaled close to 30,000 acres, and accepting the help of Presbyterian missionaries, families like the Howards, and government annuities that came by way of their Indian agent, the Ottawas seemed to have struck a delicate balance between themselves and the Americans that would keep them safe in Ohio forever. 40. For a time, after signing the treaty at the foot of the rapids, and the treaties at St. Mary's 1 year later, the Wyandot were able to maintain a similar balance between their traditional way of life and the demands of the future. In the spring and summer, they planted their crops in the deep black soil of their reserves. After the fall harvest, they still left their villages to hunt in small groups in the surrounding countryside. They went as far as 25 miles beyond the borders of their reserves in the winter time, with Hardin County, still mostly empty of settlers, being their favorite spot. There they took hundreds of pounds of wild game and collected the highly prized bear fat, which they would use throughout the year. In February and March, they headed back to their reserves, stopping at the stands of sugar maple trees on the way. The women tapped them, collected sap, and boiled it into syrup for use as the only condiment in Wyandot cooking. 41. Much like the Ottawa and the Presbyterians, the Wyandot at first received help from the Methodists without the asking. Many older Wyandot were Catholic and had been so since the days when the French ruled the Great Lakes. They could be seen carrying rosary beads and wearing crucifixes. In 1803, when Joseph Badger opened a Presbyterian mission at Lower Sandusky, now Fremont, Ohio, the Wyandot who were Catholic protested, even murdering some of the converts. The Presbyterians finally withdrew from the area right before the War of 1812.42, but in 1816, the year before the tribe signed the treaty at the foot of the rapids, a young Methodist preacher by the name of John Stewart had arrived in Upper Sandusky. He had followed his parents, who were both former slaves, from Virginia to Marietta during the year of the Great Migration. Stewart had many adventures on his way north, including his conversion to Christianity. At one point, while in prayer or perhaps even in a dream, he heard God tell him to go to the north. Eventually he found his way to the Wyandot Reserve at Upper Sandusky. Jonathan Pointer, the black man who lived with Tarhi, befriended him and helped him minister to the Wyandot. Stewart had a beautiful singing voice, and some Wyandot converted after listening to him sing while preaching. Stewart's most influential supporter was William Walker Sr. He was a white man who had been kidnapped by the Delaware in Virginia when he was 11. Walker always remembered the bright sunny day when he was riding a horse, with his uncle plowing a field behind him. No one had been taken by Indians in this part of Virginia for some time, so they were surprised when shots rang out, and the cry of Indians went up from their settlement. William and his uncle ran for the fort and almost made it, but at the last minute his uncle was shot dead, and he was snatched away. Young Walker was taken across the Ohio River, where he lived for a time with the Delaware until a white man who knew his family ransomed him. Walker remained among the Indians and married Catherine Rankin. Her mother was the daughter of a French trader and a Wyandot woman of the Big Turtle clan. Her father, James Rankin, was an Irish trader who worked for the Hudson Bay Company. Now known as Catherine Walker, she was greatly beloved by the Wyandot and was frequently used as an interpreter at important councils. She supported Stewart, even though many in the tribe, both the Catholics and the traditionalists, opposed him. With help from the Walkers, Stewart won a few converts to the faith and tried his best to deal with the growing problem of drunkenness among the Wyandot. Real success finally came for Stewart in February 1817, when he preached on the Last Judgment. Standing in a wooden shed with one side open to the bitter wind, and facing a small group of Wyandot huddled in front of him, he preached so eloquently that many Indians swooned and shouted to be saved, fearing a life of eternal damnation. Others begged him to stop speaking and to end this awful commotion. Then a Wyandot woman jumped to her feet, clasped her hands before her and fell to her knees, thanking Jesus for saving her from her sins and rescuing her from the everlasting flames of hell. The experience of the Holy Spirit moving like this through a crowd might have been common enough in a camp meeting among American settlers on the western frontier, but the Wyandot had never known anything like it. 43. Many chiefs, including Between the Logs, Mononkeau, Squire Grey Eyes, Matthew Peacock, and John Hicks, were converted on the spot. They remembered this night as the great dividing line between the old world and the new. For Between the Logs, especially, his Christian faith brought an inner peace like nothing he had ever experienced. He had been a highly emotional young man who was able to control his feelings when acting as the principal speaker of the tribe, but not when dealing with troubles in his private life. When a Wyandot wretch spread rumors that Between the Logs' wife was a witch, the young chief, so drunk that he did not know what he was doing, stabbed his wife to death. Still suffering from deep guilt for this senseless act, his newfound faith brought a meaning and purpose to his life that the ancient beliefs of his tribe could no longer satisfy. He also embraced the call of the Methodist faith to give up liquor of all kinds. Temperance would bring his people salvation in this world, while their faith would secure eternal life for them in the next. It would also help them cope with the trauma of Tarhe's death, and face the many trials that lay before them, including the humiliating treaty at the foot of the rapids and the tribe's removal to 2 small reserves. Between the Logs became so certain of the good that Christianity could do for the Wyandot that he set out for Zanesville, Ohio, hoping to convince more Methodist preachers and teachers to come and help Reverend Stewart build a church and mission school on the Grand Reserve. He told them that the Wyandot had chosen a section of land for the school on high ground west of the Sandusky River, with a spring flowing nearby. There the children would be safe from the spring rains and have fresh water to drink. Between the Logs knew this was a good location because Governor Returned Jonathan Meigs had chosen this same spot as his camp for the Ohio militia in the War of 1812. The chief added that the Wyandot would give $200 a year to support a church and a mission school. The Methodists heard the call, sending first another minister, Moses Heckel, to help Stewart, and then, in early 1821, Reverend James Finley and his mission family. Finley went to Upper Sandusky somewhat reluctantly, thinking he had neither the patience nor the training to open a school for Indian children. But his local bishop in Kentucky, Reverend Thomas McKendry, who had long been interested in ministering to the Indians as well as to the settlers, thought otherwise. So Finley yoked his oxen, loaded a wagon with household goods, and headed down the old trail from the town of Warren in eastern Ohio with his wife, 2 hired hands, and a young teacher named Harriet Stubbs. It took them 8 days in October 1821 to travel 150 miles to the Grand Reserve. As soon as they arrived, Finley went to work building his mission. From 4 in the morning until 9 at night every day of the week but Sunday, he chopped down trees, hauled logs to the sawmill, and then brought the lumber back to Camp Meigs. The work was so hard that his hands bled as he labored and one of his workers deserted him. Yet he pressed on with building a school and homes for his mission family, along with clearing ground for a farm nearby. On the Sabbath, he rested from his labors and took time to preach to the Wyandotte in their old council house. Sometimes John Stewart helped him by holding weekly prayer meetings, but he was suffering from consumption and so grew weaker day by day. 44. As hard as life was, Reverend Finley and his company continued on through the end of 1821 and into 1822. He made sure never to ask the Wyandotte for help, considering this a sign of respect for the tribe. He had come to serve the Wyandotte, and did not want them working for him as common laborers. Finley did ask several chiefs to serve as administrators on the board of directors for the school. The little mission family soon won the love and respect of many of the Wyandotte, with Harriet Stubbs becoming the favorite. She had given up a comfortable life in the home of her brother-in-law, Judge John McLean, to teach the Wyandotte children. Even before the mission school was finished, the girls followed her about the Grand Reserve from sunup to sundown. They quickly learned the alphabet from their young teacher, whom everyone called Red Bird because the red cape she wore reminded them of the beautiful cardinal. 45. Finally, in the summer of 1823, just about a year and a half since Finley and his followers had arrived in Upper Sandusky, the Wyandotte Indian Mission opened for business with 69 scholars. At first some Wyandottes vowed they would never send their children to school, but that changed once the respected chief Squire Grey Eyes led his daughter Margaret by hand to the mission. Then many of the other chiefs decided to bring their children to the school. Since all the students boarded there, some children came from as far away as Canada. Later, even a few children of local white settlers enrolled at the school. 46 Missionaries first made sure the Indian children were free of lice and fleas. They washed the bear grease out of their hair and taught them how to brush and comb it. The children were allowed to keep the leggings and moccasins their mothers had made for them, but they were also given new linen clothes made from the flax that the missionaries grew. These linen clothes included shirts, belts for their hunting knives, and bandanas for the boys, and smocks dyed with bright colors for the girls. Ribbons were used to tie the girls' hair in braids. In the morning, the students and their teachers prayed and ate together. Then they had their lessons. The boys learned farming, carpentry, and animal husbandry, while the girls learned how to cook, clean, spin, knit, and sew. Finley noticed early on that the boys had a much tougher time settling into the school routine than the girls. He decided to divide them into teams so they could compete against each other. This made a big difference and soon the boys were learning as easily as the girls. Everyone took lessons in reading, writing, spelling, arithmetic, and the fundamentals of the Methodist faith. They also worked side by side on the mission farm. 50 of the 140 acres that belonged to the mission were planted in corn, while vegetables like turnips, cabbage, and potatoes were raised on the rest. Animals were kept in pens made from logs from Fort Ferry, built in Upper Sandusky during the War of 1812. On the weekends, the students were encouraged to go home to their families so they could worship side by side. Only children who had come all the way from Canada remained over on Sundays. 47. The greatest problem remaining for the Wyandotte Indian Mission was the lack of a church. Finley continued to preach in the old council house covered with elm bark, even though it lacked a fireplace and had a dirt floor. He often complained that the place was hot in summer and cold in winter. He could not use the school as a church because it was too small to hold the growing numbers of Wyandotte parents and their children who came for services on the weekend. In order to raise money for the mission, Finley set out for Washington, where he was able to meet first with President Monroe and later his Secretary of War, Calhoun, whom Finley believed showed a remarkable concern for the Indians. When many of the Wyandot chiefs complained about the tribe's subagent, Calhoun dismissed him and appointed Reverend Finley in his place. After Finley explained the need for a church at Upper Sandusky, he offered him $1,333 from the Civilization Fund to build it. Finley asked if this was an appropriate way to use the government's money. He never forgot the secretary's response, and recorded it years later in his memoir of his time among the Wyandot. Calhoun said yes and added his profound hope that it might remain a house of worship when both of us are no more. 48. When Finley got back to the Grand Reserve, he did not have to build his church alone. This time the Wyandot men came without being asked. They hitched their horses to wagons and headed for the shallow bottom of the Sandusky River, where they dug out the blue limestone that had formed eons before and hauled it back to the place where their house of worship was to stand. Soon the 30 by 40 foot building with wooden floors and limestone walls rose not far from the school. Finley was so proud of his church that he predicted it would stand if not torn down for a century to come. 49. When John Johnston paid a visit to the Wyandot as their agent, he was impressed with the progress that the tribe had made at the mission. The children were better behaved in their classes than any frontier children he had ever seen, and the same could be said for the way the Wyandot conducted themselves at Sunday services. A better congregation, in behavior, I have not beheld, wrote Johnston to Bishop McKendry. He noted that the spirit of industry seen at the mission and its school seemed to be working its way throughout the whole of the Grand Reserve, heading out amid the fine log cabins with brick and stone chimneys that the Wyandot had built, amid the cornfields enclosed by sturdy fences, and amid the well-kept herds of cattle, horses, and sheep. Everywhere he looked, a spirit of order, industry, and improvement prevailed. 50 If a stranger had come upon the farms of the Grand Reserve, he might have thought he stumbled onto a thriving community of American pioneers. Many other visitors who made their way through northwestern Ohio in the late 1820s and early 1830s saw much the same thing that Johnston had observed. The Indians were making the transition from the life of the warrior and the hunter to one more like the white man. Travelers who passed through what remained of Indian country commented on the happiness and prosperity of the tribes they met along the way, especially the Wyandot under the tutelage of the Methodists. Others noticed the success of the Seneca, who had settled down on their reserve just north of the Wyandot with no help from Christian missionaries. One such visitor was an Englishman named William Bullock. In 1827, he traveled from Cincinnati to Urbana, Ohio, and then headed to Sandusky, on the southern edge of Lake Erie. As he made his way north, he was most impressed with the beauty of the Seneca Reserve. He noticed its park-like setting, in which the woods had been carefully cleared. Bullock was struck at how much the reserve looked like the gardens of the English nobility back home. We wished to enter some of their houses, which were well built, with sash windows and shingle roofs, he later wrote in a memoir about his trip, but we were told in general they avoided receiving the visits of white strangers. Bullock was convinced the Indians were quite comfortable as evidenced by the cultivated fields and large herds of cattle and horses. The Indians who did approach him deeply impressed him. Near one village, we met a young Indian driving a handsome wagon, drawn by 4 remarkably fine oxen, which would have done credit to any English gentleman. The youth was well dressed, and passed our carriage with a look that sufficiently marked his consequence. We also conversed with several Indians, some of whom were on horseback, armed with rifles. They were civil, and seemed pleased that we took notice of them. A squaw, with her son behind her, accompanied us some miles. Her dress was a loose blue cloth coat, with scarlet pantaloons, black beaver hat and feathers, and her face was painted bright red. 51. Surely the Seneca had a deep and abiding sense that they had won the race laid out for them by the Americans. In only a dozen years, they had given up the ancient round of hunting and farming in order to become year-round tillers of the soil and respectable property owners. The Indians could take comfort in the certain hope that when visitors to their country gave way to farmers who settled on land near the remaining reserves, they would be so impressed with the progress of the tribes that they would let them live in peace, not just for a little while, but forever. 5. On the edge of eternity. As the Shawnee and Wyandot were becoming success stories of surviving and even thriving on their reserves in Ohio, questions arose among the Indians themselves about the value of this experiment. These questions centered on the purpose of the removal of the tribes to smaller pieces of ground within their former territory. What had this type of removal actually meant to accomplish? Had the tribes agreed to live on these reserves so that they could follow the ways of the white man? As they headed down the path toward becoming farmers and housewives and, for some of them, Christians, would they have to give up all their ancient customs? If they did, would they simply merge into the wider American population inching closer to the boundaries of their reserves each day? Or had the tribes agreed to this removal so they could preserve their customs while adapting the best that the white man had to offer on their own terms, and so prepare for the inevitable arrival of the encroaching Americans and at the same time remaining true to themselves? For James Finley, Methodist minister to the Wyandot, the answer to all these questions was clear: removal of the Indians to smaller reserves helped the tribes make a successful transition to civilization in this world, while it prepared them for an even better life in the next. At Upper Sandusky and Big Spring, he watched as Christianity grew and thrived among the Wyandot. Finley would carry stories of the wonder of this transformation with him throughout his life. Even when he left his work with the tribe to minister first to frontier farmers and later to prisoners in Ohio's new state penitentiary, he was haunted by memories of the faith of the Wyandot. He saw it best at summertime camp meetings, when hundreds of Indians gathered to pray in open fields to Shazas, the Wyandot name for Jesus. They would leave their ponies, each tied with a bell around its neck, in the tall blue grass nearby, and then cross the open meadows to pray under the trees. The campground was lit by candles that had been set up on posts all around. The ringing of the bells and the voices of the Wyandot singing the old Methodist hymns in their own language, all in the twilight of a summer evening on the Ohio frontier, made it seem that Finley and the whole tribe had crossed over to heaven while still living on this side of the grave. 1. He saw the wonder of it all in the winter, too, especially on a dark afternoon in January 1822, when he traveled 15 miles from Upper Sandusky into the surrounding woods to a long funeral train. It was New Year's Day, and snow clouds lay heavy in the sky. Finley and his companions among the tribe were taking an old woman, known in his memoirs simply as the mother of Jaco, to her final resting place. Finley had made the coffin for the woman himself. He now looked around him and saw the Wyandot wrapped in their blankets leaning against the bare trees in deepest sorrow. All was silence, with only a few women weeping, until Chief Mononcure cried out, "Farewell, my old and precious aunt. You have suffered much in this world of sin and sorrow." Then he thanked her for the good example she had set and for looking after her family. "That hand that fed us will feed us no more," cried the chief. "We weep not with sorrow, but with joy, that your soul is in heaven." Finley remembered how they had gone back home with snow falling all around, but comforted in the knowledge that there was a purpose to their lives beyond this world. "Blessed are the dead that die in the Lord from henceforth," Finley later wrote in his History of the Wyandot Mission. 2. According to Finley, it was more than the rhythm of the seasons that had changed for the Wyandot. The very rhythms of the lives of the men, women, and even children had changed as well. He often recalled how the Wyandot children would go off on their own in small groups into the fields to pray. The young girls especially seemed more willing to talk about their faith when they had become Christians. The same new boldness could be seen in older women who prophesied for Christ. Finley often told the story of a woman greatly opposed to the new faith, who one night had a dream similar to the Shawnee prophet's vision many years before but with a decidedly Christian undertone. The woman saw two paths laid out before her. One was a smooth road to the left, which was crowded with moccasin footprints, while the other was a steep hill on the right, which few were traveling. She woke from her dream with a start after realizing that the crowded road led to perdition, and the less trodden path to heaven. She became a Christian immediately and did her best to convert others in her tribe. 3. Finley remembered that warriors, too, were just as deeply affected by the new faith. His first convert was Big Tree, an aging Wyandot who complained that he was always tired and ached all over, probably from rheumatism. He was a big man, like his name implied, who still dressed in the ancient style of the tribe, with his long hair wrapped in a silver tube and a silver-encased jewel in his nose. Big Tree had been a great warrior since the days when the French and English fought for his country. But the time of the warrior was now past, and Big Tree could no longer find any purpose to his life, so he spent most of his waking hours drinking whiskey. One day alone in the woods, he lay down on the ground, crying out to God and asking him why he was still alive. Why must he go on when there was no hope? It was then that the peace of God descended on him. I felt young again, he later told Finley. He was amazed at how he could now communicate with an all-loving God every moment, and the experience of prayer changed him for the good. He had the will to live again and face whatever came his way. He would endure, just as Christ endured every suffering and yet triumphed in his resurrection. No misery in this world was so great that the promise of eternal life could not lift the burden. 4. But perhaps most of all, Finley remembered how many of the chiefs, most especially between the Logs and Mononcure, had become ministers themselves and were better preachers than he. He brought them to speak to other tribes, like the nearby Seneca, and even the Chippewa, who lived far to the north in the Michigan Territory. He also took them to camp meetings, where the Indian preachers exhorted the settlers to live their faith, not merely to recite from the Bible or a catechism by rote. They may have spoken in broken English, but had more than made up for this by their powerful sermons. Having been trained through years of speaking to Indian councils, sometimes including many tribes, the chiefs were able to express themselves in a manner that most white people had only seen played out on stage. The chiefs traveled with Finley to the quarterly meetings of the Ohio Methodists in Columbus, and in 1826, they joined him on a speaking tour through the eastern states to raise money for the Wyandot Indian Mission, and visited New York, Philadelphia, and Washington. Mononcure was most impressed with the great sea turtle he saw in a museum in New York City. Even though he was now a devout Christian, he called the creature his grandmother, remembering the Wyandot tale of how long ago the world had been built up on the back of a giant turtle and how he was himself a member of the Big Turtle clan. "I have seen many of her children," he exclaimed, "but never have I seen her before." 5. Why was this new faith important to so many Wyandot, and why, after some resistance, did they embrace it on their new reserve so willingly? In a trying time, a belief in Christ gave meaning to a world that was collapsing all around them, along with bringing the certain hope of an eternal reward from God in the next. But just as important, it helped the Wyandot overcome the worst parts of the traditional Indian way of life that survived the disintegration, most especially the day-to-day violence that was so common among families and villages. Christianity taught a new discipline of controlling one's emotions and forgiving one's enemies, both within and outside of the tribe. How many Indian homes, not only the family of Between the Logs, had been torn apart by murders committed in a moment of rage or because of the need for revenge. The coming of Christianity to the reserves transformed them from mere geographic areas or lines drawn on a map, as the Americans understood them, into new worlds with inner dimensions of law and order. This was most apparent within families, in which the Christian belief in the sanctity of marriage as a covenant, in other words till death do us part, ended casual divorce common among Indians and helped stabilize the rearing of children. Between the Logs understood the powerful transformation occurring on the Ohio reserves better than any other Wyandot chief. He had seen the men of his tribe go from being feared warriors at Fallen Timbers, where at only 14 he fought alongside Tarhi the Crane, to becoming a nation of drunkards after the War of 1812 ended. In between, he and his people had looked to Tankswatowa and Handsome Lake to help them find a way out of their suffering, but both proved to be impostors. He, along with most of the Wyandot, sided with the Americans in the final war against Great Britain, only to see their country whittled down to less than a handful of townships. In the aftermath of so much loss, the Wyandot turned against each other, and even a chief as eloquent as Between the Logs could do little to stop them. The chaos had entered his own household when he murdered his wife in a drunken rage. Although he never took another drink again, and later married the widow of Tarhi the Crane, he still found no way out of the terrible condition into which he and his people had fallen. 6. Many Wyandotte finally found the peace they were seeking on that bitterly cold night in February 1817, when John Stewart preached about the Last Judgment in the little shed standing open to the wind on the Grand Reserve. The work broke out, between the logs remembered, and God went on to do great things for us. The chief always described his conversion as a passage from darkness to light. The darkness included many things from the ancient round of rituals and sacrifices to the modern addiction to whiskey. Once in the bright light of the Christian faith, the Wyandotte experienced a prayerful relationship with God, and relief from the senseless misery that came from all of the traumatic changes in their recent lives. Now spouses remained faithful to each other, and understood their primary duty was to protect their children, feed and clothe them, teach them right from wrong, and correct them when they made mistakes, but always to do it in a spirit of love. Christianity brought a certain order to families, and this soon worked its way to the entire tribe. The chiefs now saw a more profound aspect in their role as tribal leaders, who would perform their duties faithfully and watch over their people, making decisions about what was best for everyone in this life and ultimately what would be best for them in the next. For the Wyandotte, temperance was perhaps the greatest gift the Methodist faith brought them. Reverend Finley, like every other circuit rider on the western frontier, demanded that his new converts formally pledge to give up drinking forever. This made perfect sense to the Wyandotte, who had long recognized the destruction that liquor brought. Men and women wanted whiskey, rum, and wine so badly that they would abandon their children and even kill each other for it. The whole tribe sank into debt, owing money to traders for whiskey and other goods that they could only pay for with furs. Thus, at the very time when they were trying to make the transition to a more settled way of life, they were forced to go hunting, not only for the purpose of feeding their families, since they were now farmers, but also to pay for items that they had used long before. Soon the money that came as part of their annuity payments was not enough to pay off their mounting debts. "I can compare whiskey to nothing but the devil," explained Chief Mononque at a camp meeting, "for it brings with it all kind of evil." He then went on to give a litany of the miseries that the whiskey trade had brought into his country. It destroyed happiness and made the Indians poor, it deprived wives and children of food and clothing, it made men and women lie, steal, cheat, and even kill to get more drink. "It is a great curse to your own people," argued Mononque. "Why not cease making it?" 7. The order that pervaded the inner lives of the Wyandotte was expressed in their outer lives as well. Even the most embittered traditionalists recognized that the old cycle of hunting in the fall and winter, and farming in the spring and summer, was dying. As the Americans moved closer, the ancient forests of elm and sycamore were brought down, and the bears and panthers were disappearing. When the tribe went on winter hunts, they had to go as far west as the White River in Indiana. Even there the country was filling up with the farms and towns of the Americans. The choice before the Wyandotte was clear: change or die. Property ownership was the most important change for the tribe. Like other Indian tribes, the Wyandotte had always held their land in common. In the spring the women planted crops, and in the fall they harvested them. In accordance with the treaty at the foot of the rapids, they had moved away from common ownership of the land by listing every Wyandotte who was to receive a section of reserve land, but they did not immediately implement this provision. 10 years later, in 1827, the tribe decided to give 160 acres to every family on the Grand Reserve. If a family was large, they might receive additional acres. Families could retain their land and pass it on to their descendants as long as they remained on the Grand Reserve. No Wyandotte could sell land to another Indian or to a white person, since this might lead to only a handful of families owning most of the reserve. However, they could exchange land among themselves. All the land not given to specific families would be held in reserve by the tribe as common pasture lands, or as grants for future generations. 8. In an important sense, the Wyandot had become pioneers like their American neighbors. The people who visited the Grand Reserve, including Bishop James McKendry, commented on the rapid improvements that the tribe was making. Everywhere they looked there were well-built log houses with stone and brick chimneys, glass windows with sashes, wood floors, fenced-in fields of grain and hay, herds of horses, cattle, and sheep, and acres of apple and peach orchards. They saw children respectful in their lessons in school and pious congregations to match any scene on the frontier. Compared to the ruin that the tribe had sunk to little more than a decade earlier, the transformation was nothing short of miraculous. Truly the Wyandot had come close to achieving a heaven on earth. 9. 4 chiefs like between the logs and Mononkeau, along with respected leaders like Squire Grey Eyes, John Hicks, and Matthew Peacock, the Wyandot were living a better life on their small reserves than they had ever known previously in their former territory. They retained their tribal identity and government, even as they took on new customs from the whites, including better ways to farm and raise livestock, educate their children, and practice religion. In the end, they saw the process as beneficial, one that they were able to control by themselves. Yet there were other members of the tribe who viewed removal to the Grand Reserve and Big Spring in a totally different light. While they, too, had agreed to live on smaller pieces of ground, they did not believe that this meant they were to become pale copies of the Americans. Their most ancient customs, especially their spiritual ones, must be maintained at all cost. If Reverend Finley was right that the township reserves were somehow on the edge of eternity, then it must be that the Wyandot could preserve the beliefs they had held since time immemorial. D. Unquad, head chief of the Wyandot and leader of those who opposed the Methodists, expressed this position in a variety of ways. One of his favorite methods was to harass Reverend Finley during church services. He and his followers, who represented perhaps half of the tribe, often came fully dressed in traditional garb with their faces painted. D. Unquad made sure he was covered in silver from head to toe. He wore bands of the shining metal around his head that were decorated with feathers and dyed horsehair, and wrapped silver around his arms and legs and hung silver half-moon shapes on his chest and down his back. Animals were painted on his clothes, while snakes were drawn up and down on his arms. Around his ankles, he tied deer hooves that rattled as he walked. His followers were dressed in much the same way, and made a terrible clacking noise as they marched into the council house. They sat at the front on the ground and puffed their pipes, blowing smoke at Finley. 10. After Finley was finished preaching, D. Unquad proceeded to argue the finer points of the faith, especially where Christianity and the Bible were contradictory. He learned about this from the local whiskey traders, who knew the Bible well enough to discredit the preacher and make sure their trade continued. Were there really so many rules and regulations in the Bible? Had not Moses come down from the mountain with God's laws written on stone tablets, only to smash those same tablets when he saw the Israelites worshipping idols? If the tablets were gone, then surely the law was gone. Even if Finley could find a few remaining rules, D. Unquad argued that the God of the white man had made laws for the white man, while the God of the red man had done the same for his people. He knew for a fact that in the days of their grandfathers the two gods had met far to the west to determine once and for all whose religion would rule this continent. They decided that whoever had the power to move a mountain would win. The God of the white man opened his Bible, and got down on his knees and shouted at the mountain, but nothing happened. Then the God of the red man struck his stick on the turtle shell of the earth, and the mountain crumbled. Surely this was proof that this continent belonged to the red man and his God, not to the whites and their God. 11. For D. Unquad and his supporters, the Wyandot tale of Aatensaic, the woman who fell from heaven, made more sense than the biblical story of creation. When the woman tumbled from the sky, the animals worked together to make a home for her. They built up dirt on the back of a giant sea turtle, just like the one Mononkeau had seen in the museum in New York City. Later, the woman had a daughter who gave birth to twin sons, Chsesta, the man of fire, and Tauskaran, the man of flint. The battle between these two brothers began all the conflict in the world, which created a kind of tension that was necessary for everything to function properly. Again, this seemed a more reasonable explanation of the realities of this life than did a good God fighting a fallen angel named Lucifer. In the end, after the struggles of this world were done, the Wyandotte believed all would be well, there would be no final judgment of people's souls, as the Christians preached, with some going to heaven and others condemned to hell. Instead, the Wyandotte would go to a paradise below the earth, which the animals had made for them as their eternal home. There they would forever enjoy the ancient cycle of life that the tribe had known on earth, from spring to summer and from fall to winter. They would farm and fish and hunt, and live in villages with their families. There would be no want, no hunger, and no death, only endless happiness. 12. Living at Lower Sandusky, just north of the Big Spring Reserve, the Seneca rejected Christianity even more completely than did D'Unquoit and his followers. They saw life on their new reserve quite differently from the Wyandotte who had become Methodists. Here was a place where they could live outwardly like the white man, but inwardly remain true to their own identity. The tribe followed the Gawiyo, or Good Word, of Handsome Lake, the Iroquois prophet who had visited their villages along the Sandusky River in 1806 and 1807. Handsome Lake taught them that, like devout Christians, they must practice a strict morality, and give up bad habits that were destroying their people, especially witchcraft, drinking, and disregard for family life. Husbands and wives must be faithful to each other, and should welcome children and care for them, just as they must cherish their elders. The prophet also told them to live in peace with the Americans who were steadily moving closer. They could adopt the white man's ways to make their lives better, but they need not go to the white man's schools. They should not follow Christianity, a religion intended by the Creator for the whites, but must instead practice their own traditions, which Handsome Lake urged them to simplify so as not to upset the whites. 13. The Seneca generally agreed with the teachings of Handsome Lake, but sometimes ignored his recommendation to keep the peace with the whites by modifying their traditions. The most important custom they decided to maintain with no changes was the white dog sacrifice of midwinter. Handsome Lake told them to perform the ancient ceremony with deer, not with dogs, since the white man cherished them. For a while, the tribe acceded to his request before using dogs once again. Amid the orderly farms and well-built homes of their reserve along the Sandusky, they gathered outside the tribe's main council house at dawn in early February to perform the rite. Just as the first rays of the morning came up over the horizon, the tribe took 2 spotless white dogs, one male and one female, strangled them, and then hung them on crosses. Each one was decorated with red and white ribbons, which were tied about their muzzles, eyes, ears, and front and back paws. 14. A man named Samuel Crowell witnessed the last white dog ceremony held in Ohio on February 1, 1830. He remembered that a young Seneca named Good Hunter told him why the tribe had gone back to using dogs instead of deer. They did so after Good Hunter himself had a terrible dream. In it, he was being chased by some unknown power, and no matter how fast he ran, the awful thing kept following him. He was terrified that it would chase him all the way west to the distant ocean. Then suddenly, Good Hunter came upon a canoe and paddled it safely home. When he awoke and described his dream to the Seneca at Lower Sandusky, they tried to interpret its meaning, but none saw it as the obvious reflection of the white man's relentless pushing of the tribes westward to the point of driving them into the sea, as Tecumseh had predicted so long ago. Instead, they thought the dream portended that the Great Spirit was angry at his people for stopping the white dog sacrifice. They had become too much like the white man, both within as well as without. When they renewed the ancient festival of midwinter, the tribe used it as a chance to reflect back on the life they had lost, but still could not forget. In the first light of a day chosen in February, the month of the hunger moon, they gathered around their head chief. He spoke of all that he had accomplished as a warrior, of his bravery, and the number of scalps he had taken. Despite all the changes that had come upon the Seneca, he vowed that he would remain a warrior forever, even if the Americans pushed him into the Rocky Mountains. Then he ordered the young men to take the dogs down from their crosses and bring them to him. After the dogs were placed in his arms, the chief carefully laid them on the pile of burning logs near the council house. He continued to pray over them, throwing sweet-smelling tobacco on the fire, until they were completely consumed like a biblical holocaust. Everyone then entered the council house, where they first sat in a circle, feasted on corn, bread, and game, and later danced and sang old melodies long into the night. All was as it had been before and would be for all time. 15. The Wyandot, who were now Methodists, thought their Seneca brethren to the north had gone mad for clinging to ancient superstitions, even as they tried to modernize their way of life. They thought the same of D'Unquod, and openly confronted him. Between the logs told the chief to take his supporters and go. The tribe would simply have to split in two. But D'Unquod backed down, vowing he would do his best as the head of the tribe to keep the Wyandot together. In keeping with his promise, he stopped coming to church services, to mock the faith and spar with Finlay. However, he ended up supporting the mission school, and converted to the faith in 1825.16. But the Seneca were not as easily convinced, despite frequent meetings with Methodist preachers from the Wyandot nation. In these encounters, Mononque led the way in condemning the killing of dogs and all the other ancient practices. Drawing from the opening chapter of Genesis, he asked, "Do you suppose the great God that spread out the heavens, that hung up the sun and moon, and all the stars to make light, and spread out this vast world of land and water, and filled it with men and beasts, and everything that swims or flies, is pleased with the smell of your burnt dogs?" Then, echoing the words of the prophet Joel, he said, "Rend your hearts, not your garments." He went on to proclaim, "I tell you today, that his great eye is on your hearts, and not on your fires." Mononque's challenge to the Seneca was clear: change yourselves. Grow more merciful and less vengeful. Live in accordance with the law that God had written on your hearts for a better life in this world and a still better one in the next. In this way, he seemed to imply, their tribal reserves would be transformed from a prison to a paradise. 17. The Seneca could not agree, and more chafed against the confinement on their reserve at Lower Sandusky. The pressure to remain and become like the white man was revolting to them. Many other Indians agreed. No one hated the changes that had come upon the tribes more than Tecumseh's brother, the prophet. His long fall from grace, which began with the loss at Tippecanoe, had continued throughout the War of 1812. No longer respected for his supernatural powers, he had stayed on at Prophetstown when Tecumseh left to fight with the British. Even though he later sent Potawatomi warriors to attack Fort Harrison and Fort Wayne, the prophet never participated directly in any battle. He followed his brother on his final retreat into Canada, but stood back from the fighting along the Thames in October 1813. Sitting astride his horse at the side of General Proctor, he watched as Harrison's men cut down Tecumseh and his followers in the meadow near the river. Fearing for his own life, he fled with the British toward Hamilton, Ontario, and did not stop until he was safely out of Harrison's reach. 18. With Tecumseh dead, Tenskwatawa lost what little influence he still had over their shattered confederation. Only his immediate family, which included Tecumseh's son, Pawkesa, along with some Shawnee and Kickapoo warriors and their families, stayed with him. The loss of his power was almost unbearable for the prophet. He demanded respect from the British and tried with all his might to convince them that he was now the leader of a still great Indian confederation. He told them that he had been chosen as the war chief of all the combined tribes, while his nephew was the village chief. "I am now put in the place of my brother," he proclaimed. "I expect to be listened to as he was." The British were willing to feed and supply the prophet's followers as long as their ships could still make it across the Great Lakes. 19. Until the bitter end, which finally came in the fall of 1814 during the treaty negotiations at Ghent, the British were willing to pretend that someone in Tecumseh's immediate family might be able to assume leadership of an Indian nation somewhere south of the Great Lakes and north of the Ohio River. Governor-General Prevost, who tried to rebuild the tribal confederation shattered at the Thames River, presented Tecumseh Pease, the older sister of Tecumseh, with silver, cloth, and wampum. For a time, he thought that Tecumseh's 17-year-old son might be the next leader of his people. 20 But the Treaty of Ghent, which ended any possibility of an Indian state, also ended the need to find someone to lead it. By the summer of 1815, British authorities in Canada were finally done with the Prophet, and did everything in their power to send him back across the Detroit River to the Americans. Like all the Indians of the old Ohio country, the Prophet had outlived his usefulness to the British, who now sat securely behind the borders of Canada outlined at Ghent. 21. The Prophet drifted back and forth between settlements in Western Ontario for the next decade. He was late in coming to the negotiations at Springwells in September 1815 because the Shawnee in Ohio, who still considered the Prophet a dangerous fool, had cared enough about him to send a warning that Harrison was determined to take him prisoner and kill him. While the rumor proved false, the Prophet came to the negotiations a somewhat humbled man. He agreed that the war was over, and the cause for which he and his brother fought so long was truly dead. He also knew Harrison would not allow him to sign the treaty. In Harrison's eyes, the Prophet, like his brother, was merely a usurper, not a true chief. When Tenskwatawa demanded the right to settle along the River Raisin, where American troops had been massacred in the winter of 1813, Harrison denied his request. The Prophet then sent some of his followers ahead to his abandoned village along the Tippecanoe Creek with orders to rebuild it. He planned on joining them up until Governor Cass told him he was no longer welcome in the United States. Even if he were allowed back into the country, Cass explained, angry settlers along the western frontier would most certainly hunt him down and kill him. 22. Returning to Canada, the Prophet could only watch as his reputation was permanently eclipsed by the growing legend of his brother. Tecumseh was quickly becoming a hero on both sides of the Great Lakes. The British considered him the savior of Canada. Americans who had fled from his wrath now named their towns and children after him. In contrast, the Prophet was ridiculed by everyone. Friend and foe alike gave him no credit for building the Indian Confederation that had nearly dismantled the United States on the western frontier. All credit went to Tecumseh. 23 The Indians who had followed Tecumseh to Prophetstown never forgave his younger brother for the disaster of Tippecanoe, a loss from which they never fully recovered. Tribes that had stayed faithful to the United States reminded everyone of what they had always believed: the Prophet was an impostor. In the midst of near total condemnation, Tenskwatawa survived by begging provisions from the few Canadian officials who still had the patience to deal with him. He continued to receive help as late as 1823, when the British awarded £388 to the Prophet, his nephew Paki Sa, and their 6 dependents for losses they had suffered during the War of 1812. The Prophet's wish to return to the land of his birth finally came true when Lewis Cass had a change of heart. Like other young men who had made their fortune on the American frontier, Cass had watched Indian warriors, once bent on destroying the United States on the western frontier, turn into the drunkards that between the logs bemoaned. In 1800 he had come west to Ohio from New Hampshire with his family when he was only 18. In those days, Indians were a terror who could strike from the edges of a settlement at dawn, or at a lonely farm at twilight, murdering the men and infants and carrying off most of the women and children. By the time Cass was a grown man, the tribes were still strong enough to forge a confederation under the charismatic Tecumseh. He had witnessed the Shawnees' power firsthand when he served as a colonel of the Ohio militia in the army of General Hull. He was horrified when Detroit fell to the British and Indians, and refused to give up his sword, smashing the weapon instead and throwing the pieces to the ground. Cass never forgot this humiliating experience. While Tecumseh and his followers were ultimately defeated, they had terrorized settlers along the entire frontier, halted the westward migration of Americans, if only for a moment, and served as faithful allies of the British in a desperate bid to save what remained of their country. So many chiefs and warriors had died in the struggle that Governor Cass now spent much of his time feeding their widows and children. Whole clans and villages had disappeared. In the end, whatever chance the tribes had of holding onto their once vast territory disappeared, not just at the Thames River and Ghent, but at Springwells and finally at the foot of the rapids. 25. But over time, Lewis Cass came to sympathize with the plight of the very tribes he had helped to defeat and then remove to small reserves throughout the old Ohio country. Suddenly the loss of whole peoples who had been so fierce and independent troubled him. As he met more and more drunken Indians and their starving families in the streets of his capital at Detroit, he came to doubt whether those who survived would ever be able to make the transition to the civilized ways of an American farmer. Even if they could, why should they have to? He suddenly felt a deep nostalgia for the defiant and arrogant warriors he knew as a boy. Perhaps Indian men were destined for the life of a warrior and a hunter. If the Americans forced them behind plows on farms laid out by government surveyors, then maybe they were actually interfering with God's will for the tribes. Even if the Indians were able to make the transition, wouldn't the Americans simply overrun them someday, taking their farms and the last acres of their township reserves away from them? Maybe the tribes belonged in an unchanging world, where the boys grew to be warriors and hunters and the girls followed after them as wives and mothers. The ancient cycles could continue in such a place. Governor Cass was soon convinced that the reserves carved out for the tribes throughout the old Ohio country were unsuitable for the Indians. He came to believe that they belonged in the endless prairie country west of the Mississippi, where they could live the life that God had intended. 26. As he clarified his ideas about removing the tribes, which he first proposed to the Indians at the treaty negotiations at St. Mary's, Cass was determined to record as much about their traditions as possible before they disappeared, either by being overrun by the Americans or by moving far away to the west. He sent questionnaires to every Indian agent on the frontier, including John Johnston and Benjamin Stickney, who were working with the Ohio tribes, and to William Clark, who was still serving as superintendent of Indian affairs at St. Louis. He interviewed Indian chiefs, too, asking them to recall their ancient traditions, from how they raised their children to what they believed about the afterlife. He soon had officials throughout the West joining him in documenting Indian customs before they completely disappeared. Henry Schoolcraft, a young engineer who joined Cass on his travels to treat with Indian tribes at the far western edges of the Michigan Territory, compiled enough information to write one of the first comprehensive histories of the American Indians ever published. 27. In the midst of such nostalgia, Cass decided that even the prophet could be useful. Surely he knew more than almost anyone else about the frontier traditions of the Shawnee and the other tribes in Tecumseh's confederation. Cass invited the prophet, who was still living with a handful of followers in western Ontario, to come to Detroit and share his memories of the old ways. Tenskwatawa was barely surviving on handouts from the British and was anxious to find a way to support his small family. He was determined to make an impression on Cass when he crossed over from Canada to meet with him in the spring of 1824. Close to 50, he still stood tall and strong, dressed in a bright blue coat over a white cotton shirt. He wore silver all over, from the ornament in his red turban to the long earrings that dangled to his shoulders, and from the half-moon piece that circled his neck to the bands around his powerful arms. He was suspicious at first about Cass's motives, and revealed little. But then, impressed with the kind reception he received, he opened up and told him as many stories as he could remember. The prophet came back and forth from Canada several times to meet with the governor, wondering if he would ever be allowed to return to the United States permanently. Cass finally told him he was free to go back to Ohio, but he would have to live for a time under the authority of the aged Chief Blackhoof, an outspoken critic of Tecumseh and his confederation, at his village at Wapakoneta. Tenskwatawa wondered how this could be allowed. Cass explained that he hoped the prophet would still have enough influence over the Shawnee to convince them that their rightful place was not in Ohio but west of the Mississippi. For the prophet, the prospect of removal seemed nothing short of a miracle. In fact, at this late hour, it was the only way of fulfilling the dream that he and his brother had once shared of establishing a permanent homeland for their people. 28. For many Indians who had lost their lands in Ohio, and who were now slowly losing their traditions and their very identity, the possibility of moving west of the Mississippi River suddenly made sense. Until this moment, their choices appeared to be limited to settling down on their remaining reserves and slowly learning to live like the whites, or staying on those same reserves and retaining their identity. But what if Governor Cass was correct that there was another way? Why did they have to stay confined on tiny reserves in the east when the prospect of preserving their traditional way of life beckoned from the west? If Cass was right, then there was no reason why the tribes had to remain in Ohio. They could just as easily exchange their lands for new territories west of the Mississippi. This was not a new idea. Both the Shawnee and the Delaware had been leaving Ohio for the far western country since before the American Revolution. The Spanish had sought out the Shawnee as allies since the 1760s. Pierre Laclede, founder of St. Louis and stepfather of Auguste Chouteau, the renowned fur trader who had helped negotiate the many treaties at Portage de Sioux, started trading with them in 1769. A decade later, after American colonists arrived from Virginia and set fire to tribal villages throughout Ohio, hundreds of Shawnee left their ruined towns and headed for the peace and freedom of Missouri. Tecumseh's mother, Methowataskie, was one of the refugees. She went west in 1779, just 5 years after her husband, Cookshanwa, had died at the hands of the Americans. She left behind her son Tecumseh, then only 11, and the prophet who was even younger, and headed to a place called Apple Creek, near Cape Girardeau. By 1812, at least 1,200 Shawnee were living across the Mississippi in Missouri, far from the bitter memories of the Ohio country. 29. While the Shawnee who remained behind in Ohio survived for 2 more generations, most of the Delaware had already left. John Johnston, who knew the Indians well, said no tribe hated the white man quite as much as the Delaware. For 2 centuries, the white man had pushed the Lenni Lenape, as the tribe called themselves, from the Atlantic shore westward over the Appalachians. After signing the Treaty of Greenville in 1795, which took away the tribe's land in southern Ohio, the Delaware settled on the West Fork of the White River in the Indiana Territory. Their great chief Buckachlas, who set up a town in Indiana for his people from Ohio, often told them not to trust the whites, and never to give up their own customs. If they were tempted to do so, they should remember Nathan-Hutton, the site of the massacre of the Christian Delaware by the Americans during the Revolution. Even with their deep distrust of the Americans, the Delaware had rejected the teachings of the prophet and refused to follow Tecumseh in the War of 1812. Many fled back across the Indiana border to Piqua, in western Ohio, where the American government gave them a small tract of land and placed them under the protection of William Henry Harrison and Indian agent John Johnston. The tribe later surrendered this tract in exchange for a small piece of ground around Captain Pipe's village, near Upper Sandusky in the treaty at the foot of the rapids. 30. It was their new leader, Captain Anderson, one of the signers of the treaties at St. Mary's, who decided the time was right to lead most of his tribe across the Mississippi. A few Delaware, listed by name in the 1818 treaty, would stay in Indiana on half and quarter sections of land allotted to them. Still more would remain behind in Ohio at the village of Captain Pipe, the aged son of the more famous Captain Pipe who had orchestrated the torture and death of Colonel Crawford in the last days of the American Revolution. But the main body of the tribe would head west. The government had promised to provide a new home for the Delaware upon the west side of the Mississippi in the treaty signed at St. Mary's. The American government would provide 120 horses, transport them to their new home in Missouri, and make a one-time payment of $13,312.35 to pay off the tribe's debts. The Delaware would continue to receive $4,000 each year added to their other annuities, all paid in silver coins. The Delaware would also get a blacksmith in their new home. Captain Anderson told a New York Immigration Society scout, David Burton, that one of the reasons for the move was the ever-present problem of whiskey on the frontier. The whites brought whiskey to his people, and there was continuing trouble because of it. As promised, in 1821, Captain Anderson, not a young man anymore, led 800 Delaware, mainly on horseback, down the old Buffalo Trace from the White River to Vincennes and then on to Kaskaskia. John Johnston, who served as agent for the first leg of the trip, miscalculated how much food and supplies the tribe would need. Many Delaware had become sick and died by the time the tribe reached the Mississippi. The agents who oversaw the rest of the tribe's journey also ran short of supplies. Despite the hardships of this first trail of tears for a tribe that still held land in Ohio, Captain Anderson and the Delaware made it to their new home along the James Fork of the White River in southwestern Missouri. 8 years later, the chief negotiated a new treaty that took his people farther west to a reserve south of the Kansas River. When Captain Anderson died in 1831, the Delaware could say that while their new home across the Mississippi was not as plentiful as the land they left behind in the Ohio country, they had at least retained their own identity. 31. The Shawnee chief Colonel Lewis, better known among his people as Quitwapia, was soon convinced that following the Delaware west might offer the best possible future for his tribe. Even before Governor Cass recruited the prophet to help remove the Shawnee from Ohio, Colonel Lewis had taken the lead in trying to convince his people to head across the Mississippi, but many Shawnee did not trust Colonel Lewis. While he was a decent man when sober, he became a frightening brute when drunk. Reverend Finley remembered him as a handsome man, well-built, of an open and free countenance, but a savage once he tasted liquor. Colonel Lewis was especially infamous among his own tribe for committing a murder when well corned. He had been drinking with some Shawnee and Delaware when he started to brag that he could kill a man without shooting him. When a drunken Delaware sitting next to him on a barrel asked him how this could be done, Colonel Lewis drew out a knife from his belt and stabbed him in the heart. The man died instantly. On the next day, the Shawnee held a council in which they determined that Colonel Lewis was at fault and ordered him to pay the blood price of a horse to the dead man's widow. There were more reasons why so many Shawnee disliked Colonel Lewis. They questioned how he had managed to get a township set aside for himself and his followers at Lewistown during treaty negotiations at the foot of the rapids in 1817. They also accused him of stealing annuities meant for the entire tribe, and then using them exclusively for his own people. 32. When the Shawnee threatened to strip him of his title of chief, Colonel Lewis decided that now was the time to follow the Delaware west. He headed first to Missouri and then south to the Arkansas Territory, where he was amazed at what he saw there. Instead of Indians hemmed into tiny reserves and trying their best to act like the white man, he met Delaware, Shawnee, Kickapoo, Piankashaw, and Peoria, all under the leadership of the Cherokee, living as their ancestors had back east in villages between the Ozarks and the Ouachita Mountains. The Cherokee had first crossed the Mississippi some 40 years earlier, seeking better winter hunting grounds and fleeing from the Americans, whose settlements were rapidly spreading after defeating the British in their Revolution. By the early 19th century, they were also heading west to escape from those of their own who were becoming too much like the white man. The split between the Cherokee of the lower towns along the Tennessee River, who wanted to go west, and those of the upper towns, who wanted to stay east, became so deep that in 1808 a deputation of chiefs headed to Washington, seeking help from President Jefferson. He assured the tribe that the government supported both factions. The Cherokee who wanted to continue down the path toward civilization, at least as the Americans defined it, in their traditional homeland should be allowed to do so, but those who wanted to maintain their tribal customs and adopt only the white man's ways as they saw fit should be allowed to go west. 33. As Jefferson explained in his official response to the delegation in January 1809, the Cherokee who stayed behind would be assured of our patronage, our aid, and good neighborhood, but those who headed west would also have the support of the United States. The President urged the latter group to explore the valleys of the Arkansas and White Rivers, avoiding the Mississippi altogether because the Americans would probably settle along it someday. Once the Cherokee had found a home in Arkansas, Jefferson asked them to return and treat with the American government. In the new treaty, the Cherokee would exchange a portion of their tribal land back east for the new country that they had chosen out west. "We shall still consider them as our children," Jefferson said of the Cherokee who would move to Arkansas. "Give them the benefit of exchanging their peltries for what they will want at our factories, and always hold them firmly by the hand." 34. By the War of 1812, nearly 5,000 Cherokee lived in Arkansas. They had traveled west by flatboats along the Tennessee, Ohio, and Mississippi rivers. They brought their livestock overland, crossing the Mississippi at Choctaw Bluffs, later Memphis. Originally the Cherokee built several towns along the St. Francis River, but after these were destroyed by floods following the New Madrid earthquakes, they moved farther west along the many tributaries of the Arkansas River. Visitors to the region noticed the fine homes of the Cherokee, their fenced-in fields full of corn and cattle, and the beautiful cloth woven by the women. Many commented on how much more civilized the Cherokee were than the few whites who lived near them, but they also noticed that the men of the tribe were still hunters, especially of the buffalo, which roamed in huge herds along the western end of the Arkansas River and out onto the Great Plains. In 1817, Cherokee chiefs living in Arkansas had negotiated the treaty recommended by Jefferson nearly a decade earlier. By this treaty, the tribe promised to exchange millions of acres in Tennessee, Georgia, and North Carolina for a comparable amount of land in Arkansas. Any poor warrior who wanted to go west, but who had no worldly goods of his own, would receive a gun, ammunition, a blanket, and a brass kettle or a beaver trap from the American government. Members of the tribe who wanted to stay on the ceded ground could apply to the government for individual reserves of one section, or 640 acres, as a fee simple, which could be passed down to their heirs. They could also become citizens of the United States. About 50 Cherokee, living mainly in North Carolina, obtained individual reserves and American citizenship in accordance with these provisions. Finally, the government promised to conduct a census of the tribe. Annuities would be allocated according to the Cherokee population in Arkansas and back east. 35 Eastern Cherokee leaders negotiated another treaty with the government in 1819, which determined the boundaries of tribal land in eastern Tennessee, western North Carolina, northern Georgia, and Alabama, along with the borders of the Arkansas Reserve. Ultimately, the Cherokee agreed to surrender 5 million acres in the east in exchange for 3 million in the west. 36. By the time Colonel Lewis made his first trip to Arkansas, a third of the Cherokee lived there. Known as the Western Cherokee, the borders of their tribal reserve ran from Point Remove Creek to the White River on the east, and from Fort Smith to present-day Harrison on the west. Colonel Lewis found the country in between these borders to be rich in bear, deer, and buffalo. The men hunted the full length of the Arkansas River, and even followed game west across the plains to the Rocky Mountains. The women stayed behind raising acres of corn, beans, and pumpkins in the rich bottomlands. Colonel Lewis saw, too, how the tribe's cattle thrived in the reserve's rolling hills. While there were a few slaves, there were no large cotton fields worked by gangs of blacks, like some Cherokee owned back east. In fact, the Western Cherokee scoffed at members of their tribe who were trying so hard to open up plantations in Georgia and work them with slaves. They had no desire to be part of the worldwide cotton boom, or prove to the Americans that they could succeed as plantation owners. 37. But what most impressed Colonel Lewis was that Cherokee men in Arkansas were still warriors. Shortly after arriving across the Mississippi, they organized a confederation with local tribes like the Quapaw and Caddo, along with bands of eastern Indians that had followed them west. Together they fought the Osage, masters of the plains' eastern border, who had themselves come long ago as refugees from the Ohio Valley fleeing the Iroquois. The Western Cherokee even made a case to the American government that Arkansas should become an Indian territory fully under their control. Their main argument was that they were civilized, meaning that they farmed and lived in stable villages, unlike the uncivilized Osage, who were year-round hunters. President Monroe agreed, and ordered William Clark to negotiate a treaty with the Osage in 1818 to remove them from their land in eastern Arkansas. The Cherokee, however, were not satisfied, and continued to demand a treaty that completely removed the Osage from their remaining land in Arkansas as well as from Missouri. 38. 2 years before such a treaty was negotiated, in the summer of 1823, Colonel Lewis participated in a grand council with the Western Cherokee. The leading force behind the council was Takatoka. He was a war chief who had moved to Arkansas in 1819 and had assumed leadership of the tribe upon the death of their former head chief, Tuluntuski. More than anything else, he hated the transformation underway among his people back east. They were getting to be neither white nor Indian, but some strange combination in between. Takatoka especially disliked their growing reliance on slave labor, which he considered a repugnant feature of white American civilization. He also despised the missionaries, who came among his people to teach them the white man's ways hidden beneath the mask of Christianity. He mocked Cherokee converts to the Christian faith as the breeches and pantaloons party, and opposed every attempt to set up mission schools on the tribe's Arkansas Reserve. 39. Much like Tecumseh, Takatoka dreamed of building a united Indian nation, not in the old Ohio country, so long coveted by the white man, but in the Arkansas Territory on the edges of the western plains, where the old ways of the Indians, which were deemed superior to the customs of the whites, could be preserved. On behalf of the many chiefs gathered at the 1823 council, he asked Colonel Lewis to call a larger council in Wapakoneta, where all the eastern tribes would meet with the western tribes to discuss the advantages of joining the Cherokee on their Arkansas Reserve across the Mississippi. Acting as Takatoka's ambassador, Colonel Lewis headed first to St. Louis, where he told William Clark of the troubles the Indians were experiencing in Ohio. Then he described the promise that the West held for the survival of the tribes. He did not say that in Arkansas and on the plains beyond the young men could become warriors once again, but instead spoke of the advantages of incorporating the white man's civilization at their own pace and on their own terms. Clark, in turn, told Secretary of War John C. Calhoun what Lewis had relayed concerning why the Great Council of Eastern and Western Tribes was being called. First, the Indian settlements in Indiana, Ohio and New York had become surrounded and hemmed in by a dense white population, leaving no lands to hunt on, and affording too great a facility for the introduction of ardent spirits, so destructive to the Indians, and secondly, to give the Indians forming the council of a settlement by which they might enact and enforce their own laws and regulations to promote an agricultural life, which they are extremely anxious to exchange for that of hunters, which has become a precarious dependence, and thirdly, to receive among them teachers, and husbandmen to prepare themselves in every way to enjoy the same blessings which they see industry and agriculture extended to the white man, and endeavor to enjoy those blessings themselves and extend them to other nations under their influence. 40. He promised to send John Graham, the Indian agent who had helped William Henry Harrison negotiate the treaty with the tribes at Greenville in 1814, along with Colonel Lewis to Ohio to discuss the tribes' move. Takatoka wanted to come east to talk personally with the Shawnee and other Ohio tribes, but he was delayed by the continuing war against the Osage. Finally, in the fall of 1824, he headed for Kaskaskia, where members of the Shawnee and Seneca tribes who had come all the way from Ohio were waiting for him. He never made it, as he died along the way, but on his deathbed he urged his companions to continue the mission. They traveled to St. Louis, where they bid farewell to William Clark, who sent Graham and Pierre Menard the Indian agent at Kaskaskia to accompany them to Ohio. Colonel Lewis led a party of 16 chiefs back to Wapakoneta, where they hoped to make their case for an Indian nation west of the Mississippi. They carried strands of white and blue wampum as symbols of the peace and unity that the western tribes were offering to the eastern. Colonel Lewis planned to present the wampum to the Ohio tribes, specifically to the Shawnee and the Ottawa, but would also send the beads west to the Sac and Fox, south to the Creek, and east to the Iroquois. From Wapakoneta, Colonel Lewis and the other chiefs planned to travel to Washington, where they hoped to arrive by February 1825.41. The thought of a new life in the far western country ran counter to everything the Ohio tribes had been trying to accomplish since the War of 1812. Most of them had rejected Tecumseh, turning their backs on his dream of a joint Indian homeland. In exchange for their loyalty, the government had removed them to reserves, no bigger than a handful of townships, in their once vast territory, where the Americans convinced them that time was running out. The tribes must learn to settle down permanently, becoming farmers and housewives, like the Americans who were steadily coming their way on the frontier. If they acted like the Americans, there would be peace. For some, like the Delaware, the price for this transformation was too high, and they sold most of their remaining land in the east for an unknown future in the west. For others, like the Seneca, they could accept the change if they were allowed to live in two worlds. The first consisted of whitewashed homes and fenced-in fields, the second was communion with their traditional beliefs. Finally, at least for the Wyandot, the transformation allowed them to experience a peace and prosperity that they had never known before, even as they prepared for eternal happiness in the next life. The future seemed set until Colonel Lewis arrived at Wapakoneta with one more possibility. He knew a place where the Indians would not have to stay locked in tiny reserves, and would not have to transform themselves into the white man, nor choose between a good life in this world or the next. "Follow me west to a land of freedom," beckoned Colonel Lewis, where the old ways could survive along with the new, and the dream of Tecumseh could at last be realized. Eternity would have to wait, he seemed to say, for there was still a great deal of living for the Indians to do in this world. 6. The future unravels. Colonel Lewis had a plan that made sense to many Indians on reserves in the East and to frontier officials, like Lewis Cass and William Clark. But to others, like the Christian Wyandot at Upper Sandusky, the plan could be summarized in one word: madness. It ran counter to the flow of history and memory and seemed to reverse the order of time itself. After generations of resisting the Americans, the majority of the Indians who remained in Ohio had agreed to take up a life almost identical to them. They had signed the treaties at the foot of the rapids of the Maumee and at St. Mary's, which removed them from countless acres to pieces of ground measured in a handful of townships. Like many pioneers, they harvested acres of corn and wheat, raised livestock, and set up schools to educate their children. Having accomplished all this in less than a generation, they were now told by one of their own to abandon the plow and the prayer book, to trek west of the Mississippi to Arkansas, and cross vast plains beyond stretching to the Rocky Mountains, and there start over again down the path of the warrior and the hunter. There was no greater opponent of Colonel Lewis than Black Hoof. He hated him as much as he had once hated Tecumseh. While no longer a young man, he was determined to use whatever strength he had to stop the growing movement to send the tribes west of the Mississippi. He was furious that a disgraced chief chose to negotiate with the Cherokee, the traditional enemies of the Shawnee, and was on his way to treat with the President of the United States. Black Hoof told the Shawnee what local traders had relayed to him, that is, that the far west was full of hostile Indians who did not want eastern tribes coming their way. They also warned him that the government would not be able to pay annuities to tribes once they moved across the Mississippi. Lastly, he reminded the Shawnee that they had refused to surrender their traditional beliefs. Even the Quakers, whom they respected, had not been able to change their minds. Surely the great Manitou had assigned this land to the Shawnee. If they headed west of the Mississippi, he would withdraw his protection from the tribe, and they would be given over to the power of Maniti, the evil force at work in the universe. 1. Colonel Lewis ignored the objections of Black Hoof and headed straight for Washington. He arrived in February 1825, when President Monroe had just reversed his long-standing Indian policy, recommending instead that the tribes be removed west of the Mississippi. Monroe had taken nearly a decade to come to this conclusion. In the last dark days of War of 1812, he had seen the near dissolution of his nation at the hands of the British and their Indian allies. The final Treaty of Ghent had avoided this catastrophe, and Monroe, in his final year as Madison's Secretary of State, had completely implemented its Article 9. Later, as president, he crafted his own Indian policy that resembled those of Washington and Jefferson, but in several ways improved upon them. Like Washington, he sent negotiators into the western country to write treaties that gave Indians annuities in exchange for their land. But Washington's policy had made no provision as to where the Indians were to live once they had surrendered their country. Monroe corrected this oversight by negotiating the removal of the tribes onto reserves within their former territory. Similarly, both the Washington and Jefferson administrations had advocated teaching the finer arts of civilization to the Indians who signed treaties with the Americans, but they had failed to secure regular funding for this effort. In contrast, Monroe had one passage of the Civilization Fund, which made $10,000 available annually for the tribes as they made the transition to a new way of life. They could use the money to buy livestock and farm equipment, teach their children how to read, write, and do arithmetic, and even build Christian churches. This fund had provided the money for Reverend James Finley to build the Wyandotte Mission Church in Upper Sandusky. Although small by modern standards, the sum encouraged missionaries to come west and help the tribes. Congregations back east collected even more money to be used to aid the tribes' transformation on their new reserves. The pace of change picked up, with hundreds of thousands of settlers moving west to find a better life, and the tribes would learn to adopt the settlers' lifestyle. When they were ready, the two strands of the national experience would merge peacefully together. Point 2. Monroe had found an able assistant in constructing his Indian policy in his Secretary of War, John C. Calhoun. Upon assuming office, Calhoun was certain he could help the president implement a reasonable approach to the settlement of the West, which hopefully would be acceptable to all sides, but the president found that other appointed officials often opposed him. One of his loudest critics was General Andrew Jackson, who served as the government's chief negotiator with the Choctaw, Chickasaw, Creek, and Cherokee. Jackson had also led the war against the Seminole in Florida during Monroe's first term. He questioned every principle upon which the nation's Indian policy had rested since the days of President Washington. Above all else, he did not believe that the tribes should be treated as the rightful owners of land, nor should the Indian nations be recognized as sovereign. They were instead subject peoples who had finally been defeated in the War of 1812. Before he negotiated a treaty with the Cherokee in 1817, Jackson told Monroe that continuing such outdated policies was simply absurd. Maybe the charade was necessary in former times, when the tribes were truly a threat to the United States, but now circumstances have entirely changed. Since the American people needed more land, the strong arm of the government should take it away from the Indians. He even recommended that the government accomplish this by the right of eminent domain granted in the Constitution. His views were shared by many commissioners who helped him negotiate treaties with the Southern tribes during Monroe's presidency, including Governor Isaac Shelby of Kentucky, Return Jonathan Meigs Sr., the agent to the Cherokee, and Tennessee's Governor Joseph McMinn. Point 3. McMinn, in fact, had been calling for changes to the government's Indian policy since James Madison was president. He had worked tirelessly to remove the Cherokee from millions of acres in his state and then open the land for settlement by whites. He had first recommended his idea of encouraging tribes to give up their remaining land in the East for new territory across the Mississippi to Madison's Secretary of War, William Crawford. Heads of households who stayed behind would be given 640 to 1,000 acres each and granted the same rights of citizenship that free blacks had in the United States. Crawford examined this proposal, but decided in favor of continuing the route of civilization and assimilation laid out since Washington's day. Still, Crawford could not help but fear that this process would move too slowly, and land-hungry pioneers would take the country away from the Indians before they had time to transform themselves. Point 4. Lewis Cass, one of the top negotiators with the northern tribes, also called upon President Monroe to make the removal of the tribes the cornerstone of his Indian policy. He had concluded before most other frontier officials that the tribes belonged in the West, as much for their own good as for the interest of the United States. He mentioned the possibility of exchanging Indian land back east for new lands in the West at the negotiations at St. Mary's in 1818, much to the horror of the chiefs. While only the Delaware had accepted his suggestion, Cass's vision of the Indians losing their very souls on their dwindling reserves later helped him recruit the prophet to his cause. Cass also tried to convince Monroe administration officials that the tribe's removal to across the Mississippi was the most humane Indian policy possible. In all that he proposed, he had the full support of Indians, like the Western Cherokee, and chiefs, like Colonel Lewis, who saw removal of the tribes across the Mississippi River as the only way for the Indians to survive. While the President and his Secretary of War had held fast to the decision to shift the tribes to smaller pieces of ground and oversee their transition to the white man's ways, especially through Monroe's first term, they did allow commissioners to offer tribes the option of trading land in the East for land in the West during treaty negotiations. Indians wanting to maintain their traditions could head across the Mississippi, while those who wished to become civilized, according to the standards of the white man, would be allowed to remain in the East. Generally, negotiators in Ohio, like Lewis Cass, did not offer an exchange of land in their treaties since resistance to removal among the tribes was so strong. However, Southern negotiators, like Andrew Jackson and Governor McMinn, regularly included such exchanges in their treaties. The 1817 treaty with the Cherokee, which sent a branch of the tribe to Arkansas even as the majority stayed back east, was an example of the implementation of the dual policy on the southern frontier, as was the Treaty of Doak's Stand, which Jackson negotiated with the Choctaw 3 years later, in which the tribe agreed to relinquish most of their lands in Alabama for a huge reserve in Arkansas near the western Cherokee. 5. By allowing this option, Monroe and Calhoun strove to maintain the difficult balance between the demands of their own citizens, who wanted even more land, and the Indians, who often disagreed on the best future for their tribes. However, in one key area, they lost the fight. Halfway through Monroe's second term, private traders demanded the right to control all commerce with the Indians. Congress agreed and took the government out of the business of the Indian trade. George Washington had first recommended the establishment of government-run trading houses in 1793, and an Indian trade system was organized 3 years later. The purpose of these trading houses, or factories, was not primarily to make money. Instead, they were meant to tie the tribes to the United States and break the bond between the Indians and the British. As the 1796 law stated, the factories would render tranquility with the savages permanent by creating ties of interest. 6 years later, following the passage of the Trade and Intercourse Act, which consolidated all previous laws on government factories, President Jefferson told Congress that these establishments would encourage tribes to pursue agriculture, manufacturing, and civilization, thus bringing together their and our sentiments. Government officials, which included Secretary of State James Monroe on one occasion during the Portage de Sioux negotiations, purchased goods in eastern cities like Washington and Philadelphia, and shipped them to Western Indian agents who oversaw the factories, where eastern tribes brought the skins and pelts of deer, fox, bear, raccoon, and even buffalo and panther, and exchanged them for the many goods on which they depended. From guns and iron tools to needles, thread, cloth, and buttons, Indian families relied on the American government to make high-quality goods available to them. 6. But as soon as the War of 1812 ended, many private traders argued that the government-run system was no longer necessary. The British had cut their ties with the American tribes as the Treaty of Ghent had promised, thus there was no need to use the factories as an arm of the nation's foreign policy. Businessmen were certain that high profits could be made in the Indian trade, and they wanted to control those profits themselves. Madison's Secretary of War, William Crawford, had objected mightily to the transfer of the Indian trade from public to private hands. He did so primarily on the grounds that unscrupulous traders would head west and set the tribes against each other in a battle for the best goods. The result would be continual warfare among the Indians, which would lead to the expulsion of the aboriginal inhabitants of the country to more distant and less hospitable regions. As Crawford explained in a report to the Senate in 1816, the correctness of this policy cannot for a moment be admitted. The utter extinction of the Indian race must be abhorrent to the feelings of an enlightened and benevolent nation. 7. Secretary Calhoun, Crawford's successor in the War Department, agreed completely and made similar reports to the Senate during his time in office. If the government simply opened up trading to all comers, then the worst examples of American greed would head to the Indian country. Traders would come west with one sole motive: profit at any cost. They would sell whatever could make them the most money, including whiskey. In contrast, government traders would continue to seek only moderate profits and would adhere to the government's prohibition against selling spirits of any kind to the tribes. The positive effect that government traders would have on both the Indians and the overall peace of the West far outweighed any possible profits made in the fur trade. Calhoun also argued that if government trading posts were allowed to continue, even for just a little while longer, then Indian villages would spring up around them. In such an environment, the tribes would learn the value of private property, and slowly become more lawful, and hence more peaceful. Americans would forget the horror of frontier Indian warfare, and the tribes would settle down as responsible farmers. In just one more generation, there would be a permanent and lasting peace among the two peoples. If this process were not allowed to proceed, and unscrupulous traders and greedy farmers headed west, Calhoun worried that those who were once the proprietors of this prosperous country would face annihilation. Calhoun made sure that Western Indian agents who oversaw the factories and the annuities distribution were well paid. In 1818, upon his recommendation, the Senate approved a pay scale for Indian agents and subagents. The agents, or factors, who were to be appointed by the President with the advice and consent of the Senate, received anywhere from $1,300 to $1,800 annually, while all of the subagents received $500 yearly. There were 15 agents, distributed among the Cherokee, Creek, Choctaw, Chickasaw, and Seminole, as well as agents in the Illinois Territory, Prairie du Chien, Natchitoches, Chicago, Green Bay, Mackinac, Vincennes, Fort Wayne, and Piqua, the Lakes, and St. Louis. Calhoun told the Senate that it would be beneficial to the western frontier if officials were allowed more time to complete their work among the tribes. But by the start of Monroe's second term, Calhoun's approach to the Indian trade seemed outdated, especially to private traders, like John Jacob Astor, as well as to many settlers on the frontier. Americans were heading west at the same record pace set during the Great Migration. It took them only 5 years since the Treaty of Ghent was signed to settle all the way to the Mississippi. In the process, not only had Indiana and Illinois joined the Union, but so had Mississippi in 1817 and Alabama in 1819. The growth occurred peacefully, with no interference from many Indian nations who were now living on reserves within their former territory, nor from the British, who remained true to the promises made at Ghent. In the midst of such peaceful growth throughout the West, traders could make the case that the nation's oversight of the Indian trade was no longer necessary. Congress agreed, and on May 6, 1822, the system of government-run trading houses, which had been in place for nearly 30 years, was officially abolished over the objections of both the Secretary of War and the President. The 15 agents serving all the way west to St. Louis were ordered to bring their remaining stores, which included both trade goods purchased by the government and furs brought into the factories by the Indians, to a warehouse in Georgetown in the District of Columbia, where all the items would be sold at a public auction, and the profits would go to the government to settle any debts against the various agencies. In 1824, partly in reaction to the bill, Calhoun created the Office of Indian Affairs within the War Department under the direction of Thomas McKenney, former Superintendent of Indian Trade. From this office, agents would still be sent out to man stations in the West. While they would no longer oversee Indian trade, they would continue to distribute annuities and act as intermediaries between the tribes and the government. John Johnston remained the Indian agent for the Ohio tribes under the new system. Calhoun also recommended that superintendents of Indian affairs be appointed to oversee agents and subagents. Lewis Cass, still serving as the Michigan Territory governor, would act as Indian affairs superintendent for tribes north of the Ohio River. James Miller would do the same for those in the Arkansas Territory, and William Clark would serve the remaining tribes west of the Mississippi. 8. Still, by the close of Monroe's presidency, no amount of government reorganization could stem the rising tide of complaints pouring into the administration regarding the nation's Indian policy. Many territorial officials, especially in the North, were convinced that the meeting of the tribes and the settlers was ultimately damaging to the Indians. Drunkenness, violence, and debt seemed everywhere the rule. The tribes were dwindling in numbers and generally quite miserable surrounded by whites. They could only be saved by removing them across the Mississippi. Indian agents in the South, like Return Jonathan Meigs, who worked with the Cherokee, saw another destructive pattern at work. He witnessed a growing nationalism on both sides. The tribes on their eastern reserves were becoming more aware of their sovereignty and had no desire to blend in with whites. The Americans were increasingly nationalistic and refused to welcome Indians into their ranks. A separation of the two peoples, with the Mississippi in between them, might be the only way to keep the peace. Finally, many Americans, especially in the southern states, saw no value in civilizing the Indians once they moved onto smaller reserves within their former territories. Instead, they wanted all the tribes, whether they lived like white men or retained their ancient customs, banished from the eastern states and sent west across the Mississippi. Much like government trading houses, the idea of civilizing Indians now seemed to many a worn-out concept from an older world. It made more sense in a time when warriors swooped down on frontier settlements and murdered Americans with British guns. But now, in a more peaceful time, waiting for the Indians to civilize simply meant allowing former enemies to hang on to valuable territory. Eventually, after all the wars and all the treaties, the tribes were still in possession of millions of acres of black soil in both the Middle West and the Deep South, first-growth forests of oak, hickory, and sycamore, and trails that connected growing towns to major waterways. Many Americans now demanded that the country be opened for settlement. The Indians, no matter how fast they were racing towards civilization after the War of 1812, must go. There would be no setting the clock back before Tippecanoe, or waiting for another generation for two streams of life, one red and one white, to catch up with each other. The Indians must be sent into the country called the Great American Desert, and the settlers must follow in their wake, taking every township out to the Mississippi and just beyond. James Monroe, seen by many of his contemporaries as the last survivor of the founding generation, watched as history seemed to pick up speed in the last months of his presidency. The old conflicts that had haunted the United States since he was boy serving in Washington's army appeared to be over. The Indians were no longer seen as a threat on the eastern side of the Mississippi River, but were instead considered a nuisance. Americans who believed this often reminded the president of how the tribes were struggling on their reserves even as they ignored the many ways they were succeeding. To them, the Indians were primarily a drunk and disorderly lot, and prone to violence, not so much against the white man anymore but against each other. Stories of the senseless murders of one Indian by another were told all along the western frontier. Even a chief as civilized as Between the Logs, who was now known throughout Ohio as a devout Christian and an eloquent preacher, awoke one morning to find his own brother, still a heathen, holding a knife to his throat, threatening to kill him and his entire family if they did not renounce their Christian faith. Incidents like this seemed to prove that there was a wild streak in the Indian spirit that could never be fully tamed. If this was the case, then waiting for the tribes to become successful farmers and property owners seemed futile. But even more tragic for the future of the tribes, none of this seemed to matter anymore. The United States was swept up in the dissolution of the old and the rapid creation of the new. The old was the world that had led up to the War of 1812. The trauma of facing an endless Indian war on the western frontier and the fear of the British dismembering the nation back east had disappeared a decade before. Napoleon had been defeated at last, and the World War that had gone on for 20-5 years was finally over. Through it all, the United States had held together and had gone on to experience a wave of patriotism unparalleled in its short and lively history. James Monroe, the harried Secretary of State and acting Secretary of War who had done his best to save his country in the last days of the War of 1812, had gone on to become a popular president, so popular, in fact, that no one ran against him in his bid for a second term. With its greatest leaders gone and its opposition to the War of 1812 a disgrace, the Federalist Party dissolved. For just a moment, in this era of good feelings, it seemed that James Monroe and his Democratic-Republican Party would reign forever. However, few things remain permanent in a democracy, least of all who holds power. By 1824, the year when Colonel Lewis first brought his case to the tribes in Ohio for an Indian country west of the Mississippi, the United States was swept up in the wildest presidential election to date. The same men who had worked together to defeat the British in the War of 1812, both at the negotiating table and on the battlefield, were at each other's throats as candidates for president. John Quincy Adams and Henry Clay had been the top negotiators at Ghent. William Crawford had served as the ambassador to France during the fall of Napoleon, and Andrew Jackson had smashed the British in the last battle of the war at New Orleans. As Colonel Lewis worked to remove his people from Ohio, these four men went after each other in a head-to-head battle over who could best lead the American nation into a growth spurt that would have seemed impossible just a decade before. Adams and Clay promised roads and canals and other internal improvements that would make their infant nation into a great one. Crawford, a former Secretary of the Treasury, promised common-sense management of the nation's finances, and was for a time the front-runner until a stroke took him out of the race. Jackson had proven at the Battle of New Orleans he could command men and turn the very direction of history. In the turmoil of such a wild campaign over the country's future, the older debate over the civilizing of Indians seemed behind the times. In fact, the rising issue of the day was no longer the future of the Indians east of the Mississippi, but the future of slavery west of it. When the United States was struggling to survive against the combined threat of the Indians and the British from Fallen Timbers to the Thames and Horseshoe Bend, the slavery controversy had been muted. But almost from the moment that peace finally came at Ghent and New Orleans, the problem of slavery, still existing in a nation founded on the principle that all men are created equal, reared its ugly head. Although no one spoke the question as eloquently as Abraham Lincoln would a generation later, it was already in the whirlwind of the nation's political life. Could the United States continue to go on half slave and half free? The debate over this question erupted when Missouri petitioned to enter the Union as a slave state in 1820, the same year that President Monroe ran unopposed for re-election. Slavery had been banned in the old Ohio country north of the Ohio River as a result of the Northwest Ordinance. Americans now debated if the ban should be continued across the Mississippi to the Rocky Mountains. Should Missouri, lying north of the point where the Ohio River met the Mississippi, enter the Union as a free state, just like Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois had done? Or should Missourians be allowed to continue to be slave owners even after their territory became a state? Henry Clay, currently Speaker of the House of Representatives, saved the day by proposing a compromise that allowed Missouri to enter the Union as a slave state, while all future states lying north of Missouri's southern border would be free. So the issue seemed to be resolved for the moment, but how it would ever end, especially since the cotton raised by hundreds of thousands of slaves in the South was a top export of the United States and a staple of countless factories sprouting up in the North, remained a mystery. As Colonel Lewis made his way east from Wapakoneta with a small party of supporters early in the winter of 1825, he might have been surprised to learn that no one knew who the next president of the United States would be. Andrew Jackson had received the most popular votes with 41% of the total, but no candidate had won a majority of the electoral votes. Thus, as prescribed by the Constitution, the election would go to the House of Representatives. The only sure thing was that John C. Calhoun would be the next vice president. He had announced his candidacy after his own state had failed to nominate him for president. His name was on the ballot in every state, but in some states he was listed as Clay's running mate, in others, Jackson's, in others, Crawford's, and still others, Adams's. He had won the vice presidency in an electoral landslide, but for which president? Amid the chaos over who his successor would be, James Monroe had undertaken a final review of his Indian policy. Less than a year earlier, when James Finley had visited Washington and won the promise of money to build his church at Upper Sandusky, both Monroe and his Secretary of War seemed committed to the course they had set for the Indians from the start of their administration. The tribes would be allowed to remain on their reserves east of the Mississippi, where they would learn to become good farmers, law-abiding citizens, and maybe even Christians. But sometime during the following year, which saw the wildest American election to date, Monroe and Calhoun changed their minds. Right after the new year in 1825, they had come to the conclusion that it would be better for the tribes and the Americans if the Indians living east of the Mississippi exchanged their remaining lands for new territory west of it. Pressures coming from the south, especially Georgia, had been growing every day. The Georgia legislature reminded the president that the state had surrendered its western lands to the nation in 1802 upon receiving a firm promise that the federal government would eventually remove the Cherokee. Governor George Trupp was now threatening to take control of the rich Cherokee lands in the northern part of his state if Monroe failed to act. He also demanded the right to negotiate a treaty to remove the Creek from another 5 million acres in Georgia. The situation had become so volatile that the Senate had spent much of 1824 debating what should be done, but could come to no agreement, thus made no recommendations to Monroe. 9 Complaints and concerns had also continued to mount from territorial officials and Indian agents along the entire frontier. Many of them described the sad conditions of drunkenness and debt into which so many Indians had fallen. Finally, hearing news from William Clark that tribes from Ohio had come to him with the specific request to join the Western Cherokee in Arkansas made a powerful impact on the administration. Monroe directed Calhoun to write a report detailing the exact numbers of Indians by tribe living in the East and what the most reasonable order of their removal to the West should be. On January 24, 1825, Calhoun delivered his report on Indian removal to the president. He first explained that tiny remnants of tribes that had lived on reserves in Maine, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Virginia, and South Carolina since colonial times should be allowed to stay there. They numbered only 2,000, but the other 92,000 Indians living from Michigan to Florida should be ready to move west. The president should meet with tribal leaders to explain why removal was necessary for their people's survival and to strengthen the United States. Indians in northern Illinois and Indiana, Michigan, and New York, along with the Ottawa along the Maumee River Valley, would head to new lands in the Wisconsin Territory. Calhoun noted that tribes from New York were already moving there. Indians in southern Illinois and Indiana, including the Kaskaskia, Miami, and Eel River, along with the remaining Ohio tribes the Wyandot, Shawnee, Delaware, and Seneca would head onto the plains west of Missouri and Arkansas. They would be joined by the 4 major southern tribes, the Cherokee, Choctaw, Chickasaw, and Creek. Soon the Seminole would go, too, but not until their land in Florida was surrounded by settlers. Calhoun added that perhaps the Chickasaw could live with the Cherokee, and the Creek could live with the Choctaw on their reserves in Arkansas. The government would have to obtain land from the Osage and the Kansas, who would in turn migrate farther west toward the Rocky Mountains. The United States would have to protect all these tribes from each other and make sure no harm came to any of them. Government funding of mission schools should also be continued in the new Indian Territory. Calhoun concluded by reminding Monroe of the great evil to which the tribes had been long subjected, referring to the incessant pressure of our population, which forces them from seed to seed. The government must give the tribes the solemn assurance that the country given them should be theirs as a permanent home, for themselves and their posterity, without being disturbed by the encroachments of our people, which, as Calhoun explained, was so fatal to the race. 10. Monroe presented Calhoun's ideas to the Senate in a special message just 3 days after receiving the report. In order to promote the security and happiness of the tribes within our limits, he proposed that Eastern Indians be given lands west and north of the United States and its territories. Why was Monroe advocating this? He explained that his new policy was in large measure a response to Georgians' complaints. They were demanding that the government remove the Cherokee from their state in accordance with the compact signed between the United States and Georgia in 1802. The pressure had been mounting for some time, so much so that Monroe worried the people of Georgia would soon take matters into their own hands, driving the Cherokee from their lands and exterminating Indians. This, along with the continuing concerns coming from the western frontier that many Indians were not making the transition to civilization but were instead sinking into poverty and ruin, hence into ultimate destruction, led him to conclude that it was best for the tribes to head west. The president explained that the Indians, surrounded and pressured by the whites, were having an increasingly difficult time sustaining their kind of government. In this situation, they were exposed to frequent disturbances from which the government was always trying to rescue them. Soon their tribal government of chiefs and councils would lose its authority and be annihilated. This would have devastating consequences, since in the long run the moral character of the tribes will be lost. All this could be avoided if the tribes consented to move across the Mississippi. Monroe described the far western country as equally good and perhaps more fertile than the land the Indians currently held back east. 11. Just days after Monroe and Calhoun officially proposed their new policy, Colonel Lewis and his party arrived in Washington. The Shawnee chief met with Calhoun and reminded him of the treaty signed at the foot of the rapids 8 years earlier, which had plotted township reserves for his people and even granted patents to individual Indians. He now held out his patent before him, saying that the government had told him if he ever wanted to sell his land, then he was to bring the document back to Washington. "I am determined to move to the west of the Mississippi," he explained, "and have brought back the Platsik and patent which you gave me." He told Calhoun that he had called a grand council in the spring for all the eastern tribes, and that he would do his best to convince every Indian present to head for a new life across the Mississippi. Colonel Lewis asked only one thing from Calhoun: let him send an upright man to the council who had the best interests of the Indians and the government at heart. This man would negotiate the treaties exchanging tribal reserves back east for a joint Indian homeland in the west. 12. 2 days after meeting with Colonel Lewis, an overjoyed John C. Calhoun dictated 3 letters to Indians across the country. The first was addressed to Colonel Lewis and his followers still visiting in Washington. He told them that both he and the president agreed completely with their plans for a grand council and the eventual removal of the eastern tribes to the west. "Your determination is a wise one," he explained to the Ohio Shawnee. It made perfect sense that the Indians would want a country of their own, assuring them that they would maintain the land forever. He promised to send Governor Cass, a friend of the red man, to Wapakoneta to write treaties that would make removal possible. Calhoun would also make sure the government paid the tribe for any improvements made on their reserves. Anthony Shane, a half-breed who had grown up with Tecumseh, would be sent along as interpreter. The same enthusiasm came off the pages of Calhoun's second letter written to the Shawnee in Missouri. "You are the children of the American president," he explained, "and he wishes you to be prosperous and happy." In his final letter, addressed to the Cherokee in Arkansas, he spoke of his deep sorrow upon hearing of the loss of Takatoka. But even though their great chief was gone, the tribe must carry on the work he had left for them and unite all the tribes. Red men should especially be the friends of red men, Calhoun asserted, and they should all unite in one family as brothers. He gave them practical advice on how to determine the exact borders of their new country across the Mississippi. Above all else, he urged them to set its eastern boundary as far back as possible. By so doing, they would achieve what they most wanted and so desperately needed: separation from the whites. 13. Calhoun entertained Colonel Lewis and his party for an entire month before sending them back to Wapakoneta with presents and the promise of better land for everyone in the far western country. He was certain that the administration's plan for Indian removal would be welcomed in the Senate, which had spent much of the previous year debating what should be done about the Cherokee in Georgia without reaching a conclusion. Calhoun believed the new policy would be implemented quickly, especially after winning the support of influential congressional members, like Missouri Senator Thomas Hart Benton. Benton advocated removal, since he wanted the Shawnee and Delaware, who lived in his state, sent farther west. But Calhoun soon discovered that most members of Congress opposed his plans for removal, being horrified at the new policy and calling it hypocritical. It reversed the course of civilization and assimilation laid out for the Indians since the founding of the Republic, and was little more than a land grab. If there was any dissolute life in the country to worry about, then it could be found in the broken promises of the American government to the Indians, not among the tribes themselves. 14. During his final days in office, Monroe could take some comfort that he was not the first president to recommend removal as the official government policy. Thomas Jefferson, in fact, had originally proposed the idea when he was negotiating approval for the purchase of Louisiana, and worried about the constitutionality of acquiring it. Since he had questioned the constitutionality of the Bank of the United States when he served in Washington's cabinet, he felt duty-bound as president to question the constitutionality of a major land acquisition that would nearly double the size of the United States, so he drafted an amendment that would create an Indian territory in the new purchase north of the 31st parallel. Tribes west of the Mississippi would be recognized as the rightful landowners until they abandoned the territory or surrendered it to the American government. Tribes living on the eastern side of the Mississippi would be allowed to exchange their current lands for new land west of the river. The government would be authorized to build forts, control salt springs and mines, explore the geography, set up roads and navigate the rivers, and regulate trade in the Indian Territory. Jefferson envisioned the Indian Territory near modern-day Oklahoma, where the tribes would band together, still with the support of the United States and regular annuities, to act as a buffer protecting the nation from the Spanish. Finally, with the encouragement of Federalists like Alexander Hamilton, Jefferson decided to purchase the Louisiana Territory without a constitutional amendment. In the end, James Monroe would not be the president to decide whether the Indians should be removed to the far western country. The question would fall to John Quincy Adams, who won the presidency over Andrew Jackson. As Monroe's Secretary of State, Adams oversaw the resolution of issues left unfinished in the Treaty of Ghent. He had chosen Albert Gallatin, his fellow commissioner at Ghent and now Monroe's ambassador to France, to negotiate the Convention of 1818 with Great Britain. The treaty restored the right of Americans to fish off Newfoundland and Labrador. The British also agreed to pay for slaves taken during the War of 1812. But most important, the western border between the United States and Canada was set at the 49th parallel, from the Lake of the Woods to the Oregon country, which would be jointly occupied by both nations for the next decade. 1 year later, Adams and Don Luis de Anís, Spain's minister in Washington, negotiated the Transcontinental Treaty, which gave Florida to the United States and set the nation's southwestern border from the Gulf of Mexico to the Pacific. As Secretary of State, Adams had been no stranger to Indian affairs. He had, in fact, signed every treaty negotiated with the tribes by Calhoun's War Department. He was well aware of the struggles of the tribes to survive on ever smaller pieces of ground, while others sought refuge across the Mississippi. He also knew that every president from Washington to Monroe had failed to stop the dissolution of many of the tribes or to restrain the relentless push of Americans for land. While he had greater sympathy for the tribes than either Andrew Jackson or his own Secretary of State, Henry Clay, who did not think them as a race worth saving, he was just as anxious to establish a policy that would settle the Indian problem once and for all and let him get on with the business of fulfilling his dreams for his nation. No man, in fact, had come to the presidency with greater plans for his country than John Quincy Adams. Even before the March 1825 inauguration, Adams had concluded that removal west of the Mississippi was the only solution to the plight of the Eastern Indians. 15. But the new president was soon confronted by his own Secretary of War, James Barber, a former governor and senator from Virginia, who was not so certain that this was the correct policy. A dedicated follower of Thomas Jefferson, he was troubled by the willingness of President Adams to abandon the government's promises to protect the tribes if they agreed to live like American farmers. How could the War Department tell the tribes to move west no matter how far they had come down the road toward civilization, all the while promising them that their new lands across the Mississippi River would remain theirs forever? As he would explain to John Koch, chairman of the House Committee on Indian Affairs, They see that our professions are insincere, that our promises have been broken, and the happiness of the Indian is a cheap sacrifice to the acquisition of new lands, and when attempted to be soothed by an assurance that the country to which we propose to send them is desirable, they emphatically ask us, "What new pledges can you give us that we shall not again be exiled when it is your wish to possess these lands?" It is easier to state than to answer this question. Point 16. From the moment he assumed office, Secretary Barber was willing to help Indians move west if this was their wish, and he continued to support the Western Cherokee in their bid to establish a permanent homeland for Eastern tribes in the Arkansas Territory. In response to a long-standing demand from the tribe, he instructed William Clark to open negotiations with the Big and Little bands of the Osage, along with the Kansas, for their remaining lands in Arkansas and Missouri. In the spring of 1825, 60 Great and Little Osage chiefs ceded territory along the Arkansas, Kansas, and Red Rivers. In return, they received a new reserve stretching 100 miles down the Kansas River, plus $7,000 annually for the next 20 years. They also received more than 2,000 farm animals, including cattle, hogs, chickens, and oxen, plus wagons, farm equipment, and the services of a blacksmith. Many of their half-breeds, who included several children of the Great Choteau family, were each granted 640 acres on the new reserve. All tribal debts, including depredations against their neighbors, were settled. The 12 chiefs of the Kansas signed a nearly identical treaty. While Clark was negotiating these important treaties, Barber ordered Governor Cass to Wapakoneta, where he was to help Colonel Lewis in his bid to remove any Indian from Ohio who wanted to go west. Cass was given authority to negotiate treaties in which the tribes exchanged Ohio land for a new homeland across the Mississippi, preferably near the Cherokee in Arkansas. Point 17. By supporting individual Indians wishing to relocate west, Secretary Barber failed to consider the potential problems that might arise if the tribes split in two, mainly the matter involving annuities. Which part of the tribe, the one back east or the one out west, would receive the annual payments? Just as important, who would be the head chief of these divided tribes? Would they be older men, respected as the traditional leaders of their peoples, who stayed behind, or would they be younger men, who had little experience as chiefs, but who were daring enough to go west? Barber did not comprehend the bitter rivalry among Indian leaders as they struggled to answer these questions, but Colonel Lewis's plans were about to be crushed under the weight of them. When he returned to Ohio in the spring of 1825, he was certain that the tribes were already on their way to the Wapakoneta Council set for the middle of May. But as time for the council approached, the Seneca and Wyandotte sent word that they would not be attending. John Johnston would also not be present, claiming it was because the legislature had appointed him, without his knowledge or consent, to the state's Canal Commission, and that he would be away at a board meeting. Colonel Lewis worried that Johnston's absence meant that he was working against him behind the scenes. He was relieved when Governor Cass arrived from Detroit, but troubled when he saw Tenskwatawa at his side. Would the prophet support or oppose his efforts to remove the tribe, or would he try to lead the Shawnee desiring to head west? By the time the council finally got underway on May 18, 1825, only the Shawnee were present. Cass opened the proceedings by speaking directly to the chiefs, especially to the younger ones, who seemed anxious to leave a world where their very manhood had been stripped away from them. "Look about you," Cass argued, "and see how the white man surrounds your reserves on every side. See how the whiskey traders destroy your young men, the very fiber of your nation. There is only one solution to prevent the Shawnee's inevitable destruction: the tribe must sell its 3 remaining reserves in northwest Ohio and cross the Mississippi River onto the prairies beyond the state of Missouri. There the government would give them more and even better land than they had ever known before. In the far west, in the rolling country along the Kansas River, they could live the same life that their ancestors once lived. Here the white man with his voracious appetite for land and profits would never bother them." How exactly the American farmers and whiskey traders would be held back, Governor Cass did not say. Point 18. After Cass finished speaking, Colonel Lewis was not offered a chance to talk about his recent meetings with the President and his Secretary of War. The council broke up for the day so the Shawnee could gather around Blackhoof and discuss the governor's proposal. Younger men, like Cornplanter, William Perry, and Big Snake, agreed with what Cass had said and wanted to hasten to the western country as soon as possible. Even though the Shawnee had been successful on the Wapakoneta Reserve, at least from the Americans' point of view, they still wanted to migrate across the Mississippi. Cornplanter, in fact, was one of the wealthiest men on the reserve. He had a log house with wooden floors and a chimney, vast acreage of corn behind hand-built wooden fences, apple and peach orchards, and many horses, yet he desired to live like his forefathers had before the Americans arrived in the Ohio country. 19. For Cornplanter and other young leaders, life on their tribe's reserves, hemmed in by township lines, meant abandoning hope of achieving the freedom and honor that their fathers and grandfathers once knew. This was the kind of life that they had barely experienced before it ended forever at Springwells and the foot of the rapids. If only they could head west across the Mississippi to Kansas, they could be warriors and hunters like their ancestors. The only thing that might stop them from heading into so promising a future was the determined resistance of their aged chief, Blackhoof. He steadfastly opposed removal, and younger Shawnee feared expressing dissent once the council reconvened. The prophet also understood this. For the moment, with the wind blowing against removal, he, too, would oppose it. 20. When the council reconvened on May 23, Blackhoof rose to speak first. The Shawnee present knew that the old chief's words would carry the most weight. He was furious that Colonel Lewis, who had no authority to speak for his tribe, had attempted to maneuver the government into relocating his people. "We did not want any other person to do it for us," he complained. And unfortunately, the rogue chief had negotiated with the Cherokee, the long-standing enemies of the Shawnee, who were trying to swallow the tribe in their bid for an Indian nation. 21. He threw a bitter challenge at Colonel Lewis. If he wanted to leave Ohio, then he was free to go, and no one would stop him. Blackhoof was not angry that some of the Shawnee wanted to leave with Colonel Lewis, but he would not go with them. In support of his decision, he laid before them the many treaties that he had signed with the Americans in the past decade. He reminded them of the promises that William Henry Harrison had made at Greenville and Springwells, and Governor Cass's at the foot of the Rapids and St. Mary's. The government had promised peace and marked out reserves in Ohio that would belong to the tribes forever. So here at Wapakoneta, Hog Creek, and even Lewistown, he would stay. Blackhoof was so deeply respected among his people that none dared to question him. Only the prophet was brave enough to speak, but merely to add that he agreed with the chief. He told Colonel Lewis not to grow anxious or lose heart. "Listen to the old chief," he argued, "and go west to a better country if that is your wish." Colonel Lewis was furious, not at Blackhoof or the young men who stood by silently, but at the prophet, who proved himself to be a two-faced liar. The humiliated chief left for the west on the second trail of tears out of Ohio with 40 followers. By September, they had made it as far as Kaskaskia, where Colonel Lewis told the local Indian agent Pierre Menard that he would have brought more people with him, nearly all of the Ohio Shawnee in fact, but the prophet had stopped them. He also blamed the Indian agent John Johnston, whom he believed had secretly interfered with his plans. He said that 10 more Shawnee families, or about 50 people, had stopped along the Wabash to hunt and would soon be on their way to Kaskaskia. He then departed for the Cherokee country along the Arkansas River Valley, where he would die 1 year later. 22. Colonel Lewis's attempt to remove the Shawnee from Ohio might be forgotten if not for remnants of his story left behind in the letters of the Office of Indian Affairs. But still we can take one last look at his face before he leaves us, since Thomas McKenney had the presence of mind to have the chief's portrait painted during his final trip to Washington. It was done at the studio of the artist Charles Bird King. The painting shows him proud but somewhat downcast. His white hair comes out from underneath the red print cap on his head. He wears a ruffled cotton shirt, with a cape around his shoulders. A silver medal of Thomas Jefferson, presented to him by Secretary of War Henry Dearborn when Colonel Lewis, along with Black Hoof, visited the nation's capital in 1802, hangs down around his neck. He seems to be looking off into the distance, perhaps remembering one last time what the white man had done to drive his people into near extinction before he, too, disappears into the vast spaces and uncounted time of history. 23. Despite the failure of Colonel Lewis's plans in Ohio, Secretary Barbour remained committed to supporting any Indians, whether Shawnee or Cherokee, wanting to go west. But at the same time, he was just as dedicated to defending any Indians who wanted to stay in the East. If Barbour had failed to understand how deeply divided the chiefs and their tribes were on the first question, he was even more unaware of how many of his fellow Americans stood ready to oppose him on the second one, especially the citizens of Georgia. In February 1825, the state of Georgia negotiated the Treaty of Indian Spring with several lesser Creek chiefs, who surrendered all the tribes' land in the state. For this action, their nation's top chiefs promptly ordered their execution. 24 Even though President Adams and Secretary of State Clay signed the treaty within days of assuming office, Barbour convinced them to disavow the agreement and write another treaty with the tribe's true leaders, which would pay the Creeks for surrendering most of their land in Georgia and also allow them to remain there on a small reserve. The Secretary of War negotiated the new treaty himself with Creek leaders who met with him in Washington in January 1826.25. Certain he had won an acceptable compromise with all parties, Barbour was stunned when Governor Trupp and politicians throughout Georgia condemned the Treaty of Washington. At first they complained that the chiefs planned to keep all the money for the surrendered land for themselves. But even after Congress modified the treaty to include distribution of funds from the land sale at a tribal council, they still opposed it. As Trupp explained in letters to the War Department, the people of Georgia would only be satisfied with the complete removal of every Indian from Georgia. Caught between memories of the tomahawk and the scalping knives and federal troops' bayonets, which Barbour was threatening to send against them, Trupp vowed to defy federal law in his state and oust the Creek Nation himself at the head of the Georgia militia. Armed conflict was averted only when Barbour, who considered Trupp a madman, agreed to negotiate another treaty with the tribe that gave them new land in the West in exchange for their remaining land in Georgia. 26. Throughout the growing crisis in Georgia, Barbour had spent every spare moment in the archives of the War Department, trying to unravel the history of the nation's Indian policy in order to create a better one. He studied every treaty back to 1789, along with correspondence and reports from territorial governors, local officials, Indian agents, missionaries, and the tribes themselves, and concluded that the nation's Indian policy from Washington to Monroe had been largely humane. The government had tried to save the tribes by allowing them to remain in their own country, while also giving them time to transform themselves from warriors and hunters into farmers. However, the transformation to a more settled way of life was proceeding slowly in parts of the nation, and in the process, many Indians were suffering. The clash of two civilizations along the western frontier had brought many tribes to ruin. Disease, violence, misery, debt, and above all else drunkenness seemed everywhere the order of the day. While trying to blend the two civilizations, the government had been unable to protect the Indians from the ills that came with contact between the tribes and the settlers. Time was running out because many Americans were growing impatient with the problems associated with civilization and assimilation, and public opinion was shifting in favor of sending the tribes across the Mississippi River as the only way to solve these problems. Before this happened, Secretary Barbour made one last attempt to craft a policy that protected Indians who had successfully made the transition to a new life on their eastern reserves while allowing those who were intent on maintaining their traditions to head west. He enlisted the help of Thomas McKenney in the Office of Indian Affairs, and also had the support of the President, even though Adams believed it was too late for such benevolence to work. Barbour's final plan, submitted to the House Committee on Indian Affairs in January 1826, stated that the most advanced Indians who wanted to stay in the East would be allowed to do so, but a point would come when their tribal government would dissolve and they would become citizens of the states in which they lived. For those who needed more time to become civilized, as Americans defined the process, the United States would open up 2 new Indian territories west of the Mississippi River. One would be in the Central Plains while the other would be in the Wisconsin Territory. Their Indians would learn to live as respectable property owners, and pass through the 3 stages of territorial government outlined in the Northwest Ordinance. Eventually the territories would enter the Union as new states, and tribal identity would disappear as the Indians became assimilated. 27. The House had been working on a bill that would strengthen the current policy of encouraging tribes to become civilized on their eastern reserves, but took Barbour's ideas into consideration, primarily because of the eloquent report he attached to his proposal. The document provided one of the most honest appraisals of American Indian policy ever written. While on the surface the nation's approach to the Indians seemed benevolent, it rested on the principle of power as the only standard of right. From the discovery of America to the present day, the white man was driven by the desire to acquire Indian land and to use whatever means necessary to take it. The tribes had slowly but inevitably been pushed back from the Atlantic to across the Appalachians, and were now heading into inhospitable recesses, where they would continue to waste away. In the process, Americans, who prided themselves on their good government, had ignored the very principles that make a government good, namely justice, moderation, and humanity. There was, in fact, but little on which the recollection lingers with satisfaction in the sad history of the relationship between the American nation and the Indians. The final chapter was in many ways the most depressing. The United States had prevailed on the tribes to give up their ancient ways and settle down as year-round farmers on small reserves. But while the Indians had done everything asked of them, reclaimed the forest, planted their orchards, and erected houses, not only for their abode, but for the administration of justice, and for religious worship, this still was not good enough for the Americans, who must have every inch of Indian land. Once again they must surrender their country to the white man and prepare to face some new desert. While members of the Committee on Indian Affairs incorporated Barbour's proposals into their legislation, the House rejected the bill after a short debate in February 1826. For the moment, the majority of congressmen wanted to continue the nation's original Indian policy of allowing the Indians to stay in the East and slowly assimilate into white culture. Barbour believed this approach, like his own attempt to craft a new policy, would soon go down to defeat once the cries for Indian removal grew louder. In his discussions with people in Washington, both in and out of the administration, he was shocked at how many believed that the Indians were fit for removal at best, extinction at worst. Nearly everyone agreed with Secretary Clay that the Indians were an unimprovable breed, whose disappearance from the human family would be no great loss to the world. 28. For his part, during his remaining time in office, Barbour was still determined to support Indians who wanted to head west and to defend those who wanted to stay in the east. This would not be easy, since the call for Indian removal seemed to be reaching a fever pitch. Barbour's office was inundated with pleas from tribes, like the Choctaw, Chickasaw, and Seminole, begging for help against states that were demanding their land and threatening to force them at gunpoint from their homes. When the Eastern Cherokee took matters into their own hands in 1827, writing a constitution, similar to the United States of America, guaranteeing their sovereignty as an independent nation, Barbour heard once again from the citizens of Georgia, who were just as determined to maintain their sovereign right to control all the land in their state. Barbour worked as hard as he could to maintain a middle way, knowing all the while that it was probably only a matter of time before removal became the nation's official Indian policy. In crafting his middle way, Secretary Barbour still envisioned a time when the Indians would be fully incorporated into the American nation. Tribal government would dissolve, either in the East when the Indians became citizens of their states, or out west when their territories entered the Union. He never understood how many Indians favored removal so that neither alternative would ever happen. Back in Ohio, after Colonel Lewis left for Arkansas, the prophet became the leader of the Shawnee, who were determined to head west. He had settled with his wife and a few relatives, including Tecumseh's son and his family, at Wapakoneta, where he now became a thorn in the side of Black Hoof. Tenskwatawa condemned the old chief for trying to turn their people into pale copies of the Americans under the watchful eye of the Quakers. He was horrified at the way his tribe now lived, not just at Wapakoneta but at Hog Creek and Lewistown, too. The Shawnee had turned their backs on the dreams he and his brother had once had for them. The men were no longer warriors, a fact that was particularly painful for the prophet as a member of the Kispoko division of his tribe. He might never have participated directly in battle like his older brothers, but he at least understood that the Kispoko, or war division, a band from which many war chiefs had come, had lost its purpose in Shawnee society. 29. Instead of practicing the art of war, Shawnee men were learning to work their donated iron plows and waiting for corn and wheat to be ground in mills, which the white man had built for them. At first the prophet seemed powerless to stop these changes, but he realized that he could at least persuade the Shawnee to root out the many half-breeds from the tribe. Breaking all ties between the Indians and the whites had been a hallmark of Tecumseh's Confederation. John Johnston often said that no Indian he ever met hated the white man as much as Tecumseh. He and the prophet had ordered their followers to abandon all things white. They even demanded that Indians who were married to whites leave them and send their children back to their white relatives. 30. Remembering all this, the prophet focused his attention on the family of Richard Butler, the American officer who had died fighting at St. Clair's defeat in 1791. Butler had served in the Pennsylvania line during the American Revolution and was a close friend of Anthony Wayne. He had come west at the end of the war on behalf of the Confederation Congress to negotiate the Treaty of Fort Stanwix in 1784, and the Treaty of Fort McIntosh a year later. By the first treaty, the Iroquois had agreed to give up all claims to the Ohio country, and by the second, Ohio's historic tribes, now confined on their small reserves in the state, agreed to the boundary that would later be confirmed at Greenville. The Shawnee hated Butler for another treaty he won in 1786 at Fort Finney. In bitter negotiations held with the tribe at the mouth of the Great Miami River, Butler forced the Shawnee to agree to give up all claims to their lands in southern Ohio. Even though he later fathered a son, Thomas, and a daughter, Polly, with a Shawnee woman, the tribe never forgave him. They marked him for death and made good on their claim in November 1791, when Butler's men left him wounded on the battlefield along the Wabash River and fled with their commander, General Arthur St. Clair, through the meadows and woods back to Fort Washington on the Ohio. The Indians found Butler where his men had left him, sitting against a tree. They stuffed dirt down his throat, scalped him, and finally cut out his heart. 31. The prophet accused Polly Butler of witchcraft, claiming she had made a man sick almost to death, and convinced many Shawnee at Wapakoneta to kill her. She ran to the house of Quaker missionary Isaac Harvey with her 10-year-old daughter and begged him to save them. He took the woman and her child to an upstairs bedroom, where he pulled two beds together, and made them lie on the bedsteads between the two mattresses and covered them. When the Indians rushed into the room to search, they saw only one bed and did not suspect that Polly Butler and her daughter were hiding there. The Indians went on to search the rest of the Harvey property. They hunted for the witch in the house, in the saw and grist mills that the Quakers had constructed for the tribe, in the stables, and even in the meat house, but Polly was nowhere in sight. Convinced that Isaac Harvey knew more than he was saying, a chief named Captain Wolfe returned and asked him to come to the council house, where the chiefs, deeply under the prophet's sway, were planning Polly's death. They only relented when Harvey and Captain Wolfe arrived and offered to die in the woman's place. While he had convinced the Shawnee to spare the lives of Polly Butler and her little daughter, Harvey was furious that the tribe had allowed the prophet to go this far. He had come to Wapakoneta to oversee the operation of the mills for the Shawnee, whom he and his family still respected deeply, but he now threatened to leave if they did not abandon their outdated superstitions. His protest had some effect. The tribe never again put a woman to death for witchcraft. But the prophet refused to halt his efforts to rid the tribe of white influence. If he could not do it on this side of the Mississippi, then he would do everything in his power to remove the tribe west of it. He headed from village to village on his tribe's reserves, trying to convince his people to come with him. He also stayed in contact with Governor Cass, traveling back to Detroit to meet with him in person in the fall of 1825. At the same time, a disgusted Isaac Harvey moved his family to a farm 5 miles south of Wapakoneta, and later started a school for any Shawnee still willing to learn the white man's ways. 32. By early 1826, John Johnston reported to Governor Cass that at least 100 Shawnee were ready to leave Ohio and move across the Mississippi. Although several younger chiefs, who had previously refused to confront Blackhoof openly, held leadership roles in the group, Johnston noted that the prophet was clearly at the head of the emigrating party. In September, he informed Cass that the size of the group had nearly doubled. Many of them were quite well off by American standards. They had cabins, orchards, and fenced-in fields, along with horses and livestock. With the exception of their horses, they were willing to leave the rest behind. They were certain that the government would pay them for the improvements they had made on their farms, and were ready to head west, even before their land in Ohio had been formally exchanged for land in the West, or their Indian agent had secured funding for the trip across the Mississippi. Johnston fully supported the prophet and his followers in their bid for a new homeland. While he had opposed Colonel Lewis, considering him untrustworthy and an interloper in tribal affairs, he was nevertheless in favor of removal. Like many officials on the western frontier, he was deeply troubled by the mistreatment of the Indians at the hands of the settlers who surrounded them. If a Shawnee did any harm, intentional or otherwise, to the property of a white man, then Johnston had to pay for the damages out of the tribe's annuities, but if the same was done to a Shawnee, which was far more frequent, there was no restitution. Johnston was most upset that the Shawnee and other Indians could be murdered at will, and the perpetrators of these crimes were rarely brought to justice. He finally concluded that the only hope for this people to live in peace and to escape certain destruction was for the tribe to move west. Johnston often said that if he was not in such poor health, he would take them there himself. But he agreed with Blackhoof that any such removal must be done on the Shawnees' own terms. It could not be forced upon them by a chief like Colonel Lewis, who had been stripped of his authority by his own people, or by an enemy tribe like the Cherokee, who hoped to dominate the Shawnee in the new Indian nation west of the Mississippi. If the Shawnee could go west and pick out a good place to live, then Johnston thought they would surely see the wisdom of removal and head across the Mississippi with no complaints. 33. Convinced he knew the Shawnee better than any other official, Johnston organized the removal of the prophet's party completely on his own. He used money allocated to his Indian agency at Piqua to hire 2 local men, Joseph Park and William Broderick, as conductors for the trip. They were to take the Shawnee as far west as St. Louis, where Johnston assumed that William Clark would take over the responsibility of caring for them. He also bought pork and 10 barrels of flour for the Shawnee. He did not purchase any fodder for the horses, since he believed there would be plenty on the route west from Wapakoneta through central Indiana and Illinois. For some reason that Johnston never fully explained, he told only Governor Cass that the prophet and his party were on their way to Missouri. He may have been planning to accompany them himself right up until the very moment the Shawnee left for the western country. But when no money arrived from the Michigan Superintendency, the War Department, or the Office of Indian Affairs, he decided to stay behind. After all, he wrote to Cass on September 9, 1826, "I cannot go without money." Yet he saw nothing wrong in sending the Shawnee on ahead without any cash. For his part, Governor Cass had also failed to inform either William Clark or Secretary Barber about the departure of the prophet's party. 34. 2.5 weeks later, on September 26, 1826, the long line of Shawnee wagons and horses left Wapakoneta for some unknown place in the far west. Johnston kept no records on the exact number of people leaving, but estimated it was 200, the Shawnee later claiming the number was closer to 400. The prophet, astride a prized white horse that Cass had given to him, led the way, certain that his people would be in St. Louis in little more than a month's time. Johnston told Cass that it would probably take 6 weeks for them to get to Kaskaskia, where they would have to spend the winter due to the lateness of the season. Not to worry, he assured the governor, for he would meet up with them next spring when he brought a Shawnee exploring party, which had stayed behind in Ohio, out west to pick out a new home for the tribe across the Mississippi. 35. Sadly, Johnston failed to communicate his plans to the Shawnee, and as a consequence what resulted can only be described as a tragedy. Although it did not begin as a trail of tears, it quickly turned into one. From the very moment that this third party of emigrants left Ohio, things started to go wrong. Instead of heading due west, Park and Broderick decided to escort the party through the hilly country along the White River in southern Indiana. The terrain was marked by steep ravines and thick woods, and the Shawnee had to spend time morning and night rounding up their horses, which had wandered off. To complicate matters, the clear weather of early fall did not last long, as rain started falling right after the Shawnee left Wapakoneta, and downpours were steady throughout October and November, clogging the roads and fields. Many of the Shawnee were soon sick from dysentery, which swept through their camp. With little fodder for their horses, they, too, became weak and began to die off. It should have taken a week to get across the state to Vincennes, but instead it took 2 months. The local newspaper, the Western Sun, noted their arrival and reported that the celebrated Indian prophet and a son of Tecumseh were in the company 36. Just 15 years earlier, both the prophet and his charismatic older brother had paid visits to Governor Harrison at his mansion beside the Wabash in Vincennes. How the world had changed since then. Harrison, the hero of Tippecanoe and the Thames, had gone back to his farm at North Bend, just west of Cincinnati, and started his slow but steady rise in national politics. He had been serving in Washington, as a senator from Ohio since his election in 1824, and in May 1828 he would be appointed as the minister plenipotentiary to Simon Bolivar's new nation of Gran Colombia. Tecumseh, long dead and buried in a secret grave, was already a legend among his own people, and his legacy was growing among the Americans. His younger brother was left to lead a remnant of their tribe west into an unknown future. Many Shawnee complained to him that they wanted to go back, but back to what? The prophet still had enough influence to urge them to travel on. Once the Shawnee left Vincennes, things went from bad to worse. At the Embarrass River, just across the Wabash in Illinois, William Broderick decided to leave for home. He was being paid by the day, and once the money ran out, so did his time of service. Joseph Park stayed with the tribe an additional 3 days until they made it to present-day Flora, Illinois, before he, too, headed back for Ohio. The Shawnee were now abandoned and alone, out of food and out of money, with their families and horses sick and dying. With the exception of John Johnston and Lewis Cass, no one was aware they were on the road. Even if they had known, there was little anyone could have done, since no treaty had been negotiated with the Shawnee in Ohio that exchanged their land in the state for land in the far west. If the prophet understood any of this, he did not seem to care. He pressed on and led his dwindling party, now down to less than 300 Shawnee along with one Seneca family, to Kaskaskia, on the western edge of Illinois, in January 1827, 4 months after they had left Wapakoneta. Here the Shawnee finally received help when the Indian agent Pierre Menard stumbled upon them. He had no idea that they were coming west and was stunned at their condition. He was used to seeing immigrants trekking across Illinois to the far western frontier, but none had arrived in as bad a shape as the Shawnee. He counted 271 of them, hungry, weak, and some almost naked. He asked them what had happened to their clothing. They told him that once the pork and flour that Johnston had given them ran out, they had to sell the clothes off their backs to buy food for their families. Much of what they had not sold, including their saddles and calico, was stolen, and all they had left was a letter from Johnston saying that they should be well treated. Menard used his own money to buy them more meat and flour along with tobacco and salt. He passed out blankets to the poorest among them, but he had no fodder for their horses, many having weakened and died. Even the beautiful white horse of the prophet lay dead somewhere in the Illinois prairie country. Menard directed the tribe to head 20 miles south of Kaskaskia to a place called Big Bottom. There was enough grass in the bottomland along the Mississippi to feed the horses that had survived the harrowing trip west. He also promised to send a blacksmith to repair their guns. 37. William Clark was just as surprised as Pierre Menard when he learned about the arrival of the prophet's party in Illinois. He was in the midst of negotiating the removal of the Shawnee in Missouri to new reserves either within the state or along the Kansas River, but he had gotten no word from anyone in Ohio or Washington about the Shawnee coming west from Wapakoneta. He urged them to stay at Big Bottom and even rounded up replacement horses. He sent food, too, after word came back to him in St. Louis that the desperate Shawnee were killing livestock stolen from farms near the Big Bottom just to survive. He then sent his subagent, Richard Graham, to meet with the prophet in April 1827.38. When Graham arrived at the Shawnee camp at Big Bottom, he was just as stunned as Menard at the Shawnee's miserable condition. Somehow they had survived the winter on the Illinois prairie, but they were now weaker and hungrier than ever. The suffering of these poor people are really distressing, he wrote back to Clark. Their horses, especially, were in such terrible shape that Graham decided the tribe must stay at Big Bottom to keep the remaining animals alive. He counted 227 people in the prophet's camp, with 203 being Shawnee and 24 Seneca. While the prophet thought 17 people had died, no one could give Agent Graham an exact count, or of how many people were lost on the way or how many had turned back for Wapakoneta. He did notice that 80 of the survivors were young men, who were not first-class chiefs but were nevertheless distinguished men in their nation. Many of the others were very old men, warriors of the last generation and earlier, and the prophet was in his 50s. Graham listened as the Shawnee holy man loudly condemned the tribe's agent in Ohio for failing to supply the emigrants properly for their journey west. He said that his people had done what John Johnston, as well as Lewis Cass and President James Monroe, had asked them to do. "We came west," he said, "where we might live happy and grow to be a great nation again. All they wanted was land across the Mississippi River where their families could grow up and be happy. You see us now here before you, in great want, and ask you to take pity on us," he cried. Graham listened and wondered if any Indian would come west from Ohio after hearing what had happened to the prophet and his people. For now, at least, he got them food, 9 ounces of salt meat or 1 pound of fresh meat, plus 1 pound of flour or cornmeal per person per day. He would keep them safe in Illinois and wait for further instructions from Clark as to when to send them to St. Louis. 39. Clark worried that the prophet might disrupt negotiations underway to remove the Shawnee from Missouri. Pressured by the people of Missouri who wished to rid their state of Indians, and responding to Shawnee complaints regarding continuing abuse from local settlers, Secretary Barber had authorized Clark to find a new home for the tribe. 40 Clark now offered the prophet and his followers the chance to go out to the proposed reserve of the Missouri Shawnee, past the western edge of the state along the Kansas River, with a party of local Shawnee and Delaware. The prophet went with great hopes about this new land, but was at first quite shocked and even disoriented at the sight of the country along the Kansas. It was like nothing he had ever known in Ohio or Indiana or even Upper Canada. The horizon opened up for miles of windswept grassland, sometimes growing taller than the height of a horse and always moving in the constant wind. 41. The scouting party was especially worried that there were so few trees. A local trapper they met along the way assured them that there were some, mostly oak and hickory, away up the Kansas, but a point would come where there would be only empty country all the way west to the Rocky Mountains. Yet there was plenty of game, deer, elk, and so many buffalo, which had disappeared from Ohio a generation before. The bottomland along the rivers and streams seemed rich and would be good for the women to raise corn, beans, and squash. Perhaps in the end, no matter how different this land was from the beautiful Ohio country, the Shawnee might be able to make a better life for themselves here than in the one they currently knew, where they were imprisoned on their reserves back east. As the prophet and the other Indians explored the far western country, William Clark wrote to the Secretary of War asking him what to do about the newly arrived Shawnee. Barber answered Clark that he did not know to which Shawnee he was referring. He said quite honestly that he had no idea Indians from Ohio were on their way west. There had been no treaty negotiations with the Ohio Shawnee for the exchange of their reserves in the east for new lands in the west. But no matter who they were or from where they had come, the government had no money allocated for them. Barber told Clark that he would have to find the funds to help them himself in the reserves of his own agency. Luckily, Thomas McKenney in the Office of Indian Affairs did have some money available and sent Clark $2,321.60 to take care of the Shawnee. 42 But Clark soon had an even bigger problem on his hands. The Shawnee in Missouri, along with the Delaware, who had emigrated from Indiana a few years earlier, hated the Prophet. Captain Anderson was still alive and remembered the damage that Tenskwatawa had done in his witch hunts among the Delaware before Tippecanoe. He and his fellow chiefs wanted no part of the troublesome Shawnee holy man in their country. Even more humiliating for the Prophet, the three younger chiefs who had come with him, Cornplanter, William Perry, and Big Snake, all chafed under his leadership and wanted to strike out on their own. 43. It was not until August 1827 that the Shawnee finally left Big Bottom and made their way to St. Louis, where on the 29th William Clark finally met the man who, along with his older brother Tecumseh, had helped launch the War of 1812 in the western country. The younger Shawnee chiefs had already visited him in St. Louis, assuring him that their problems with the Prophet were over, and that they were all now of one fire. "We are anxious to start, and as soon as we can get off, we want to go," they had told him. But Clark could still see the strains within the Ohio Shawnee when the angry Prophet confronted him and demanded that he be addressed as the principal chief. In that role, he asked for $750 to pay his people's way west to the new homes that he had chosen for them in Kansas. Clark explained that since no one knew they were coming west, no money had been set aside for them. He suggested that the tribe borrow funds against their annuities, which they would then have to pay back to the government. The Prophet agreed and told Clark to take $1,000 and buy needed supplies for the Shawnee. If they tried to buy these same goods, the white man would surely cheat the poor Indians. 44. On September 8, 1827, 3 weeks shy of the one-year anniversary of their departure from Wapakoneta, the Shawnee headed west out of St. Louis. They followed the southern side of the Missouri to the mouth of the Osage River and then traveled southwest along the Osage to where it joins the Niangua River, where they spent the winter. It was a happy time for the Shawnee and for the few Seneca who had come with them since leaving Ohio. They had plenty of grass for their horses and plenty of game to feed their people. On April 25, 1828, they packed up their winter camp and headed west into the valley of the Kansas River. They arrived at the Shawnee Reserve that had been carved out along the southern edge of the river, the same land that Clark had purchased from the Osage and the Kansas, on May 14. Now they broke apart into separate villages, with the younger chiefs and their families spaced equally apart from others some 20 miles along the river, in order to have enough room for their families to survive by hunting and farming. For a time, at least, everyone seemed content with their new life in Kansas except for the Prophet. He had been shamed by his own people when they refused to recognize him as their principal chief. Even Tecumseh's son, Pawkeesat, finally deserted him, taking his wife and children to live in a village farther west along the Kansas River. The Prophet withdrew, first to the hills just south of the present-day neighborhood of Argentine in Kansas City, and then east to a place called White Feather Spring. He called these settlements Prophetstown, and in both he sank deeper into poverty and despair, remembering that he had tried to win for his people what his brother had once sought, a large piece of land for their own, where they would have room for their families to grow up, where they would always be happy. He would die alone, sick and emaciated, except for a few family members, in the last Prophetstown, in November 1836.45. Despite the near disaster that had befallen the Prophet's party on its journey west, many Indians back in Ohio now regretted that they had not left with him. The remaining 50 or fewer Delaware in the state were the first to demand that the government buy their land and send them west. They were living on their small reserve near Upper Sandusky under the leadership of old Captain Pipe. Their neighbors to the north, the Seneca, who were apparently successful on their reserve at Lower Sandusky, were even more anxious than the Delaware to leave, and were certain that the few members of their tribe who had joined the prophet had the right idea. They were extremely unhappy living in a part of the country filling up with so many Americans. In 1820, Sandusky County was organized around the northern end of their reserve, while in early 1825 the southern portion of their land became part of Seneca County. In the meantime, the population of the entire state continued to rise. By 1830, it had reached 938,000, a 400% increase over the 1810 population of 231,000. It would increase another 60% to 1,519,000 by 1840. During the same 10-year period, the National Road would make it to Columbus, just about 50 miles south of the Wyandottes Grand Reserve, by 1833, and to Springfield, a little over 50 miles southeast of the Shawnee Reserve at Wapakoneta, by 1838.46. The Seneca, who numbered only 550 in the late 1820s, complained of their plight to Governor Cass and later directly to President Adams. They explained that they were now surrounded by a dense white population, which has brought so many evils upon us that we can no longer reside here. They tried on 3 separate occasions during the late 1820s to win government approval for an exchange of their reserve back east for new land in the west. On their 4th try, when they sent their local subagent, Henry Brioche, directly to Washington, the Seneca finally got a positive response from the government. It was now early 1831, and there had been a sea change in Washington with Andrew Jackson's inauguration 2 years earlier. The new administration had ended the debate over what the nation's Indian policy should be and had instead committed itself to removing the Seneca, the remaining tribes in Ohio, and the rest of the Indians living east of the Mississippi River to some point west of it. 47. 7. The exodus of the Seneca. Like the many other tribes still living in Ohio, the Seneca had come into this beautiful country long ago as refugees. They called themselves the Onondaga and were the keepers of the western door of the great Haudenosaunee Confederation. The Delaware called them the Mingo, or treacherous, much like the Algonquin tribes used the name Iroquois, or snakes, for the Haudenosaunee. No one knows for certain when the Seneca came to Ohio, but it may have been before the French, under La Salle, claimed the country for themselves. The Seneca remembered living for generations along the Sandusky River. In the lagoons and forests circling the southernmost shore of Lake Erie, they had found a country teeming with bear, wolves, and deer, and streams rich in otter and fish. The country was full of game, and the bottomland perfect for growing corn and beans, so much so that other Indians came and settled among the Seneca. Iroquois, like the Cayuga, bands of the Munsee, and maybe even survivors of the defeated Erie Nation, had lived side by side with the Seneca in the Sandusky Valley for nearly 2 centuries. They had come in the wake of tribes who arrived hundreds and maybe even thousands of years before, leaving behind mounds filled with pottery and arrowheads. Now, in the late 1820s, it would not be an easy thing for the Seneca to leave this country and become refugees once again. 2. It would also not be a simple matter for the Seneca to cut their ties with the rest of the Iroquois, even though these bonds had been unraveling for some time. Living at the far western end of the Confederation, they had more often than not allied with the Ohio Indians rather than with the Haudenosaunee, especially since the American Revolution. When the Iroquois signed treaties that surrendered the Ohio country to the United States, the Seneca living along the Sandusky sided with the new Confederation formed to oppose the advance of settlers into their country. They rejected all offers of compromise and instead agreed with the Delaware, Shawnee, Ottawa, and Wyandot, along with the Miami who lived at the headwaters of the Maumee, that the Ohio River must be maintained as the border between the Indians and the United States. Most of the Iroquois living farther east had already given up the fight against the Americans right after the Revolution. One by one, the nations of the Haudenosaunee surrendered their territory to the United States, settling down on small reserves in New York and Pennsylvania or heading across the St. Lawrence to Canada, where the British government gave them land. In 1797, by way of the Treaty of Big Tree, the Seneca of New York became the last of the Iroquois in the East to give up their country. They sold millions of acres west of the Genesee River to the American government in exchange for stock in the Bank of the United States and 11 small reserves. Handsome Lake was a signer of this treaty, and he aided his people's transition to their new life and also tried to restore the frayed ties between the Ohio Seneca and their New York relatives by teaching a middle path in which traditional customs could be maintained even as the ways of the white man were adopted. When 20 years later, they moved to their own small reserve along the Sandusky River, they were already prepared to make whatever changes were necessary to survive in Ohio. 3. The 30,000-acre reserve granted to the Seneca at the foot of the rapids in 1817, which was increased by another 10,000 acres at St. Mary's in 1818, was excellent country. If the Indians assimilated into white civilization, the United States would allow the Seneca to stay here for many more generations to come. When the Americans plotted the Seneca Reserve map, including intersecting township lines and county borders, they started at its northwest corner, where Wolf Creek emptied into the Sandusky River. The northern border of the reserve then ran due east through Ballville and Green Creek townships in Sandusky County. The eastern border turned south through Adams and Scipio townships in Seneca County. At a point between sections 9 and 10 of Scipio Township, the southern border of the reserve headed west until it hit section 8 of Clinton Township in the same county, and from there, the western border of the reserve ran up the Sandusky River to the mouth of Wolf Creek. 4. This was the reserve on which the English traveler Matthew Bullock encountered so many proud young Seneca in 1827. The men were well dressed, with their rifles strapped across their shoulders and their wagons drawn by fine oxen, and were living in comfortable houses with sash windows and shingled roofs. There the Seneca mother with her face painted bright red and with her little son close behind her had ridden alongside him for miles and miles. As far as Bullock could see, the removal of the Seneca to a 40,000-acre reserve in Ohio was a success. The Indians had become civilized and now lived a life in keeping with the rhythms of the white man. Their Indian agent, John Johnston, fully agreed with Bullock's assessment, and in his view, no tribe transitioned as successfully as the Seneca. 5. Bullock, however, might have been surprised to learn how unhappy most of the Seneca actually were. Living a life so outwardly settled, yet inwardly committed to the ancient ways of their people had taken its toll. They tolerated endless harangues of Methodist preachers, both red and white, but remained unmoved. They were baffled why Christians spent so much time arguing over the Bible when the Great Spirit had laid open the book of creation for all to see. Even more troubling, the Seneca could not understand why the Americans sent so many missionaries, or blackcoats, among them, rather than teachers of the arts of agriculture, who would instruct them on plowing, sowing, and reaping. Why were the Americans so obsessed with spreading their religion? If the Seneca did the same and wandered among the whites preaching about Nauanet, the good spirit who ruled the universe, or proclaiming the Gaweo of their prophet Handsome Lake, the outraged Americans would put a stop to it immediately. 6. Unfortunately, prayers to the good spirit had not been able to save the Seneca from the encroaching whites. In 1822, the same year that the government closed its many trading houses, the local land office moved from Delaware to Tiffin, a distance of about 50 miles south, and then to Bucyrus, where it would stay open until 1842. Both the United States and Ohio had banned the sale of liquor to the Indians, but local officials often turned a blind eye to people who came among the tribes selling whiskey. Even worse, the private traders who had replaced the government agents lived for profit only, and so more skins and pelts than ever must be taken in order to purchase goods. Sacred rituals could not keep the game from disappearing. Not even the white dog sacrifice of winter was powerful enough to prevent the Seneca from turning against each other amidst their growing anxiety and despair. The situation had become so unbearable that in 1826, a year before Bullock arrived at the Seneca Reserve, the tribe's headman, Coonstick, and two of his brothers, Steel and Cracked Hoof, had crossed the Mississippi in search of better hunting grounds and so a better place for their people to live. Coonstick left two other brothers, Comstock and Seneca John, in charge of the tribal reserve back in Ohio. The party would not return to the Sandusky River for at least 2 years. When they did return in 1828, they found their people in worse shape than when they had left them. Comstock had died under mysterious circumstances, and Seneca John was suspected of murdering his brother through witchcraft. Supposedly, he had asked a medicine woman to make a poison that killed Comstock, for which she had been burned at the stake. If Seneca John had been found guilty, then Coonstick would have had to carry out the execution himself in accordance with the customs of the tribe. 7. Accusations against Seneca John only made matters worse between the tribe and surrounding whites. White settlers in the nearby Huron River Valley had taken a liking to the big chief who stood well over 6 feet tall. Every fall, he and his family passed by their farms on his way east to hunt bear and deer, and they would stop and barter baskets, deer hams, and trinkets for bread, flour, and cornmeal. Years later, pioneer families still remembered seeing Seneca John carrying white children high on his shoulders. They loved him so much that they would run toward any Indian party coming their way hoping the tall chief was among them. Seneca John would return to their settlements again in the spring on his way to the stands of sugar maples near Vermilion, where his wife and children would make sugar, while he hunted raccoons and made traps to sell to the whites. Once the weather warmed and summer was upon the land, he would return to his village on the Seneca Reserve, where his wife and daughters would plant corn, while he hunted and fished and waited for the yearly round of travel to start up again in the fall. 8. The settlers were so fond of Seneca John that on at least 2 occasions they intervened on his behalf against their fellow Americans who were taking advantage of him. Once, when they worried that Seneca John was drinking too much, they were determined to find the white man who was selling him whiskey. Reverend James Montgomery, the first subagent to work among the Seneca, suspected a fellow named Broughton. To catch him in the act, the preacher and 2 of his friends dressed up like Indians and went with Seneca John to Broughton's cabin. When Broughton poured them whiskey, Montgomery threw off his blanket and confronted his host. Broughton was so frightened that he promised never to sell whiskey to Seneca John or any other Indian again. Another time a settler named Blanchard sold a horse to Seneca John, but then stole him back for himself. Seneca John went to Blanchard's farm asking for the return of his horse, only to hear that the sale had never occurred. He turned to his friend Daniel Sherman, one of the first settlers of Sherman Township in Huron County, for help. Sherman wrote a note and told him to take it to Reverend Montgomery. In turn, Montgomery promptly rode out to Blanchard's farm, got the horse, and returned him to Seneca John. 9. For being a friend of the whites, Seneca John was suspect among his own tribe, most of whom had no use for the settlers and their encroaching towns and farms. His brothers Coonstick and Steel had been deeply fond of their brother Comstock, and now turned a deaf ear to Seneca John's pleas that he did not kill him through witchcraft. "I loved my brother Comstock more than I love the green earth I stand upon," he told the tribal council. "I would give myself, limb by limb, piecemeal by piecemeal. I would shed my blood, drop by drop to restore him to life." The council found him guilty, and his 2 brothers told him to prepare to die at their own hands. Seneca John asked that he be allowed to live one more day so he might see the sunrise and look out across the green earth one final time, to which Coonstick and Steel agreed. Seneca John went to the cabin of his friend Hard Hickory and asked if he could spend his last night on earth on his front porch. He chose this spot because it was far enough away from his own cabin so that his wife would not see the execution, and because it faced east toward the dawn. Seneca John would be able to see the sunrise for the last time on the next morning. He also wanted his friend Hard Hickory to be a witness to the fact that he died a brave man. Hard Hickory heard approaching footsteps toward his cabin just after dawn on the following morning. He peeked out through the door to see Coonstick, Steel, and another Indian, named Shane, standing over Seneca John, who was still asleep in his blanket on the porch. They woke him, and he unshrouded himself from his blanket and stood up. Then he removed a handkerchief that was tied around his head. Hard Hickory noticed how Seneca John's long hair fell down around his shoulders. The doomed chief looked toward the sunrise and at the beautiful country of his birth one last time. Then Coonstick and Shane took him by his arms, and when they had led him about 10 steps from the porch, Steele buried a tomahawk in the back of his skull. The chief fell to the ground. They dragged his lifeless body under a nearby peach tree, certain he was dead. But his long hair had prevented the fatal blow, and he soon revived. Seneca John looked up at his brother Coonstick and asked, "Now, brother, do you take your revenge?" Before Coonstick could save him, Steele reached down and slit his brother's throat from ear to ear. On the next day, they buried him not more than 20 feet from where they had killed him, placing a small picket fence around his grave. 10. The settlers along the Huron River who loved Seneca John were horrified at his execution and considered it an act of cold-blooded murder. One of them swore out a complaint against Coonstick and took him before a justice of the peace, who promptly remanded him for trial before the Ohio Supreme Court. Traveling north from Columbus on the circuit, the magistrates decided the case in a log schoolhouse in Lower Sandusky. After weighing the evidence, they ruled that the chief, acting on behalf of his tribe's ruling council, had full authority to mete out justice to Seneca John, and that Ohio had no right to interfere with tribal customs within the confines of the tribe's reserve along the Sandusky River. Much to the horror of the Americans who had brought charges against Coonstick, the court let the chief and his fellow executioners go. 11. The arrest and trial of their head chief before the white man's court was the last straw for the Seneca. They had pleaded with local Indian agents to get them out of Ohio, and begged Governor Cass to tell the government that they were ready to exchange their traditional homeland along the Sandusky River for a new land in Kansas or beyond. In desperation, they wrote an official petition demanding that they be removed west of the Mississippi. What were their reasons? First, the game was nearly destroyed on their lands in Ohio. The buffalo were long gone, and now the bears and panthers were fast disappearing. Soon there would not even be enough deer or raccoons to trade for the manufactured goods they needed. Even the many wolves who had given their name to Wolf Creek, the starting point for measuring the Seneca Reserve, were nearly gone. But even more important, white people were crowding around the Seneca's main village at Green Spring, bringing the dreaded whiskey that few Indian men or women seemed able to resist and that corrupted their young. "Give us a new country beyond the Mississippi," the Seneca asked, "and there we will have some hope of reclaiming our children who have fallen into bad habits and of preventing younger ones from acquiring them." The tribe specifically requested that an agent be sent to Ohio to oversee the exchange of lands and help the Seneca make the move west. If this was not possible, they would come in person to Washington, to negotiate with government officials face to face. When the petition was complete, and every chief had made his mark on it, they sent it to the newly elected American president, Andrew Jackson. 12. Needless to say, the Jackson administration was delighted when word arrived in Washington that the Seneca were asking to exchange their reserve in Ohio for land west of the Mississippi. Not that Jackson understood or cared to understand the conditions that drove them to write the petition. In his mind, he already knew them. The Indians had been placed in the unenviable position of being forced to settle down as farmers at the same time that the American government was demanding more and more land from them. Faced with such an impossible situation, the tribes had remained savages, refusing to give up hunting as their main livelihood and heading deeper and deeper into the forests that were disappearing as fast as the animals they were chasing. The fact that many of the eastern tribes, not only the Cherokee in Georgia but also the Shawnee, Wyandot, and, most especially, the Seneca, had already made great strides in farming and raising livestock, and were continuing to hunt to pay off debts and buy manufactured goods, was something that Andrew Jackson refused to consider. No reports to the contrary could convince him that Indians living east of the Mississippi had given up their savage habits. In his opinion, all the northern tribes, including those still in Ohio, were miserable remnants of once great nations. Surrounded by whites, who daily pressed closer, they lived a wretched existence, without excitement, without hope, and almost without thought. 13. Like many who had grown up on the frontier, Jackson looked back into the memories of his youth and saw the Indians as he had known them long ago. Even more than the brutal warfare they practiced, he remembered how the tribes had allied with foreign powers from generation to generation to oppose the westward advance of the Americans. He was especially proud that the United States had finally defeated the Indians and taken its place among the nations of the world. His speeches to Congress were filled with details of every treaty negotiation with England, France, Spain, Portugal, Denmark, and Russia. But the triumph of his beloved homeland, to which he had devoted so much of his life from the time he was confronted with a British sword as a defiant boy in the Carolina backwoods to the moment he defeated Pakenham's redcoats high atop the barricade along the Rodriguez Canal, spelled tragedy for the Indian nations. If things continued on as they had since the ending of the War of 1812, then the 12,000,000 happy souls, now living in 24 states, would simply crush the Indians. 14. Many Americans living on the frontier that was settled between the Revolution and the War of 1812, especially in the Deep South, agreed with Jackson. They could not forget the brutal wars that had left thousands dead and many more scarred for life. Their experiences were best expressed in a petition that the General Assembly of Georgia sent to Congress in 1824 demanding the removal of the Cherokee. According to the petition, the people of Georgia still remembered the war whoop of an approaching foe descending on their cabins in the middle of the night. Even now, in their mind's eye, they could see their homes and farms ablaze in the distance as they fled from them in the dark. Like Jackson, they were impatient to put the story behind them. Instead of moving in quick time with the rest of the nation, they remained trapped in a protracted infancy. Everywhere else, Americans raced toward the future, settling all the way out to the Mississippi and beyond, but in Georgia the people seemed locked in the past. They still lived with a long line of frontier exposed to savages, who at any time might swoop down and wreak havoc and vengeance upon them. 15. Though Jackson might have agreed with the citizens of Georgia, he was also motivated by more than dark memories of the past. He was a charismatic political leader who had staked his fortune on providing opportunities for the average man against the wealthy elites who had run the country since colonial times. People at the bottom of society had only one way up, and that was through the acquisition of property. For white men in the early 19th century who were farmers or who hoped to become farmers someday, this property was government land acquired from the Indians and sold in small parcels for a few dollars an acre. Jackson appealed to these voters, a fact that was clearly shown when he won every Midwestern and Southern state in the election of 1828. Removing the Indians from their remaining land in the East would open up nearly 100 million acres for sale and settlement. Jackson never doubted that the people who voted for him, especially the many farmers in the Middle West and South, would support him in his quest to remove the Indians, knowing in the end he was doing this for them. He could also help keep his campaign promise to run a more efficient federal government, since after deducting the cost of Indian removal from future land sales, the government would still make enough profit to reduce the national debt, a goal that Jackson had set for himself as president. To anyone who might argue that the Indians should not be forced off land that rightfully belonged to them, Jackson made the same argument that he had once made to President Monroe. The land belonged to the United States, not to the Indians. Most of the tribes that had been in treaty negotiations with Jackson knew this argument well. Unlike William Henry Harrison, who often started his negotiations with the Indians by allowing them to perform sacred rituals, Jackson frequently began with a description of the laws that governed the ownership of America. As he understood it, the Indians had lost control of the continent the moment the English set foot on the Atlantic shore. From that time, the English king owned America and granted portions of it to the original colonies in their charters. After the Americans defeated England in their revolution, ownership of the country passed from the king to the United States by way of the Treaty of Paris in 1783. Later the former colonies, now states, surrendered their claims to land beyond their western borders back to the national government. According to Jackson, pretending that the Indians had somehow maintained any right to the millions of acres that stretched from the Atlantic to the Mississippi was simply a waste of time. The American people had waited long enough. They had fought and bled for this land, losing many battles, but in the end winning every war against the Indians for control of this country. Since the War of 1812 ended, they had anticipated the moment when they could transform the last remnant of Indian land into something of value, farms and towns rather than hunting grounds. 16. For all these reasons, Andrew Jackson proposed offering a simple exchange of land now occupied by the tribes in the East for comparable territory in the West, from the time he was a candidate in 1824, only to be robbed of the presidency in the corrupt bargain a year later, until he was finally inaugurated in 1829. On a strictly voluntary basis, the Eastern tribes would be able to exchange their last Eastern reserves, which they had won after the War of 1812, for new lands in the West. Where exactly these lands would be, Andrew Jackson did not say, but it would probably be on the vast plains that stretched west from Missouri to the Rockies, which no American farmer wanted. This would have to be a voluntary exchange because even an old Indian fighter like Jackson claimed he could not bear the thought of forcing the tribes to abandon the graves of their fathers without their consent. Once the tribes were across the Mississippi, they could continue in their traditional ways, even hunting all the way to the Rocky Mountains. No settlers, soldiers, missionaries, whiskey traders, or politicians would bother them there. They could make alliances among themselves as they saw fit, and maybe even establish an Indian Commonwealth. 17. By proposing such a plan, Jackson was making a common practice of the administrations of both James Monroe and John Quincy Adams the official Indian policy of the United States. On the one hand, Monroe had placed the tribes onto smaller pieces of ground within their ceded lands, and had secured funding for missionaries to help the tribes make the transition to a life similar to the Americans. The stone church that stood on the Wyandotte Grand Reserve in Upper Sandusky was a testament to this policy. But Monroe had also sent a third of the Cherokee Nation west to Arkansas in 1817, along with some Choctaw in 1820. By the end of his second term, he had concluded that removal was the only way to appease settlers' demands for more land and to protect the tribes from the degradation and violence that came from contact with the whites. Monroe's successor, John Quincy Adams, agreed. While he supported James Barber's efforts to protect tribes on their current reserves, his administration frequently gave in to settlers' demands for the removal of local Indians. After supporting the Western Cherokee in their bid to establish a permanent homeland for the Eastern tribes in Arkansas, even having moved the Osage and Kansas west in 1825, Secretary Barber succumbed to pressure from the citizens of Arkansas to remove all the Indians from their territory. Their settlements had grown around the Cherokee Reserve, completely surrounding it. They wanted the tribes out of Arkansas before they applied for statehood, and on May 6, 1828, just 3 weeks before Barber left his job as the Secretary of War to take up a diplomatic post, he personally negotiated a treaty with the Western Cherokee to surrender their reserve in Arkansas for land farther west along the Neosho River. The promise he placed in the opening lines of the treaty, namely that this new country would remain, theirs forever, a home that shall never, in all future time, be embarrassed by having extended around it the lines, or placed over it the jurisdiction of a territory or state, did not alter the fact that power had once again triumphed over justice. 18. In his quest to remove the Indians, President Jackson had the full support of territorial officials, most especially Governor Lewis Cass. A longtime supporter of removal, he was ready to do whatever was necessary to implement the new policy. 1 week after Jackson's inauguration, Cass wrote to Thomas McKenney, who had also come to the conclusion that the Indians must be sent west for their own preservation, with specific recommendations on how the removal of the Ohio tribes should be handled. The process should start with the Seneca of Sandusky, who were anxious to emigrate. Cass was aware of their desire, since he was the frontier official and had forwarded the tribes' petitions to the president requesting their removal. He could invite a few of their chiefs to come by steamboat to meet him in Detroit. The expense would be minimal, and a treaty could be quickly negotiated. Once that treaty was concluded, the government should next convince the Wyandot living at the headwaters of the Sandusky and the Shawnee of Wapakoneta living at the headwaters of the St. Mary's to give up their lands. Cass again offered to negotiate with the head chiefs at Detroit. Lastly, the Ottawas scattered throughout the Maumee and Auglaize River valleys could easily be convinced to give up their lands, since they were surrounded by impinging white settlements. Cass was certain that the Ottawa would not have to be sent west. Instead they would happily move across Lake Michigan to live with other Ottawa or with their Potawatomi and Chippewa relatives. But no matter what happened or what order the government chose to remove the tribes, very little expenses need be incurred, Cass assured McKinney. 19. William Clark also supported Jackson's plans for Indian removal. He had advocated removal of the tribes throughout the presidency of John Quincy Adams and continued to do so once Jackson was president. But he usually made his recommendations with greater sympathy for the Indians, in part because he had witnessed the dissolution of so many tribes since the days when President Jefferson sent him and Meriwether Lewis on their famous expedition to the far west. Clark watched as the power of the Indians was broken in two, and their warlike spirit was subdued. He believed their downfall began with Wayne's victory over the Ohio tribes at Fallen Timbers in 1794, and ended with Jackson's defeat of the Seminole in 1818. Having done everything in our power to crush them, Clark wrote to Secretary of War James Barber, humanity cries out that we help them. The greatest aid must be given to the Indian warrior as he made the difficult transition from hunting to farming. As Clark explained to the War Department, in the transit from the hunter to the farming state, he disintegrates from a proud and independent savage to the condition of a beggar, a drunkard, a thief, neglecting his family, suffering for foods and clothes, and living the life of a mere animal. To prevent greater dissolution of the Indian character, the eastern tribes must be taken to the rolling prairie country and the land of well-watered streams west of Missouri and Arkansas. There they could be taught how to farm, build houses, lay out their fields and orchards, raise livestock, and even master the rudiments of reading, writing, and ciphering. With the full protection of the United States, especially the Army, which would establish military posts on the frontier's edges, and staff them with enough soldiers to keep the white man and his evils away, the Indians, especially the chiefs, would finally stop killing each other and live together under one government. Tribes even farther west, like the Sioux, could be helped if their young people were brought together in common schools intended to culturally assimilate the Indians. If not done, this would portend doom for the Indians, since they would be caught between two worlds. This could be prevented, Clark argued, if the United States, after 2 centuries of fighting the tribes, would only cherish and befriend them. 20. Much like Governor Cass, who would eventually be called to Washington as Secretary of War, Jackson wanted the removal of the eastern tribes done in an orderly way. But unlike Cass, who pitted the Indians for how far they had fallen, Jackson felt no nostalgia for the tribes. Like Clark, the president agreed that the eastern Indians had finally been defeated. But unlike Clark, he could not forget what powerful warriors they had been. Somehow Article 9 of the Treaty of Ghent, which required peace between all parties, never quite struck a chord in Andrew Jackson. Turning the clock back to before Tippecanoe belied the fact that many of the eastern tribes had joined Tecumseh in his efforts to destroy the small farmers on the western frontier who were the very backbone of Jackson's political base. After he smashed the Red Sticks at Horseshoe Bend, he continued fighting the Seminole in Florida for another 4 years. To him, their resistance proved that the Indians were still savages, who would never make the transition to civilization. It was simply too late to wait longer. 21. In fact, in Jackson's eyes, the more they tried to become civilized, the more dangerous they became. The Eastern Cherokee in Georgia were a case in point. In their bid to remain in Georgia, they had written a tribal constitution, which in essence created a state within a state. Jackson may have been considered an uneducated fool by his enemies, but he was a practicing attorney before he became a national hero, and he knew his constitution well. He was especially fond of quoting Article 4, Section 3, which mandates that no new states shall be formed or erected within the jurisdiction of any other state. For Jackson, an Indian reserve within a state that wrote its own constitution, that is, set up a government and passed tribal laws, not merely old traditions but new statutes, was anathema to the future of the United States. What he thought about the Seneca winning the approval of the Ohio Supreme Court to hold trials and perform executions on their reserves, he never said, probably because he never knew. But in his opinion, tribes that wanted to practice their own law on their remaining reserves would be just as potentially destructive to the unity of the American nation as Tecumseh's Confederation had been a generation earlier. If the Indians wanted to practice their own law, they must go west. If they chose to remain east of the Mississippi, then they must submit to the laws of the state within whose limits they resided. 22. Jackson had said all this as he made his way to the White House. He let everyone know that if he became president, he would end the debate over the nation's Indian policy that had plagued Adams's administration. Instead, the removal of the tribes would be a top priority of his presidency. If nothing else, Jackson was a man true to his word. In his first inaugural address, in March 1829, he called for the removal of the eastern tribes to west of the Mississippi. This was necessary, he argued, since efforts to civilize them had largely failed. Surrounded by whites, they were sinking deeper into destitution. Later that same year, in his first annual message to Congress, he again called for Indian removal, and, from then on, discussed the matter in each annual message he delivered, often in detail. Neither the cautious steps of John C. Calhoun, who was now Jackson's vice president, nor the careful reasoning of Adams's Secretary of War, James Barber, would be tolerated. The tribes would be removed for their benefit, which in turn would prevent them from disappearing, and for the good of the American nation, which would be preserved from the establishment of countless Indian nations within its borders. 23. In April 1830, Jackson's supporters in Congress introduced a bill calling for an exchange of lands with the Indians residing in any of the states or territories of the United States, and for their removal west of the river Mississippi, first in the Senate and then in the House. In 8 simple sections, the president's vision for the removal of the tribes was clearly laid out. Jackson was also given near total authority to oversee the process. As he saw fit, the president could exchange land that tribes held in the east for new territory in the west. He could authorize an evaluation of improvements that the Indians had made on their reserves and pay the tribes for them. The improvements would become the sole property of the United States. The president would then oversee the removal of the Indians, funding the trip west and helping the tribes financially for 1 year in their new homes. All previous treaties, and thus all the annuities promised in them, would still be honored. Jackson believed that $500,000 would be enough to cover the removal of all the tribes. The Indians would retain their new land in the West as long as they desired. If things went badly on the other side of the Mississippi and the Indians disappeared, the land would revert to the government. Jackson hoped to prevent this by promising to protect the tribes heading west from other Indians already living across the Mississippi, as well as from any other person who might harm them. 24. Jackson might have been convinced that Indian removal was the best policy for the nation to follow, but Congress was not so sure. The House of Representatives had defeated James Barber's plans, which included removal as an option for the tribes, and before that, Congress had refused to consider Monroe's proposal on Indian removal, made during his last days in office. In both instances, Congress had preferred to continue the long-standing policy of civilizing and assimilating the Indians. To have an even bolder plan suddenly placed before them was a shock to many members, especially to those from the Northeast. Opposition to the bill was quite bitter in the Senate. Theodore Frelinghuysen, a junior senator and anti-Jacksonian from New Jersey, spoke first against the bill for 6 hours over a 3-day period. He reminded President Jackson that the Indians were human beings with rights that must be honored. They had already surrendered over 214 million acres to the United States. Surely this was more territory than even the most ambitious Americans' farmers would ever hope to cultivate. Forgetting the trauma that Tecumseh's Confederation had caused in the War of 1812, both in the old Ohio country and the Deep South, Frelinghuysen argued that the tribes had done everything the government asked of them. They had become successful husbandmen, most especially the Cherokee in Georgia, who were at the current center of the storm over Indian removal. Beyond the sheer injustice of it all, Frelinghuysen also raised the issue of the abuse of executive authority embedded in the act. The President and the Senate had always made treaties together with the tribes, but now all power over the Eastern Indians had been handed to the President to do whatever he willed with them as they made their way west. Peleg Sprague of Maine and Asher Robbins of Rhode Island, who both hated Jackson as a power-mad demagogue, echoed many of Frelinghuysen's arguments when they, too, rose to condemn the bill on the Senate floor. 25. While the South largely supported the bill, especially Georgia, Ohio's two senators, Benjamin Ruggles and Jacob Burnett, opposed it. Ruggles had moved from Connecticut to Ohio in 1807 and had opened a law practice in Marietta. He was elected to the Senate in 1815 as a Democratic Republican, but could not follow his party's tilt toward General Jackson a decade later, preferring instead to support William Crawford and then John Quincy Adams. His hatred of King Andrew would eventually lead him into the Whig Party. Jacob Burnett particularly disliked Jackson, especially his attitude toward the Indians. He had come west to Cincinnati in the late 1790s as a young man from New Jersey. He had seen the Indians go from being fierce warriors who terrorized pioneers on the Ohio frontier to determined farmers trying to survive on their shrinking reserves. He supported their right to exist as a separate people on the few reserves that still belonged to them. As a justice on the Ohio Supreme Court, he made an important ruling in the case of Nimble Jemmy, a Seneca Indian who sued a man named McNutt for stealing a valuable piece of land from him. Burnett and his fellow justices restored the land to the Indian. When his friend William Henry Harrison was appointed special minister to Columbia in 1828, Burnett took his place in the Senate, where he opposed everything Jackson stood for, from his unreasonable opposition to the Bank of the United States to his cruel and arrogant demand for Indian removal. But in the end, when the Senate roll call was finally finished on April 24, 1830, the opposition of Ohio's two senators did not matter. Jackson's supporters prevailed by a vote of 28 to 19.26. The debate was even more heated in the House of Representatives. 6 future Whig congressmen, Connecticut's Jabez Huntington, William Storrs, and William Ellsworth, Maine's George Evans and Isaac Bates, and Indiana's John Test condemned the Indian removal bill on the House floor. Their arguments ran from defending the tribes as the original inhabitants, and therefore the rightful owners, of the remaining eastern reserves, to warning that any forced removal of the Indians would lead to their destruction, not their salvation. A few of the representatives said they might support removal if it was strictly voluntary, or if the Indians posed a real threat to the United States, but neither seemed probable. In speeches given on Indian removal in May 1830, the tribes still living in Ohio were mentioned only in passing, with the debate centered on the plight of the Cherokee in Georgia. Not one defender of the Indians described how far the Ohio tribes had come on their remaining reserves in setting up prosperous farms and educating their children in the ways of the white man. The final speaker, Representative Test of Indiana, concluded with a warning that the entire nation, not just the Indians, would suffer if this terrible act were passed. Power would be stripped from Congress and placed in the President's hands. The mechanism of checks and balances so famously placed at the heart of the Constitution would be destroyed. 27. When 4 representatives, all from Georgia, rose in turn to defend the bill, each denied that the Indians had made any progress toward civilization. As Richard Wilde explained, in the long interval which has elapsed since their first knowledge of the whites, it would be difficult to find a single improvement which has taken place, in their principles, habits, or condition. He made the claim for all the tribes, not just the Cherokee, even though he had never seen the fine homes and fields of the Shawnee and Seneca, or heard the Wyandot praying to Shasas in their camp meetings on summer evenings in Ohio. In the end, none of this mattered. Wild and his fellow supporters of Indian removal turned the remaining debate into a defense of the citizens of Georgia and their rightful claim, under the government's 1802 agreement, to the Cherokee land in their state. 28. On May 18, 1830, Congress voted on an amendment to the bill written by James Hemphill, a Jackson supporter from Pennsylvania, to delay Indian removal for a year. During that time, a three-man commission would visit the eastern tribes and determine if they really wanted to move west. Then they would cross the Mississippi and investigate whether the new homeland proposed for the Indians was worthy of settlement. The Hemphill Amendment went down to defeat after Speaker of the House Andrew Stevenson, a devoted supporter of the president, broke the 98-98 tie. 8 days later, on May 26, 1830, when the roll call was finally completed on the proposed Indian removal bill with no amendments, the bill passed, but barely, by a vote of 102 to 97.29. Only 2 of Ohio's 14 representatives in the House, James Findley and James Shields, voted for the Indian Removal Act. Both were staunch Jackson men. Findley represented the 1st Congressional District in Cincinnati, while James Shields came from the 2nd Congressional District, which stretched along the Ohio from Cincinnati to the Scioto River. 4 other Democrats broke with Jackson in this first crucial test of his presidency and voted against the bill. They were William Russell of the 5th District, which included Ottawa and Seneca counties, William Stanberry of the 8th District near Piqua, William Irvine of Toledo's 9th District, and William Kennon Jr., whose 10th District included Parma. 7 other congressmen, who all identified themselves as anti-Jackson men, voted against it, too. Only one congressman, John Milton Goodenough of the 11th Congressional District, which took in Cleveland and Shaker Heights, did not vote. He had resigned a month earlier to become an Ohio Supreme Court justice and would not be replaced until after the vote on Indian removal. In the end, every Ohio congressman representing a district with Indians still living on tribal reserves voted against Jackson's bill. If they had been able to convince Findley and Shields to join them, and kept Goodenough in Washington long enough to support them, then the bill would have been defeated in the House by a tie vote of 100 to 100.30. Back in Ohio, tribal members who had done everything the government asked of them were stunned that their efforts had come to nothing. The Shawnee who had stayed behind at Wapakoneta, refusing to follow Colonel Lewis or the Prophet, were shattered, as were the many Wyandot who had made such progress toward a new life in Upper Sandusky. The missionaries who supported the tribes, like the Harvey family living with the Shawnee, the Methodists working with the Wyandot, and the Van Tassels at Ebenezer on the Maumee River, were outraged. They protested to anyone in or out of the government who would listen that the tribes were not disappearing into the forests in a desperate bid to maintain their old ways, but were instead making rapid progress toward civilization through exemplary conduct. They had the support of newspapers, like the Cincinnati Chronicle, which condemned Jackson's bill. The Chronicle argued that removal was expensive and not conducive to civilizing the Indians. The paper also recommended that the reserves be subdivided into individual allotments so that all Indians would have land and thus transform more quickly into ordinary farmers. The citizens of Brown County along the Ohio River signed a petition against the removal of the Indians and promptly forwarded it to Congress in Washington. 31. The most moving defense of the Indians against Andrew Jackson and his supporters came from the ladies of Steubenville. 62 women in one of Ohio's oldest towns, which was founded as a fort in 1787 to protect the first government surveyors who were laying out township lines from Indian attacks, did their best to prick the consciences of the men who held high office in their country. Admitting they were merely women and therefore could not presume to direct the general conduct of their husbands and brothers, they went on to advise and persuade them to have mercy on the Indians, who were clearly their fellow human beings. Many of them, in fact, were their fellow Christians. May we not hope, they asked, that even the small voice of female sympathy will be heard? Like the Indians, the women admitted that they had no power. But unlike the tribes, they at least had the respect of white men who claimed they were doing everything they could to protect the weaker sex. How different it was for the Indians. They had no power and no one to look out for them. How could the government ignore the solemn treaties signed with these hapless people and push them west into a distant and dreary wilderness, where they would be annihilated? This would be a travesty, not just for the many eastern tribes but also for the American people, who would be denounced for all time for their cruelty. It would bring dishonor upon the nation that could never be overcome. 32. But there were others in Ohio who did not see it this way, most especially the Seneca who wanted to go west. The tribe stood by the concluding remarks of their most recent petition to Andrew Jackson: "Father, your red children know that you are a great warrior. They know that you are just and wise in counsel, and they believe that you love your red children, and will give them a kind answer." They wanted to exchange their reserve in Ohio for land across the Mississippi. Your red children will wait patiently until their father will send them word. Father, your red children sincerely wish that you live very long and be always well, and may the Great Spirit now and always bless you. Many white men who were neighbors of the Seneca supported the tribe in their desire to go west. 78 citizens of Seneca County sent a petition to Jackson demanding that the Seneca be removed to a country better adapted to their habits of life. Seemingly unaware that the tribe had stopped planting corn in hopes that the president would send them west as promised, the men complained that the tribe's lack of farming proved how backward and uncivilized they truly were. They were also jealous of the annuities that the tribe regularly received. They complained that these payments gave whites who intermarried with the tribe an unfair advantage over the average American pioneer who had no ties to the Indians. 33. While some Americans complained that the government was spending too much on annuities, more realized there was a great deal of money to be made in Indian removal. The president and his War Department would have to hire people to negotiate the treaties, pack up the tribes and send them west, and guard them in their new homes for at least a year. Indian property back east would have to be sold, with possibly some of the profits going into the pockets of the agents who negotiated the sale. One Ohioan who wanted in on the opportunities opening up by way of Indian removal was an ambitious office seeker and Jackson supporter by the name of Colonel James B. Gardner. He came to Washington in 1830 to take full advantage of the spoils system as it applied to Indian removal. A two-term senator in the Ohio legislature and a former newspaperman from Greene County who had reported on the friendship between Harrison and Targhee during the War of 1812 in his paper The Freeman's Chronicle, Gardner offered himself as the best person to negotiate treaties of removal with his state's many tribes. The Jackson administration agreed and appointed him the Special Commissioner to the Indians of Ohio for removal and the Special Commissioner and agent for the emigration. 34. Although he had no experience dealing with Indians, Gardner was assigned the task of negotiating a treaty with the Seneca of Sandusky, who had arrived in Washington in early February 1831. In the treaty, signed on the 28th, Coon Stick, Seneca Steel, Hard Hickory, Good Hunter, and Small Cloud Spicer, the very men who had condemned Seneca John to death, agreed to give up their land in Sandusky and Seneca counties, which had been granted to them in the treaties at the foot of the Rapids and St. Mary's, in exchange for 67,000 acres in the Indian Territory, which would soon be known by the Choctaw name of Oklahoma. Their new reserve was to be north of the one that Adams's Secretary of War, James Barber, had plotted out for the western Cherokee along the Neosho River. The Seneca would be the second tribe sent west, preceded by the Choctaw, after the approval of Jackson's Indian Bill. Gardner's success came neither from a special skill nor any luck on his part, but from the deep desire of the Seneca to leave Ohio. Many in the tribe, in fact, were baffled at the American opposition to Jackson's offer to exchange tribal lands in the east for new land in the west. To them, the president was their savior. On the surface, the Senecas seemed to have gotten a good deal. The government promised to build them a grist mill, a sawmill, and a blacksmith shop on their reserve. Also, the government would advance them $6,000 for improvements made on their reserves in Ohio. The treaty stipulated that they would have to reimburse the government for this money from the sale of their lands. Similarly, the president would appoint an agent who would sell property that the tribe could not carry with them. While the agent was to hand over the profits to the individual Indians who owned the property, A fair market value for goods sold off as part of Indian removal would be hard to come by, especially since the owners of those same goods would have already gone west. The government also promised to pay for the tribe's move across the Mississippi, but did not explain in the treaty that funds for this would be taken out of the profits from the sale of the Seneca Reserve in Ohio. In the end, on the long trip west, the tribe would get little for free besides 100 rifles, 400 blankets, and 50 plows, hoes, and axes to assist them in commencing farming. Henry Brioche, the subagent who had come with them from Ohio to the negotiations in Washington, sometimes paying himself for things they needed along the way, would get 160 acres of land on their surrendered reserve. 5 chiefs would each get $100 for the long journey back home to Ohio, but they would have to pay it back from the initial land sale of the tribe's eastern reserve. 35. Gardner had help in negotiating this first treaty with the Ohio Indians from Jackson's Secretary of War, John Eaton, who sent him detailed instructions on how to proceed. Eaton saw the treaty with the Seneca as the first step in a process that would remove all the tribes from Ohio. The Seneca, in fact, would be the first Ohio tribe to head west, followed quickly by the Shawnee, the remaining Delaware, the Ottawa, and finally the Wyandot. As the national debate concentrated increasingly on the wisdom or folly of removing the eastern Cherokee from Georgia, Jackson's War Department planned to pressure the Ohio tribes to sell their land and head west. There would be no voluntary removal for these Indians. They would instead be convinced of the necessity of moving across the Mississippi and to pack up for the journey. Like the president he served, Secretary Eaton maintained that this was for the tribe's benefit, who would surely disappear if the administration did not step in and save them. Experience and observation clearly showed, as he explained to Gardner, that as long as the Indians remained in Ohio, and for that matter in any eastern state, collisions must be looked for, with injuries to the Indians resulting. For this reason, Gardner was told to head to Ohio with the Seneca Treaty in tow, and to determine the other tribes' willingness to move west. He was to work closely with John McKelvin, another Jackson supporter who had been appointed as the new Indian agent for the Ohio tribes, much to the consternation of John Johnston, who was let go from his post at Piqua for being a member of the opposition. McKelvin had already concluded the sale of Captain Pipe's village, the small Delaware tract south of the Wyandot Grand Reserve, to the government, for $3,000 in August 1829. Caution is essential, Eaton explained, probably because the Indian Removal Act was supposed to be voluntary. Gardner was to go quietly among the chiefs and see what they were thinking. He was to assure them that the government meant no harm to their people and was only doing this for their benefit. Above all else, he was to convince the Indians that they were about to be inundated by waves of white settlers. The latest census had counted only 2,350 Indians in Ohio, with totals for the tribes listed as 800 Shawnee, 551 Seneca, 542 Wyandot, 347 Ottawa, and 80 Delaware. Their only hope for survival was to go west beyond the Mississippi as soon as possible. There they would receive land that was comparable to the land they were giving up in Ohio. Once Gardner had signed a treaty with one tribe, he was to move on to the next. 36. Confident that the removal could be accomplished in weeks, Colonel Gardner arrived at the Seneca Reserve in May 1831. The Seneca had pledged that they would call a grand council in which he would be able to treat with all the Ohio Indians. As promised, the chiefs of the many tribes were waiting for him, but not to sign any treaties. Instead, they were furious that Jackson had sent him to force them off their land. Gardner became so frustrated trying to deal with the chiefs in the council that he decided to speak privately with as many Indians as possible. He would try to get each one of them to sell their land to him, and once this had been accomplished he would send them all west as tribes. The chiefs were outraged when they learned of his plans and reminded Gardner that, according to the treaties they signed at the foot of the Rapids and St. Mary's, they held their land as individuals, and could only sell it as a tribe. A frustrated Gardner wrote to the War Department for help. "I am very badly in need of a book on Indian treaties," he demanded. 37. As he struggled to convince the Ohio Indians to move west, he quickly found out that he would get little help from either John McKelvin or Henry Brioche, since the two men despised each other. McKelvin was angry that he had been completely cut out of the plans to remove the Seneca. He agreed that the Seneca were ready to head west along with the Delaware, a once noble tribe that had fallen into a truly dissipated state. The Ottawa would probably be the next tribe to go, since so many settlers were crowding around them in the Maumee River Valley, but the Shawnee and Wyandot would most certainly refuse to move anywhere. 38 However, none of these observations, which he made frequently to government officials, seemed to matter. Instead, Jackson's administration had placed its trust in Henry Brioche, his subordinate. Brioche went about making plans to sell all the property of the Seneca and take the tribe west without consulting McKelvin. When McKelvin asked if he could fire Brioche for insubordination, the War Department said no, claiming that the Seneca trusted him and were relying on him to oversee their removal. 39. There was an even more important problem facing Gardner than dissension between Ohio's Indian agent and his subagent. From the time that the Seneca had signed the treaty, the chiefs regretted their decision. They were certain they had made a terrible mistake and did everything in their power to delay the departure of their people. First, they promised to depart by June 1831, but then decided to wait until the roasting ear time, when the corn was ready to harvest in August. But when the time arrived, they told Gardner that they could not go, since most of their chiefs were in New York to surrender the wampum belt that tied the Ohio Seneca to the rest of the Iroquois Confederation. In their absence, and over the protest of John McKelvin, subagent Brioche decided to move forward with the sale of property that the tribe would be unable to carry when they were finally forced west. He threw himself so completely into his work that he resigned as the subagent of the Seneca. He could now devote all of his energy to the tribe's removal. 40. Brioche announced the sale of the tribe's property in a broadside distributed in towns that had sprung up around the Seneca Reserve. The sale was set for 10 o'clock in the morning on September 22, 23, and 24. The first day's sale would be held at the home of the Seneca chief Samuel Cloud Spicer, the second day at the Seneca Council House on the Sandusky, and the final sale at the tribe's council house near Green Creek. All the livestock, farm equipment, and chattel property that the Seneca could not take with them would be sold for cash only. The sheer amount and type of goods up for sale proved the claim false that these Indians still lived as wandering hunters rather than substantial farmers. Plows, wagons, and guns went quickly along with shovels and hoes. So did household items such as tables, bureaus, dishes, skillets, and even butter churners. The tribe sold cows, hogs, and especially horses, including older marais, blind animals, and yearlings, with the promise that they could take their best horses across the Mississippi. Farmers who came to the sale took away bushels of corn, beans, squash, and potatoes. Seneca Reserve improvements, including cleared fields, cabins, fences, stables, and apple and peach orchards, were also up for sale. In his determination to move the tribe west as soon as possible, Brioche sold off everything for far less than it was worth. When all transactions were complete, the sale of personal property yielded only $2,587, while the improvements garnered a mere $6,000.41. Meantime, Brioche and McKelvin argued over the best way for the tribe to travel to their new reserve. McKelvin wanted them to go west by steamboat, while Brioche favored an overland route, but either way, Brioche planned to accompany them to St. Louis and then to the Neosho River. Gardner was little help in deciding which route to take since he had moved on to treating with the Shawnee and Ottawa and could no longer be bothered with the Seneca. In the end, McKelvin and Brioche agreed to allow for both routes, with half the tribe boarding steamboats in Cincinnati, while the rest would head west along a route similar to the one the Prophet's party had taken. 42. By late October 1831, a panic set in among the Seneca. Agent McKelvin arrived on the reserve with more than 24 wagons to start loading up the tribe. He admitted it was terrible for them to leave their ancient home, but he believed their sudden change of heart stemmed more from the deep divisions within the tribe than any nostalgia. The Seneca were not really one people, he explained to Governor Cass, but were instead remnants of the many nations of the Iroquois. The tribe had at least 30 chiefs. They vied bitterly for the position of principal chief and were not averse to murdering each other to achieve their ambition. To show the chiefs there was no turning back, McKelvin sent a doctor from house to house to vaccinate everyone against smallpox. The chiefs spoke openly of heading for New York, or even better for the safety of Green Bay or Canada, but it was too late. Time was moving forward too fast. McKelvin made the case that it would be better for the tribe to head west across the Mississippi, because then they would be able to stay together. He ordered the families to board the waiting wagons for the fourth trail of tears out of Ohio. 43. On November 5, 1831, 340 Seneca, along with a party of 58 Delaware, including the aged chief Captain Pipe, who had sold their land in 1829, started down the long road to the far western country. The caravan stretched 75 miles alongside the Sandusky. McKelvin soon found the exodus to be a more difficult task than he had originally imagined. He complained to the War Department of many things, including the fact that the Seneca and Delaware had to stop at every Ottawa and Shawnee village along the way to bid farewell to their friends. Costs were mounting, and he knew he would have to explain this to Jackson's penny-pinching administration. He had told the War Department that the Seneca and Delaware could be moved west for only $12,500, but 1 week into the removal, costs were climbing past his original estimate. At best, Indian removal was a difficult, tedious, disagreeable business, made worse by designing wicked men, like his subagent. As his last act as the subagent of the tribe, before resigning his post, Henry Brioche had rented out the Seneca's sturdy homes, according to McKelvin, in order to line his own pockets. 44. Brioche complained, too, to the Office of Indian Affairs. He saw himself as the Seneca's protector, who was doing his level best to protect their interests as they headed west. He had sold off all the Seneca property that could not be taken west. He had put his friends in charge of protecting the Seneca cabins until he could return from across the Mississippi and sell these off, too. However, even before the tribe left Ohio, the work of destruction had commenced. His friends could not stand guard over the Seneca homesteads round the clock, and soon settlers were taking away all they could carry, including windows, doors, brick and stone chimneys, and floorboards. They even tore down the fences, dug up apple and peach trees, and hauled everything away. In his own defense, Brioche said he had no more control over this than he did over the weather that would plague the tribe on its long journey westward. The weather in November was already bitterly cold, and the rain never stopped. At times the roads were nearly impassable, and the Seneca wagons could only travel 5 miles a day. 45. Shortly before the Seneca reached Dayton, the land party of 110 Seneca along with the Delaware, led by Captain Pipe, broke away from the water party and headed west out of the state. They would go overland to St. Louis. Brioche, who had demanded a land route, decided to stay with the water party, though he worried it was too late in the season to travel west by wagon, but McKelvin disagreed. He believed the tribes were good hunters and would be able to support themselves without any extra supplies beyond the tents he had provided for them. He did not seem to realize that Indiana and Illinois were no longer territories in a wilderness loaded with game but states in the Union filled with farms and towns of American settlers. The War Department had allocated funds for him to purchase new blankets for every member of the tribe, but he decided not to buy them because the British had given the Seneca blankets the summer before, when the tribe made its annual visit to Fort Malden. Nor did he purchase 50 new rifles, which the government had authorized. 46. The land party departed with no further instructions than to head for St. Louis, where William Clark would be waiting for the emigrating Seneca and Delaware to send them to the Neosho River Valley. The rest continued to Dayton, where they were to travel on the Miami and Erie Canal to Cincinnati. As they prepared to board the canal boats, they were told to leave their finest horses behind. McKelvin had promised that if they sold their broken-down animals before leaving the Ohio Reserve, they would be able to take their best horses and ponies with them across the Mississippi. But now, with the cost of their removal steadily rising, the heartbroken Seneca could only stand by and watch as their beloved animals were sold away from them for pennies on the dollar. 47. On November 5, the water party, numbering 231 Seneca, boarded a steamboat named the Benjamin Franklin in Cincinnati, and 11 days later they arrived in St. Louis. William Clark was surprised to meet people traveling with so much property. They had boxes full of everything they would need to establish new farms along the Neosho. Clark was astounded when, amid all the farm implements packed so carefully, he found peach stones, tucked away in hopes of planting orchards on the distant plains. The Seneca were obviously not degraded warriors, struggling to transform from self-sufficient hunters to sedentary farmers. They were, instead, successful pioneers who had somehow been caught in the crossfire of the national debate over Indian removal. Clark told Briesch to have them store their belongings in a warehouse on the Mississippi and then head for a temporary camp 7 miles outside the city. Briesch was suddenly shaken at the prospect that the Seneca, who had come from such comfortable homes and farms, were about to be thrown in the wilderness, in the midst of winter. Even though it was still autumn, the weather felt like the dead of winter. Clark secured blankets for every Seneca, along with rifles, axes, hoes, and plows, before sending them to a camp 8 miles outside of St. Louis. Briesch remained behind collecting even more supplies, including wagon loads of pork and flour, which the Seneca would need if they were to survive until spring. He railed against McKelvin for failing to supply the Indians with enough food and blankets before leaving Ohio. His preparations took so long that he was not ready to lead the Seneca to their new reserve until early December. When the wagon train finally reached St. Charles, where the tribe was to cross the Missouri River, many Seneca were so sick they had to be left behind. Those who headed across the Missouri stopped at the town of Troy, some 55 miles northwest of St. Louis. Neither they nor their horses could go any farther in the terrible weather, since wherever he looked, Briesch saw people frostbitten, sick, and some dying. The children were suffering the most not only from the cold but from an outbreak of the measles. In their despair, the Seneca demanded whiskey and turned on each other in drunken rages, killing their enemies to settle new and old scores. Briesch wrote home requesting 3 friends to join him in Missouri, just to keep the dissipated and bloodthirsty Seneca from destroying themselves. He was tempted to abandon them and go home to Ohio, but the distraught Seneca begged him to go back and find the land party lost somewhere in Indiana or Illinois. 48. Coming to his senses, Briesch purchased still more supplies for those stranded at Troy, and then headed back across the Mississippi to look for the Seneca and the small party of Delaware who had taken the overland route. They were camped just outside of Muncie, Indiana, about 80 miles east of the Ohio border. The weather had been as cold in Ohio and Indiana as it was in Missouri. 4 people had already died, along with at least 18 horses. Most of the rest were too weak to travel onward, especially after John McKelvin stopped supplying them. They had only survived because their interpreter, Martin Lane, used his own money to buy them food. They had written a desperate petition to William Clark telling him of their troubles. They included a letter to Briesch telling him that they were in Indiana, where they would wait until spring to come west, but the letter arrived after he left Missouri and was on his way back east. He finally found the Seneca and Delaware near Muncie, and decided to stay with them through the winter. In the spring of 1832, he brought them west to Troy, Missouri, where he finally reunited both parties. He then led them across the state, struggling through rain, cold, flooded streams, more cases of the measles, and finally through an attack of flies that made life so miserable for the oxen that they could only travel at night. It took 5 days just to make the ferry crossing at Jefferson City on the Missouri, and another month to reach Harmony Mission in the southwestern corner of the state. 49. On July 4, 1832, after nearly 8 months of travel, the first group of Indians to be officially removed from Ohio finally arrived in their new home on the Neosho River. Among the survivors, Henry Brioche counted 352 Seneca and Delaware along with some Cayuga who had come west to live with their relatives. At least 30 people had died on the long trek, while others were still along the trail making their way toward the tribe's reserve in the northeastern corner of the Indian Territory. Brioche would regret for the rest of his life forcing these people to go west at the wrong time of the year and without proper provisions. "I charge myself with cruelty in forcing these unfortunate people on," Brioche confessed to William Clark, at a time when a few days' delay might have prevented some deaths, and rendered the sickness of others more light. 50. The Seneca who had survived the trip west were disappointed to learn that the government had plotted out their reserve on land promised to the Cherokee. In late December 1832, at the Seneca Agency near the headwaters of the Cowskin River in Oklahoma, the tribe's chiefs signed a treaty exchanging 67,000 acres west of the Neosho for 60,000 acres east of the river, directly adjacent to the Missouri line. 51. Meanwhile, back in Ohio, a government surveyor, with the ironic last name of Christmas, headed across the Seneca Reserve carefully plotting out 6-mile by 6-mile square townships. He marked the trees that the Seneca had once used to identify the property lines of their own farms as the corners for the 36 sections within each township. By the end of the year, all 40,000 acres of the rich soil of the Seneca Reserve, except where the tribe's empty and decaying villages stood, and a 160-acre plot at the lower rapids of the Sandusky that the tribe had set aside for Henry Brioche, had been surveyed and thrown open for settlement. 52. 8. The Shawnee exile. According to their own legends and tribal memories, the Shawnee had migrated many times. They remembered in ages past crossing over water and coming into a new country. Where they had come from to get to this place or what body of water they had passed over during their migration, they could no longer remember, but they knew it was long ago. After a time of wandering, they came to settle in a place that the French and the Americans later called Ohio. Here they made allies with the Delaware and enemies of the Iroquois, who pushed them out of their new homeland. They traveled south to a warmer, mountainous country with swamps and marshland, where the other tribes called them the Shawnee, or Southerners. Wherever they went, whether past the town of Savannah or along a river called Sewanee, they left their name behind them. Along the way they made friends with the Muskogee or Creek Confederation and enemies of the Cherokee and Choctaw. In the south, they first encountered a people they named the Shemanessa, or Long Knives. They were the colonists from Virginia who always spoke of peace even as they placed the bright shining sword of war before the Indians. The Shawnee later used the term for all the Americans. It was hard to escape these people. Hungry for land for their farms and plantations, they moved up the eastern rivers in the 13 colonies strung along the Atlantic. To escape from them, the Shawnee returned north across the Belle Riviere of the French, called the Oyo by the Seneca, and settled in their former homeland along the Great and Little Miami rivers and their tributaries. Like other tribes who came to Ohio in the 18th century, the country seemed a refuge from the fierce fighting elsewhere on the continent, but the promised peace proved to be elusive. A bloody war broke out between the French and the Americans for control of the Ohio River and the land that lay north of it. The Shawnee, like most of the other tribes, sided with the French. When they were defeated, the tribe joined Pontiac. When he was defeated, they went on to fight Lord Dunmore and the Virginians, who wanted to settle across the Ohio River. The Shawnee kept Ohio, but lost Kentucky and were soon swept up in another war, being British allies against the rebellious colonists in the American Revolution. When the war was lost and Great Britain surrendered Ohio to the United States, the Shawnee refused to recognize the treaty that gave up their country to the Americans. Under the leadership of their great war chief Verwayapier Senwa, better known as Blue Jacket, they held off the armies sent against them until Anthony Wayne finally defeated them at Fallen Timbers. A year later at Greenville, they relinquished the country along the Great and Little Miami rivers, where they had lived for 2 generations, and most headed north and west, with some going even farther across the Mississippi. A decade later, the tribe broke apart even more completely when Tecumseh and the Prophet put their confederation together. Many younger chiefs and warriors joined the charismatic brothers, but older leaders, most notably Black Hoof, opposed them and remained loyal to the United States. But whether they supported Tecumseh or fought against him, it did not seem to matter to the Americans. While the animosity between the Indians and the Americans was forgotten at Springwells in 1815, so was the loyalty. 2 years later, the Ohio tribes, whether they had sided with the British or the Americans in the War of 1812, saw most of their territory taken away. By way of the treaty signed at the foot of the rapids, they were placed on township reserves in northwestern Ohio with promises that the strife was over and that this land would be theirs forever. From this point forward, the Shawnee who remained in Ohio, much like the Seneca and the Wyandot, did everything in their power to meet the demands of the Americans. Even the proudest warriors in the tribe became farmers, learning how to raise livestock and build barns and fences to protect their crops and their animals. They had watched as Colonel Lewis and the Prophet, who for all their differences could not tolerate such a life, headed across the Mississippi. The Seneca, who had just sold their land, would soon follow them. Many Shawnee feared it was only a matter of time before negotiators arrived at Wapakoneta, Hog Creek, and Lewistown, demanding their removal, and forcing them to give up their land in Ohio in exchange for an unknown country and an unknown future in the grassy plains west of the Mississippi. Even as rumors swirled through their villages in the late spring of 1831 that Colonel Gardner was on his way to take their land, most Shawnee could not believe that the Americans would force them into exile. 1. Gardner finally arrived among the Shawnee in late June or early July. He laid out the government's plans for the tribe's removal as an ultimatum and not as something that was up for debate. First, he made sure to get the French fur trapper Francis Duchesne, the tribe's most trusted interpreter, drunk, so that he could not help in the negotiations. Then for a full day and a half, he browbeat the Shawnee into believing that their situation was hopeless. It must have been disconcerting to hear a white man make the case that the Shawnee must leave Ohio, because the settlers who surrounded them were so evil. "Look how they trample your fields and steal your cows and horses," Gardner reminded them. "They sell you whiskey and murder your young men knowing they will never be brought to justice. Surely," he chided the Shawnee, "you have seen how untrustworthy the white man is." From William Penn, an impostor who acted no better than a thief, to the greedy Georgians of the present age, the story was always the same: the whites took what they wanted, and the Indians were left with nothing. 2. But now the situation was different. President Andrew Jackson had devised a plan to make the Shawnee rich. He would give them a 100,000-acre tract near their kinsmen from Missouri along the Kansas River. They could head west with a surveyor and pick out the land for themselves. Before they left for their new home, the government would pay them for the improvements they had made on their Ohio reserves. The Shawnee would receive cash for every barn, fence, orchard, field, and cabin sold before starting west. Gardner assured them that the flow of money would not end there. It would continue with the government contributing 30 cents for every acre sold, which would earn 5% annual interest in the U.S. Treasury. The Shawnee could make yearly withdrawals from the fund or take a lump sum payment. Gardner closed the council by assuring the Shawnee that they would live next to their kinsmen from Missouri who had already settled on a new reserve in Kansas that was rich in buffalo, elk, and deer. The tribe's old friend William Clark had negotiated the deal 6 summers before on behalf of the entire tribe. Gardner also promised that the Shawnee would have all the guns they ever needed along with a sawmill, grist mill, and tools of every description. But he added that if they refused to move west, Ohio's government would simply incorporate the tribe's remaining reserves into the state. The president would no more stand in the way of Ohio taking control of Shawnee land than he was standing in the way of Georgia robbing the Cherokee of their territory. Once the reserves were part of Ohio, the Shawnee would have to pay taxes on their land. Their young men would be forced to build roads for the state without any payment. The whites would overrun their villages, killing their people, trampling their crops, and stealing farms and livestock without fear of prosecution. Gardner left with a warning that he would be back within the month to hammer out the details of the removal treaties. The first would be negotiated with the Shawnee and Seneca of Lewistown, while the next would be with the Shawnee of Wapakoneta and Hog Creek. Gardner also planned to negotiate a treaty with the Ottawa who lived at Aquanex's village and at Old Tawa Town along the Auglaize River, in the hope that they would be sent west with the Shawnee and Seneca. 3. After Gardner left, the world seemed to come undone for the Shawnee. Local traders descended on the tribe demanding immediate payment for their debts before they departed for the west. This put even more pressure on the Shawnee to give up their reserves in Ohio. Most saw no way out except to sign whatever treaty Gardner placed in front of them when he returned. They could use the money from the sale of their lands to pay off their debts and then head west as quickly as possible. Only Henry Harvey told the Shawnee not to be intimidated and urged them instead to hold their ground. Now a grown man with a family of his own, he had been at the treaty negotiations and did not like the tactics that Gardner used to frighten the tribe. If the Shawnee refused to sell, he argued, the government would back down and let them stay in Ohio. But few were listening to Harvey anymore, especially after a tragedy more terrible than their possible removal across the Mississippi struck the tribe. Sometime in the middle of July 1831, their beloved chief Blackhoof died. 4. Blackhoof was well over 100, maybe even closer to 120, when he passed away. He had been a warrior for his people since the days of the French and Indian War when he joined in the ambush of General Edward Braddock south of Fort Duquesne. Blackhoof went on to fight against Anthony Wayne at Fallen Timbers and negotiate peace with him on behalf of his tribe at Greenville. Like all the chiefs who signed the Treaty of Greenville, he never went to war against the United States again. In 1802, he met with Thomas Jefferson and from then on guarded the golden chain the president had given his tribe as a symbol of the enduring friendship between the Americans and the Shawnee. He also cherished a letter from Jefferson's Secretary of War, Henry Dearborn, in which he relates that the president would pay the most sacred regard to existing treaties between your respective nations and ours, and protect your whole territory against all intrusions that may be attempted by white people. 5. During the War of 1812, Blackhoof had kept most of his people from joining Tecumseh. After the war ended, he negotiated for the tribe at Springwells and at the foot of the rapids. Once the Shawnee were settled on their remaining reserves in northwest Ohio, he oversaw the process of teaching his people how to farm year-round with the help of Quaker missionaries. He had opposed the two great proponents of removal to the west, Colonel Lewis and the Prophet, arguing that neither man had the authority to speak for the tribe. He was especially angry at Colonel Lewis for attempting to negotiate a future for the Shawnee with the Cherokee, the traditional enemies of the tribe. Even worse, he considered the Prophet a disgraced madman. Blackhoof, however, had seen much in his long life and knew when the future was no longer possible but instead inevitable. The Americans seemed determined to take every last inch of Indian land in the East, especially since the election of Jackson. Perhaps the Shawnee should move west on their own before the government forced removal on them. Blackhoof informed Indian agent John Johnston that he would be willing to take the remaining Shawnee across the Mississippi, but only if he could go there himself and choose the best land for his people. Johnston relayed the message to Lewis Cass, still governor of the Michigan Territory. But before the government could take Blackhoof up on his offer, Jackson had become president, John McKelvin had replaced John Johnston as the agent of the Shawnee, and the Indian Removal Act had been signed into law. By the summer of 1831, the Seneca of Sandusky had already sold their land, and the Shawnee were next on the list for removal. Suddenly the future seemed more troubling than ever to the Shawnee. What would happen to the tribe now that their beloved chief was no longer with them? Should they try to stay in Ohio? Or was removal as inevitable as Blackhoof believed it to be and so they must go west? 6.